I stood on the rooftop, unmoving. My eyes followed Jiang Xiaozi. She led those women down the stairs, heading toward the perimeter wall. The complex was old, but its saving grace was space. The buildings stood far apart, ringed by a wall that formed its own little world, undisturbed by anyone. The iron gates on all four sides could only be opened from the inside. Jiang Xiaozi walked straight to the wall, pulled open an iron gate, and led the group out. Little Chun, Sisterly shouted at the top of her lungs. Three women turned their heads from a distance. My God, it really is you three. Sisterly rushed over and seized one of them by the hand. After that night, we couldn't find you anywhere. Thank goodness you're all back. Without giving them a chance to protest, she pulled the three women in front of Jiang Xiaozi. Miss Jiang, these are the ones I told you about. The sisters who disappeared at the subway station. Jiang Xiaozi looked them over. The three girls were in tattered clothes, covered in bruises, faces full of fear, even their smell rank and foul. Hello, Miss Jiang. They kept their heads down, timid. Jiang Xiaozi spoke coolly. I'm glad you made it back. But I'm curious. That day at the subway station, why did you disappear? We were so hungry, we went out to find food. Is that so? Jiang Xiaozi gave a faint, ambiguous smile. Sisterly said you left with enough food to last 2 days. You were only out one night, and it wasn't enough. She raised an eyebrow. You eat that much? Yes, I have a big appetite. The girl nodded frantically and started down the steps. By now, even Sisterly could tell something was off about the three. Her face was full of helplessness, but she didn't dare say a word. She only looked at Jiang Xiaozi with fear. You're back now. You don't plan on leaving again, do you? No, we won't leave. Open the gate, Jiang Xiaozi said with a wave of her hand. Our new friends are home. The iron gate swung slowly open, and the group filed in behind the wall. Meanwhile, in the bushes 2 buildings away, 2 men gripping cleavers crouched low, their eyes locked on the women's backs. They're inside. This place has some fat sheep. One man licked his lips, a hungry wolf gleam in his eyes. All women. That one in the cheapao is smoking hot. This place looks strange to me, the other muttered. Since when does an old complex have a wall like this? It's like a military fortress, probably a tough nut to crack. Those 3 women said the old boss here got killed by someone. Whoever did it must have stacked up a ton of points to build this wall. He gritted his teeth. We go back and report to the boss. Bring more men, more guns. And we've got 3 insiders in there. Take this place, and the women, the wall. It's all ours. The 2 of them put their heads together, then turned and slipped away without a sound. Inside the shelter, the 3 women had barely stepped through the door when a shiver ran through them. So cool. The building was maybe 90 degrees inside, and it got cooler the higher you went. The dramatic temperature drop raised goosebumps all over their skin. We've got the AC running here, don't catch a chill. Sisterly handed them a few pieces of clothing. Sisterly, didn't the whole city lose power? How do you still have AC? We have electricity here. Jiang Xiaozi cut in, not letting her say more. The 3 girls exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. An apocalyptic heat wave. A city plunged into darkness. Yet this one building had cold air to spare, life carrying on as usual. Was this really the same place they'd left not long ago? Familiar surroundings, and yet so foreign it made their hearts race. Talk. Jiang Xiaozi spoke first, blunt and direct. Why did you come back? What do you want? We just wanted to come home. One girl lowered her head. We'd been looking for you and Sisterly this whole time. We searched everywhere, then finally came back to try our luck. Liar. Little Wong snapped, cutting her off from behind. We were looking for you the whole time after we got out of the subway station, and we nearly died. A whole group of us together still ran into danger. You 3 were running around all over the place. How are you all in one piece? The 3 girls, pinned under her glare, hung their heads and said nothing. Jiang Xiaozi smiled, still keeping up the act. Take them down. The basement. She turned to leave. Little Wong stepped forward first, jabbing her steel spear against the 3 girls' backs. Move, Little Wong. They're people we know. There's no need for. Sisterly. Little Wong shot her a glare. It's because we're too soft that we always get walked all over. Miss Jiang said it herself. Women have to be crueler than men to survive in a world like this. The steel spear pressed into their backs, sending waves of stinging pain. The three girls couldn't understand how the once timid, gentle little Wang had become a completely different person. Down in the basement, torches drove back the darkness, and the stifling heat made it hard to breathe. The empty room held nothing but a single iron bed against the wall. Jiang Xiaozi stood beside it, running her fingertips along the edge of the frame. Last chance. Why did you come here? The three of them stayed silent. Sigh. She let out a soft breath and looked up at little Wang. Hurried footsteps approached, and a girl with a ponytail came down carrying an old cloth bag. Sister Jiang, most of the stuff's here. Sister Leah said there were some she didn't want to make. Got it. Clatter. Jiang Xiaozi dumped the bag out onto the iron bed. The women holding torches all around went pale. Iron handcuffs, bamboo slivers, a branding iron, thumbscrews, a dagger, a heap of instruments of all shapes and sizes, glinting cold and cruel. I used to use these little toys all the time. Jiang Xiaozi picked up a small pair of scissors and began trimming her nails, unhurried. I wonder if now, whether she'd talk or not. Miss Jiang. Sister Li mustered her courage, her voice trembling. There's no need for this, is there? Would the chief even allow it? Xiao Wang, pick one. Tie her to the bed. Jiang Xiaozi didn't even look up. Xiao Wang froze, then gritted his teeth and shoved one of the girls forward. Move it. The girl shook all over, her eyes wide, unable to believe such a beautiful woman could be capable of this. The terror in the air was suffocating. Finally, one woman broke down, sobbing and screaming. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just don't torture me, please. Her shrill cries echoed through the basement. You want to talk now? Jiang Xiaozi looked up, tilting her head, and suddenly smiled. Too late. I don't trust any of you anymore. She picked up a dagger from the iron bed and gave it a little wave. The only thing I trust now is this. Ah, I pulled off my headphones and frowned toward the window. That scream just now, it was as blood-curdling as something out of a horror movie. Am I hearing things? I rubbed my chin and quit the game. Jiang Xiaozi had promised she could handle those three girls, but I still wasn't at ease. 3 ticking bombs. No telling when one might go off. I got up and walked to the door, but it swung open before I reached it. Jiang Xiaozi drifted in like a breeze, lighting up the small room. Sir, heading out? She swept back her long hair with a gentle smile. Whatever you need, I'm at your service. I wanted to ask how things went on your end. I sat back down on the couch and waved her over. Are those 3 women taken care of? Did you figure out what they're really after? I'd let them in precisely because I didn't want to spend every day watching my back. Since they'd set their sights on the shelter, I needed to know their true intentions. Mission accomplished. Jiang Xiaozi sat down as gracefully as a willow, leaning softly against me. I had a nice long chat with them, and they told me everything. They really did come with bad intentions. You got it all out of them? Don't tell me you can hypnotize. I stopped, leaned in, and caught a whiff. That's blood. What did you do? Got a little on me during our conversation. She turned over her snow-white palm, then looked up and smiled. No perfume in the house, so the smell won't come off just yet. What kind of conversation draws blood? Torture. I blurted out. You tortured them? Yes, sir. She nodded calmly. It was the only way to make sure they told the truth. I don't have a lie detector. She said it in complete earnest, hiding nothing. I drew in a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words. The methods of a spy chief, they must have suffered terribly. My instincts told me this was a bit much. But reason told me she was right. In the apocalypse, being ruthless toward others is the best protection for yourself. I'm the one who still has a lot to learn. I sighed. Jiang Xiaozi gently massaged my temples and said softly, Sir, there are some things you don't need to ask about. Just knowing the outcome is enough. And the outcome? I paused. Those 3, they're not dead, are they? One's still alive, she said calmly. But she won't make it through the night. I fell silent. Half an hour ago, they'd been living, breathing people, timidly lingering outside the wall. And now 2 of them were already dead. If this was the price of surviving the apocalypse, it was coming way too fast. Sir, if this bothers you, I won't do it this way again. No. I looked up at her and smiled. I was just thinking, if we killed them, how would we lure the snake out of its hole? Someone had to be pulling their strings, right? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Xiaozi's eyes. She'd already braced herself for a reprimand. At first glance, I probably came across as a cold-blooded man. But she could feel it. My heart was racing. According to the intel, they no longer had any value alive, she said, composing herself. They were snatched by a gang of raiders at the subway station. Their base is 8 blocks from here. The gang's got a leader with a bizarre gift. He can control life and death from a distance, torture people's bodies. That's how he's built up his crew. He keeps capturing stray survivors, then follows the trail back to their hideouts. Once he finds them, it's either loot the supplies or burn the place down. Those 3 girls were under his control. Their lives weren't their own. He forced them to come back as moles, to help the raiders breach our defenses. She brushed her hair aside. According to the plan, the gang was supposed to contact them before dark. It's already night now, and no one's shown up, so they'd outlived their usefulness. Why? I asked, genuinely curious. Could it be that the raiders got scared off by our wall? If so, we'd still need those girls to find the raiders' location. I already got the location out of them. Jiang Xiaozi gazed out at the darkening window, then suddenly said, Sir, Lin Yu and the others still aren't back. They're nearly 20 minutes overdue. My expression shifted. You mean? The raiders have probably already arrived, and they ran right into Lin Yu's group on their way back. She smiled faintly. That gang doesn't just have one gifted member. Most of them have similar abilities. Plus they've got guns. More than 50 of them. A group like that would never be scared off by a thick wall. Her reasoning was calm and thorough. Since they've already met head-on, those 3 women have no value alive anymore. Yes, they were forced into it, but I can't be sure whether that raider's gift lets him remotely trigger them to lash out and attack us. With a battle imminent, I have to eliminate every internal threat. Everything she said today, she's talking more than usual. Xiaozi, why do I feel like you're lecturing a child? Sir, I just don't want you to misunderstand me. She lowered her head slightly. I'm not a woman who kills for the sake of it. I know. I believe you. I pulled her close and said earnestly, without you, even if I'd known something was wrong with them, I never could have uncovered the truth this fast. If my hesitation had cost us, put the shelter at risk, that would have been the worst outcome. Your decision was right. You didn't do anything wrong. I had no reason to blame her. She'd used her wits to shield me from the threats of the apocalypse, done all the dirty work, and never once made me carry out those brutal decisions myself. Her loyalty had long since been proven through her actions. Still, this apocalypse really is something. I took a deep breath and smiled. I can sit here at home and still have thugs come knocking, practically begging to die. Sir, you don't seem worried that Lin Yu and the others might lose. They won't lose. And if they can't win, they can always come back and hunker down here. I gave the remote in my hand a little shake, a look of anticipation on my face. After all, we've got plenty of machine guns. The words were barely out of my mouth when Sister Li's shout exploded from the stairwell. Miss Jiang, Miss Jiang, Miss Lin Yu is back. Jiang Xiaozi and I went downstairs. On the first floor, Lin Yu was leading her soldiers in wiping the dust and blood off their bodies. Lin Yu, Commander. She looked up and saluted along with her men. Lin Yu reporting back. I walked over to her and lowered my voice. Ran into the enemy right at our doorstep? Yes. She straightened her back. After receiving the assignment yesterday, I put together a 10-person team and searched for signs of thugs within a 5-block radius, using the shelter as our center. On Night Market Street, we witnessed a group of thugs slaughtering survivors in broad daylight. We judged them fit for elimination and opened fire, then got the location of their hideout out of a captive. We raided them that night and fought until dawn. In the morning, we relocated the supplies. On our way back in the evening, we spotted a large group of armed men closing in on the shelter. To keep everyone safe, we struck first. She paused, her voice ringing with resolve. 20 enemies killed, the rest fled. Worried about the shelter, we didn't give chase. The women around us all had envy in their eyes. Well done. I waved my hand. Come upstairs with me. Xiaozi, you too. I glanced at the male soldiers. Liang, take some men to the rooftop and watch for enemy movement. The rest of you hold the first floor and prepare to defend against any attack. In the room, I sat down on the couch, my head bowed as I stared at my watch, not looking up. Lin Yu, tell me more about that group of enemies this evening. Did you run into anyone who could pull off strange, unnatural feats? like making some kind of odd gestures. Jiang Xiaozi noticed the way I was fixated on the watch. She didn't know what it did, but she could sense. I sensed it. I was on guard. Not against Lin Yu, but against those male soldiers downstairs. Before they died, those three women had said the raiders possessed means to control humans. No matter how strong a fighter was, they wouldn't necessarily be immune to all kinds of bizarre abilities. Strange movements. Lin Yu tilted her head, thinking back. One of them pointed at me during the fight and mumbled something. Couldn't make it out. I looked up. How do you feel? Anything wrong? No, I feel great. She shook her head. Lu Rue blew that guy's hand off with one shot, and he ran. Even if he had some kind of power, he couldn't use it. I glanced down. My watch hadn't changed color. The male soldiers weren't affected. As for Lin Yu, I wasn't worried in the slightest. Her loyalty trait was, will never betray the shelter under any circumstances. Control her? Not a chance in hell. What about the rest of the raiders? Was the fight tough? Nope. Fully equipped. Guns, compound bows. But their combat ability was garbage. She smirked. Lots of them, but all a bunch of rabble. Broke and scattered after just a few hits. Guns, bows, superior numbers, and they couldn't touch a single fighter? These guys didn't even have the grit of that Brother Lee's crew who went all out against Lin Yu back then. Strange. I turned to Jiang Xiaozi. None of the ones they fought were gifted. The gifted are probably the leaders, she pointed out. At this stage, whoever wields a talent is a strong one. And the strong lead. They rarely take the field themselves. Lin Yu just didn't run into one. I closed my eyes and thought. She didn't interrupt, just waited quietly for my order. I opened my eyes soon after. Lin Yu, are you tired? She froze, instinctively glancing at Jiang Xiaozi, only to see the woman give a subtle wave of her hand. She caught on immediately and declared loudly, Commander, not tired. I can keep fighting. Really, protecting you and the shelter is my duty. Good. Then we hit them tonight. But we're not going for total annihilation. I looked at Jiang Xiaozi. These people probably don't know yet that Lin Yu is one of us. They'll limp back to their nest thinking they're safe, never imagining we've already pinpointed their location, let alone that we'd strike back under cover of night. The moment we hit them, they'll panic. And once they panic, the initiative is ours. Jiang Xiaozi smiled and nodded. Well said, sir. Snuff out the danger in the cradle. Then that's the plan. I made the call. I'm no expert in warfare, so I won't micromanage. Lin Yu, you and Xiaozi work out the details. I have just one requirement. If you can't win, retreat fast. Anyone from a shelter has some kind of weird ability. Don't let yourself get sunk by something small. If circumstances allow, lure the enemy back here to us. I pressed the remote. The gears inside the wall to Lin Yu's right began to turn, and a pitch black. The automatic machine gun poked out. Our home can give you fire support. I winked at her. Surprise flashed in her eyes, but she asked nothing. A good soldier never pries into the commander's secrets. Yes, commander. She snapped to attention and saluted. The enemy will be annihilated. Go. I only want results. The two left. I was alone in the room. 8 o'clock at night, and the darkness had already grown thick. The street outside was dead silent, the entire complex pitch black. There was no telling whether the survivors in the other buildings were dead or simply too afraid to make a sound. The city under the night was utterly still. If it weren't for the occasional activity in the city chat channel, I might have believed I was in a ghost town. I might not be able to keep all 3 of you women, I murmured, gazing into the darkness. But at the very least, I can avenge you. On the road to the afterlife, you won't walk alone. Half an hour later, the soldiers set out again. This time, even Li Yong went along. I watched them vanish into the night. The objective, spread chaos, inflict casualties, gather intelligence carefully. With enough intel, given Jiang Xiaozi's cunning and the soldiers' skill, the next battle would wipe out the enemy completely. I really have changed, haven't I? I said, sinking back into the couch. Killing doesn't disgust me the way it used to. So this was survival of the fittest. Humans really are astonishingly adaptable creatures. The environment can reshape a person so fast you never notice when you cross the line. I gave a self-mocking laugh and started a new game. Waiting at home while the soldiers risked their lives out there was unbearable. Better to find something to do. Time slipped by. By 11:30, Jiang Xiaozi still hadn't come upstairs. She seemed to be laying down new rules for the women. I was getting drowsy from playing when a string of new notifications suddenly appeared before my eyes. Warning: your shelter's combat personnel have engaged in battle with another shelter in the field. Battle concluded. Your shelter is victorious. Your combat personnel are now occupying the hostile shelter. Occupation complete. 1 level 0 shelter destroyed. Inherited remaining survival points. 1,362 points. Item inheritance successful. Obtained random talent lottery ticket X1, talent effect buff ticket X1, personal skill ticket X1, D-grade weapon, perfect compound bow, 100 arrows daily. Huh, I froze. Lin Yu won? I sent her to stage a night raid and stir up chaos, and she wiped out an entire shelter in one go. Wait, these inherited items are off. Why are they all top tier? Who hoards this many items without using them? I puzzled over it, stunned, then suddenly understood. After losing to Lin Yu that evening, these thugs had returned to their nest. He'd pulled out his points for a big shopping spree to boost his combat power. Turns out the leader had just blown all his points on an item and hadn't even had a chance to use it before Lin Yu took him out with a headshot in the dead of night. His talent never activated, his item never triggered. He was gone before he even knew what hit him. Where does that kind of insane luck come from? I suddenly shut up. Lin Yu's pioneer trait. It just so happened to affect luck. Damn, a night raid and a surprise bonus. I checked the info again and again. No mistake. The points and items had already dropped into my reserve panel. I'd even pulled them out and laid them right in front of me. Random talent draw ticket. Special item. Summons 1 D to B rank random talent. Purchase eligibility required. Talent effect enhancement ticket. Special item. Guarantees a positive upgrade to a shelter talent. Purchase eligibility required. Personal skill ticket. Grants 1 random personal skill, players only, no higher than C rank. Perfect compound bow, D rank weapon. This sniper rifle of bows, pulley system for reduced draw weight, paired with a precision targeting system, capable of easily hunting large targets. Automatically restores 100 alloy arrows daily. Sheesh, this guy was seriously strong. With a stash like this, he was definitely one of the big shots on the leaderboard. I had no idea what that enemy I'd never even met had done to get his hands on 2 special items that required eligibility. But I knew this much: neither ticket was weak. If he'd actually used them and happened to land a powerful skill, then drew a B-rank combat talent on top of that, at that point, even I would have had to hunker down and never dare face him head-on. Should I call you lucky or unlucky? I studied the items, feeling a chill run through me. Thank God I'd given the pioneer reward to Lin Yu. Otherwise, I'd be the one out of luck tonight. I didn't rush to use them. These would have to wait for Lin Yu to get back. Especially the talent ticket. She had to be the one to open it. I wanted to ride her lucky streak for all it was worth. I waited another hour or so. Voices drifted in from outside, and the iron gate swung open. Lin Yu came back with her soldiers, worn and dusty from the road. Another big win. Hurried footsteps sounded in the stairwell, and she pushed the door open. "Commander, I'm back." She stood before me, bright and energetic, still carrying a faint scent of blood. "You're not hurt, are you?" "Nope, wipe them all out." She lifted her head, brimming with pride. They had some skill, but after one night raid, their whole organization fell apart. I gave the rifle to Lu Rue. That kid's a better sniper than me, and he cleared out the resistance right away. I did pretty well too. I think I even took out one of the leaders. I asked carefully. "That leader, right before you killed him, was he just standing there spacing out, staring at empty air? Exactly the way I usually do?" Hashtag the living puppets. "Wow. Commander, how did you know?" Her eyes went wide with amazement. "Do you have some kind of psychic vision?" "Just like you said." I crept right up to his window, and he still didn't notice me. One throw of my knife, headshot. She spread her hands and pursed her lips. Way too careless. He wasn't a match for me at all. Just as I thought. Poor guy really had rotten luck. 1 second he's blissfully burning through his points. The next his head explodes before he can even use his talent. Died without even knowing what hit him. If that happened to me, I probably wouldn't rest easy in my grave. "You're right, they're no match for you." I nodded. The regular military all shipped out to fight the apocalypse war. Everyone left behind is just an ordinary civilian. No matter how strong their talents are, they lack the combat instincts of a professional soldier. Congratulations, sir, on your brilliant foresight. The threat has been eliminated, and now you can sleep soundly, Jiang Xiaozi said with a smile beside me. Since when did you learn to kiss up? I laughed. She covered her mouth and giggled softly, offering no defense. How was the aftermath handled? This time I asked in detail instead of leaving everything to Jiang Xiaozi. As a leader, there are plenty of things I don't understand, but I have to take the initiative to learn. No enemies left alive in the villa, but there were some captives, men, women, young and old, Lin Yu said. They told me they'd been rounded up as meat puppets. That's what their leader called them. They looked so pitiful, so I made the call to let them go. Before they left, they asked my name. I was worried about exposing our operation, so I lied. What did you tell them? I said my name was Lei Feng. She scratched her head, smiling shyly. They insisted I must be with the People's Liberation Army. I told them no, I'm with the Lei Feng Army. Ha ha ha, the Lei Feng Army. Nice one. Seeing me in good spirits, she dared to continue. Also, I felt bad for them, so I let them take some food and water. We were doing a quick strike-in retreat anyway, and we couldn't carry much regardless. Better than making a second trip and having the surrounding survivors steal it all. Might as well do a good deed. When the smile faded from my face, her voice dropped too. Commander, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It's fine, you did the right thing. I waved it off. Losing the supplies stung a little, but I couldn't bring myself to scold this girl who'd performed so brilliantly. What's given is given. Consider it good karma. Commander, you're the best. She beamed. I let out a sigh. These 3 women under my command couldn't be more different. Leah was the quiet, bottled-up type. A shut-in like me, holed up doing research day and night. Jiang Xiaozi was ruthless, killing without so much as a blink. Only Lin Yu stood apart. A warrior soaked in blood every day, yet with kindness in her heart, unable to bear the suffering of the weak. From now on, I'd let Xiaozi handle the dirty work and put Lin Yu out front for the public-facing matters. The thought amused me. That basically gave me a black glove and a white glove, someone to handle anything I needed, no matter what it was. Exercising well. Come to think of it, isn't this exactly the behind-the-scenes game Jiang Xiaozi had been setting up for me? She stayed silent, just smiling faintly, standing there gracefully, her beautiful eyes never leaving me. Right, Lu Rui's a sniper. No need to give him that rifle. A sniper should know his way around a compound bow too. I pointed at the table. Give him this instead. It'll do as a sniper rifle stand-in for now. Got it. I'll take it over right away. She picked up the bow and turned to go. Hold on, do me a favor first. Yes, sir. Awaiting your orders. She spun around and snapped to attention. No need to be so formal. I laughed and waved her over. Come, sit next to me. Her pretty face flushed, but she obediently sat down. Sir, is there a new mission? Nothing so serious. Remember how you helped me use that voucher last time? I remember. Well, I've got another one today. I handed her the random talent draw voucher, brimming with anticipation. You've got good luck, you do it. The talent and skill vouchers only worked on me, so I couldn't borrow her luck for those. But a talent draw, that had to be her. Her lucky streak was mine for the taking. Okay. She nodded sweetly, waving the voucher just like last time. Use it. In an instant, a dazzling golden light exploded. The golden glow flooded the entire room like an ocean, and my eyes went wide with delight. This is no small reaction. It's definitely a top-tier talent. The golden light lasted only a few breaths before rapidly contracting, converging into a golden humanoid figure before me. It was Jiang Xiaozi's first time seeing this, and her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. The golden light dispersed completely. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat stood before me. Congratulations. Successfully recruited B-rank talent, Chun Xiuren. B-rank. Lin Yu's luck was off the charts. Hello, boss. He bowed with the utmost respect. My name is Chun Xiuren, your personal physician. His expression was cold and detached, a smile playing at the corner of his lips, yet an undisguised madness and indifference lurked deep in his eyes. Other doctors radiated warmth. He gave off a danger sharp as a blade. Lin Yu tensed up, fixing him with a hard stare. Personal physician? Jiang Xiaozi sized him up with keen interest, as if she'd caught the scent of a kindred spirit. That's right, he responded with a smile. I silently pulled up his stats. Name, Chinchuran. Age, 40. Type, doctor, scientist. Rank, B. Neural response, 266. Mental will, 268. Self-healing immunity, 288. Traits, medical genius, surgery, internal medicine, genetic research. There's nothing he isn't master of. Poison specialist. He prefers killing to curing, skilled at administering poison, uninterested in antidotes. Talents. Assassin, once a world-class killer. Left the profession after falling for a girl. Psychopath, iron-willed, but suspected of mental illness. A colleague once tried to diagnose him. He killed that colleague. Value score, 895. I sucked in a sharp breath. Psychopath, retired assassin, genius doctor. Damn, that's a lot of tags. 2 stats over 200. His specialty was obvious at a glance. You're good at killing people? I'm used. I mean the indirect kind. With certain methods. Yes, boss. He gave a slight, courteous bow. Is that my next assignment? I can offer over 300 assassination plans. He glanced up at Jiang Xiaozi and Lin Yu, then smiled. If the target's right here in this room, I could kill her right now. Huh. Lin Yu drew her gun in an instant, thumbing off the safety in a flash. The smile on Jiang Xiaozi's face faded, her eyes narrowing. We're on the same side. Everyone here is on the same side. I said quickly, a doctor who kills. Well, that fits the job description. From now on, all the medical care in the shelter is yours. Ah, so they're comrades. He crouched down by the table, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed them to the women. My apologies just now. I hope you 2 beauties won't hold it against me. Lin Yu holstered her weapon, but didn't take the tea. Neither did Jiang Xiaozi. Go on, drink up, I laughed. The new guy hasn't met everyone yet. Just a little misunderstanding. Consider the tea a peace offering. It's not a peace offering. He paused, then lowered his voice. It's the antidote. I just poisoned you. What? I froze. He set down his own cup, pulled a small spray bottle from his belt, and gave it a shake, his face the picture of innocence. Homemade nerve toxin. Paralysis, dizziness, fatal to anyone with an allergy. These 2 cups will neutralize it. Only then did it click. He'd shown up completely clean, no weapons at all. Even a D-rank recruit would walk in packing a gun. How could a B-rank show up empty-handed? Turns out what he'd brought was poison. Lin Yu, Xiaozi, drink it now. I watched them both down the tea before turning back to him. Methods like that, don't ever use them on our own people again. I didn't know before, he said, rubbing his nose, his smile carrying just the right touch of guilt. Now I do. Don't worry, boss. I won't lay a finger on them. I'll uphold my professional ethics. Of course, if you could switch up my job description, I'd work a lot harder. What job description? You've put me in charge of treatment. So you want me as the head physician? He shrugged, looking helpless. Truth is, I'm not really fond of treating patients. I much prefer research over medicine. What kind of research? Human dissection? Absolutely not. My face dropped instantly. Don't even think about touching my people. Just be a good doctor. Anyone with so much as a headache or fever is your responsibility. If you can't cure them, that's your failure. Fine, boss. He couldn't hide his disappointment. As you wish. I'm a doctor, one who saves lives and heals the sick. I could see his reluctance, but I had no intention of changing my mind. The shelter was getting more crowded by the day, and we'd need a medical system sooner or later. Besides, this guy was too much of a loose cannon. He needed to be reined in. Xiaozi, take him downstairs. Pick a room for the infirmary. I'll have Lin Yu round up some equipment later. Yes, sir. She nodded gently. Everyone get going. It's late. Get some rest. I glanced at my watch. Almost past midnight. Even though I'd stayed home all day, the shelter had been buzzing with activity. The 2 of them withdrew, and Chen Qiuren followed along obediently. 2 items were still left on the table. Looked like I'd have to use them myself. Poor bastard. He'd done all that work just to hand me the spoils. Let's try this one first, the talent effect boost voucher. I picked up the gold voucher and used it silently. It burst open, golden light wrapping around my entire body, and a new prompt appeared before my eyes. Congratulations. Your talent has been upgraded. Homebody's Haven. gained the additional reward stacking effect. Reward stacking. The more times you claim talent rewards, the higher the reward tier. The probability of high-tier rewards appearing increases significantly. A luck-based upgrade. I tilted my head, and the more I looked at it, the more pleased I got. Reward upgrades. Definitely a good thing. Sure, I wouldn't get high-tier rewards every single time, but I claimed rewards every day. As long as I kept at it, I'd hit the jackpot eventually. Now for this one. The last item, the personal skill voucher. I'd seen it in the points shop. Too expensive, so I couldn't bring myself to buy it early on. Plus, it clashed with my shelter talent. I was destined never to leave home easily, so personal skills weren't much use to me. But hey, it was free, so I might as well use it. Use. Silver light flared in my palm, seeped into my skin, and vanished. Congratulations. Acquired D-rank skill, comprehensive resistance to. Comprehensive resistance. Passive. The body gains a slight increase in resistance to disease, extreme heat, extreme cold, penetration, and more. Bones are reinforced, making fractures less likely. Huh? Only D-rank. Didn't even hit the C-rank ceiling, and it was just a passive. The description looked pretty strong, but that one word, slight, completely killed my mood. How much could slight even add? I got up and pushed the window open. A blast of scorching air rushed in, warm and heavy. Normally, this heat wave would have made me flinch, but today I felt a lot more at ease. There's an effect, but it's still hot. I shook my head. This thing wasn't worth 2,000 points. But then a question hit me. That poor bastard, why did he? Not going to spend those 2,000 points upgrading the shelter? An upgraded shelter is a total game changer. You can buy rooms, install combat modules, the whole 9 yards. I rubbed my chin and casually pulled up the ranking board. Day 7 of the apocalypse, and across the entire city, there was only one level 1 shelter, mine. Everyone else was still at level 0. Weird. It's been this long. Why hasn't anyone leveled up? With this many survivors in the city, somebody should have hit the requirements by now, right? Wait, maybe what they're missing isn't points, but talent? Or upgrade materials? I thought back to those 5 upgrade conditions. The one that had held me up was points. But for those bloodthirsty, looting savages out there, points were definitely not a problem. The real bottleneck was talent and upgrade materials. Right now, upgrade materials could only be obtained through dispatch missions. As for talent, I had a whole stockpile, almost all of it handed to me for free through talent rewards. The only exception was Jiang Xiaozi, a national-level achievement reward, and the newly acquired Chinchuran, obtained through a special gacha item. From this I could conclude one thing. Talent was extremely precious. Even that poor bastard had to meet some special condition just to qualify for a talent purchasing item. For anyone else with no channels, no amount of blood, sweat, and tears would recruit even the lowest tier talent. So why didn't he use the item to recruit people sooner? I muttered. Could it be he just qualified? Or maybe he didn't have enough points, spent the last few days frantically raiding the area to grind them, and only scraped together enough tonight. The more I thought about it, the more I felt this was the truth. If so, this guy really got the short end of the stick. Right when he was about to reap the harvest, I swooped in and took the fruit. Item gone, points gone, and the man dead too. All that work for nothing. So that means I'm way the hell out in front. My eyes went wide, my heart racing. Even if there were other survivors with recruitment channels like mine, there couldn't be many. I was the only one in the entire city to hit level 1, and I'd personally taken out the one other guy who had a shot. Everyone else couldn't possibly level up anytime soon. The apocalypse system hadn't even announced a stable method for obtaining talent. It felt like I was playing on early access while everyone else was stuck on the public beta. I got to experience all the content first, and they'd only get their turn later. An SSS tier talent really is worth its weight in gold. I grinned. At first I'd been unimpressed by it. Too late game, lukewarm rewards didn't seem to live up to the rank. But now, 1 week into the apocalypse, looking across the whole city, I was a full version ahead of everyone. You can't even upgrade your shelters, while my talent units have already broken into double digits. Nice. I rubbed the back of my neck, let out a little chuckle, and flopped backward onto the bed. Time to sleep. Nothing kills time like sleeping. Time. Just gotta hang on until noon tomorrow for the next round of rewards. Give me more talent. I slept soundly through the night. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 11:30 in the morning. The moment I sat up, I saw Jiang Xiaozi arranging dishes on the dining table. She seemed to sense my gaze and looked up, waving with a gentle smile. "You're awake, sir. Come freshen up and eat." That wifely image always gave me the illusion that I was already a married man. "Where's Chinchuran?" I got up and let her help me dress. "He's already at work, sir." "At work?" "Yes. He doesn't much like me managing him, so he set up his own rules and work schedule. I looked them over and thought they were reasonable, so I let him be. Making his own rules? Let's hear them." Intrigued, I sat down at the table. "He says he gets up at 8 every morning and works in the infirmary until 8 at night. After 8, he won't see any patients unless you personally order it. He takes 1 day off each week. He also wants access to Li Yu's research lab. My guess is he wants to make poison." I burst out laughing. It's the apocalypse and this guy's doing 9 to 5? With weekends off? He really thinks he's a proper doctor. Hospital doctors are way busier than him. They've got the ER too. Do you approve, sir? If not, I'll have him change it. It's fine. There's hardly anyone in the shelter, and people don't get sick every day. Let him be. Let him settle in more. I waved my hand. As for the research lab, what's Li Yu's stance? Li Yu won't let him in. I couldn't talk her around, and since she's been researching a new tech module lately that might be useful to the shelter, I didn't have anyone disturb her. "Well done." I nodded. "Ask Chin Shuren what equipment he needs, and have the soldiers keep an eye out when they're on missions. His main focus now is saving lives. We don't need the poisoning and killing stuff for the time being, so tell him not to rush." "Right." Exploration missions resume today. Run all 3 per day at full capacity, prioritizing upgrade materials. I now had plenty of supplies, a full stock of items, and no shortage of talent. The only thing I lacked was upgrade materials. I had to capitalize on this rare lead and push hard. Being 1 level ahead was nowhere near enough. While the others still couldn't level up, I wanted to shoot 7 or 8 levels ahead. "Yes, sir." We chatted a bit more, and after the meal, it was time for the talent reward. I had just settled onto the couch and poured myself a cup of tea when a new notification suddenly popped up in front of me. Full of anticipation, I looked up to glance at it and froze on the spot. In my daze, the full cup of hot tea in my hand spilled all over my pant leg. "Ah, damn. Hot. That burns." Sir." Jiang Xiaozi, who was still cleaning up, had sharp eyes and rushed over in a panic. "Don't move, sir, I've got it." Jiang Xiaozi moved astonishingly fast. "Cold water, dry?" A clean towel was already thrust in front of me. She stared at my injury, eyes wide, expression focused, like she was dissecting a tricky problem. Former agent, trained in first aid. No surprise there. I was just a little embarrassed. "How are you? Does it hurt?" She looked up, not a trace of shyness, only concern. "I'm fine. Just startled me. That's all." I kept my voice low, forcing myself to stay calm. "Should I call Chinchuran to take a look?" "No. I'm fine." I refused without thinking, then piled it on. "Xiaozi, I got a new reward yesterday. Boosted my heat resistance." "Really?" The skin didn't even break. She bent down to look more closely. After a moment, just as she was hesitating whether to speak, Lin Yu's voice came from outside the door. "Miss Jiang, what's the mission today?" "We've already eaten, ready to move out anytime." Before she finished, the door was already pushed open. She was my most trusted soldier. She never bothered to knock before entering my room. Luckily, the corner by the door blocked her view. She couldn't see this side. By the time she reached the couch, Jiang Xiaozi had already stood up, and my expression had returned to normal. "Commander, you're awake." Lin Yu saluted, then tilted her head. "Huh, your face looks a little flushed. Are you running a fever?" "I'll go get." "No need." Jiang Xiaozi cut her off, her tone offhand. "It's too hot in here. I'll just turn the AC down." Lin Yu bought it and turned to ask, "Miss Jiang, what am I doing today? Continuing the combat mission?" She looked eager to get going. I didn't need to ask to guess what kind of sweep it would be. The plan Jiang Xiaozi had laid out for the soldiers targeted every rioter and survivor around the shelter. Run into someone difficult, and she'd probably just slap the rioter label on them and send Lin Yu to cut them down. And someone as guileless as Lin Yu never stopped to wonder whether the target was actually good or bad. Carry out the order. That was everything. "Come with me." Jiang Xiaozi glanced at me, dipping her head slightly. "Sir, I'll go take care of business first. I'll come back later to check you over. Go ahead. Check him over? Is the commander not feeling well somewhere? Routine checkup. The commander's position is important. He needs regular exams. And I happen to know a bit of medicine. Miss Jiang, you're amazing. The two of them walked out, laughing and chatting. I slumped back onto the couch, caught my breath for a moment, then looked up into empty space. The culprit was right in front of me. Congratulations. You've triggered an advanced talent reward. S-rank personal skill. Greedy parasitism. Greedy parasitism S-rank active skill / entertainment type. Can parasitize any living organism, and the target will never detect it. Once attached, each day you randomly gain a copy of an item possessed by the target. Restriction: only one target may be parasitized at a time. The target cannot be changed until it dies. I stared at that line for a long time. When I saw the letter S, I was thrilled. By all rights, an S-rank reward should have been way out of my reach at this stage, but I'd upgraded my talent last night, and today I'd hit the jackpot straight away. The problem was, why an entertainment skill? I looked around. My shelter wasn't lacking much anymore, except for one thing: entertainment. The only thing to play with was a single computer, and I'd already beaten every offline game on it several times over. Fair enough that my talent wanted to fill my spiritual void. For a shut-in like me, you can skip meals, but you can't skip games. But this skill, how the hell was I supposed to use it? Copy one random item every day. I read the description carefully. Get lucky, snag a treasure. Get unlucky, snag some guy's sock. Gambling on luck. Now that's a thrill. The restrictions were harsh. I could only lock onto one target, and the only way to switch was to kill the previous one first. No matter how I looked at it, that restriction didn't seem to fit an S-rank skill. Wait, I narrowed my eyes. The skill didn't specify what kind of item could be copied. Item. The scope of that word was terrifyingly broad. A thought exploded in my mind. If I parasitized a powerful survivor, was there a chance I could copy their talent, their skills, their gear, even their survival points? I read it over and over, my heartbeat quickening with each pass. No restrictions. Truly none. So I can only parasitize enemies, I murmured. To switch targets, I have to kill first. It was a sadistic and extremely dangerous skill. It demanded that I treat human lives as playthings. I was perfectly calm. I'd long since adapted to the laws of the apocalypse. Killing no longer stirred a ripple in me. So then, my first target. Who to choose? Aside from humans, I had almost nothing to pick from. The skill didn't specify a species, but in this godforsaken climate, living creatures had gone extinct long ago. No stray cats or dogs, no birds, just the occasional swarm of mosquitoes drifting through the sky. And what could a swarm of mosquitoes possibly produce? Let's just give it a shot. I was bored out of my mind, and I didn't have a better test subject. Tested on one of the residents? I wasn't crazy enough to kill my own people. These girls worked hard, every one of them useful, no reason to take their lives. After mulling it over, I pushed open the window and let in some unidentified flying insect. A city with no sanitation workers had long since become unrecognizable, and the streets were crawling with things like this. Parasitize, I said, fixing my eyes on it, the word echoing silently in my mind. The next second, the world spun. I collapsed face first onto the couch, my head splitting with dizziness. When I forced myself back to consciousness, I was horrified to discover my vision. My perspective split. I was seeing through two sets of eyes at once. One showed the room as a human would see it. The other lay on the desk, staring up at my own terror-stricken face, a compound eye. This is the bug's point of view? My heart lurched. Holy shit. Now this is what I call parasitism. I can actually see what it sees. But the dizziness kept getting worse, the whole world spinning. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a book and slammed it down. Smack. The bug died. The parasitic link broke. The world settled back into place. Ridiculous, I muttered, taking a deep breath. So this skill has a hidden effect. I can borrow my host's eyes to see. I sucked in a sharp breath. If I picked the right target, what secrets could he possibly keep from me? The side effects were rough, but next to that kind of potential, they were nothing. The conclusion was obvious. I should parasitize a human, ideally the strongest one in some shelter. Having another person's perspective would help me adjust faster, and the stronger the target, the higher my odds of pulling something good. One name immediately came to mind: the little polar bear shelter. I pulled up the leaderboard. The guy was still sitting at the very top, his shelter destruction count leading by a mile. A bona fide serial killer, rank number 1. His talent was definitely no joke. If he weren't bottlenecked by a lack of talent or upgrade materials, the survival points he'd racked up should have bumped his shelter up several tiers by now. Parasitize him, and my odds of copying something valuable were bound to double. But the problem was, how would I find him? I couldn't exactly shout in the chat channel, "Hey little polar bear, where you at? Come face me." Parasitism isn't mind control. Even after being parasitized, the target keeps their free will and can fight back. What I wanted was to complete the parasitism without him knowing, to keep the situation where I stayed in the shadows and he stayed in the light. I used to hope I'd never run into him. Now, I was actually looking forward to seeing him. I headed downstairs and found Jiang Xiaozi. In the war room, she was assigning tasks to the fighters. Lin Yu and the others were already armed up, just waiting to move out. "Sir, is there something else you need?" The moment she saw me come downstairs, she knew something big was up. I rarely came down. "Xiaozi, that little polar bear shelter I mentioned, have you brought it up with everyone?" "I have. I've been stressing that during missions we should avoid direct confrontation with them and focus on gathering intelligence." She understood my talent. The longer things dragged out, the stronger I got. So the strategy she'd set for the shelter had always been defensive, building up layers of fortified street chains around our core, playing it safe, and pushing outward step by step. "That's changing now," I said in a low voice. "I need to find the leader of the little polar bears. I have a way to target him effectively over the long term." "What way?" "Parasitism. Everyone present was one of my people, loyal. Honesty pays, so there's no need for me to hide it. I've got a parasite skill. As long as I can see someone, I can complete the parasitism and get every card they're holding." I paused. Of course, it's a probability thing, not a sure bet. Jiang Xiaozi's eyes lit up. She understood exactly what this meant. If it worked, we'd be untouchable. "Sir, all you need is to see him? That's how the testing's gone so far. Can't see the target, can't parasitize." She fell into thought for a moment. I looked at her expectantly. "I know it's a tall order, but once it's done, that whole crew basically works for us." Little White Bear was a butcher known across the whole city. Just getting close to them was a huge risk. I cleared my throat, feeling like I was asking too much. "It's not that hard." But she raised an eyebrow, her voice soft. "I'll handle this entirely. I just need to confirm one more time." "Really? All you need is to see him?" "Yes." No hesitation. "Good, I know what to do." She nodded. "It'll take some time, so please be patient, sir. It's all yours." I was thoroughly satisfied. Having a clever strategist felt so good. Any problem I couldn't solve, I just asked her, and she'd take care of it flawlessly. I didn't need to be all that smart. I just had to learn to delegate, then go home, lie down, and play games, and still win. This was probably the correct way to use my talent. No wonder the rewards kept dropping talented people into my lap. I used to think that shutting myself indoors and never stepping outside was the path to invincibility. But as long as the disaster hadn't disappeared, there was no such thing as absolute safety. Real safety meant building a powerful force and keeping myself protected at its very core. A shelter built by one person, no matter how sturdy, is just a turtle shell. A shelter built by a group is what lets me taste the thrill of issuing commands and having subordinates carry them out. No wonder Jiang Xiaozi had mapped out that power behind the throne path for me from the start. Jiang Xiaozi didn't send anyone after Little White Bear right away. Instead, she had Lin Yu and the others carry out today's tasks as usual. Lin Yu was a little puzzled, but didn't ask questions. She just quietly filed it away in her mind and privately resolved that if she picked up any trace of Little White Bear, she'd do her best to gather intel. That afternoon passed without incident. Under Jiang Xiaozi's direction, the girls reinforced the defenses, using the various little gadgets Leah had built to lay out more and more traps and warning devices. In the entire shelter, only 2 men had nothing to do: me and Chinchuran. No, I still had it better than him. At least I had a new skill to study. Parasitizing non-humans felt terrible, but to get a handle on it, I spent the whole afternoon at it. Switching targets, switching species, hunting for the trick. Every experiment, all extremely brief: kill the target instantly, before it could sprout an insect wing or a gecko tail on its body. Night fell quickly. I stood at the window, gazing out. Across the ruined city, smoke billowed up from the industrial district, and I could faintly hear the roar of an explosion, another cascading disaster. Less than 3 weeks left, and this round of the heat apocalypse will be over, I murmured to myself. By then, how many people will still be alive? Just then, I caught sight of the front gate downstairs swinging open. Shinshiren walked out carrying several bulging burlap sacks. The mouths gaped open, stuffed with drinking water, food, daily supplies, and those little gadgets Leah had made. I narrowed my eyes. He'd loaded up all that stuff. Where was he headed? Shinshiren going out this late at night had to be Jiang Xiaozi's arrangement. The guy had only joined a few days ago, but his personality was 70–80% like mine. Stay home whenever possible, never step out without good reason. Hard to imagine this was a world-class assassin who specialized in poison. While I was still puzzling over it, Jiang Xiaozi pushed the door open and came in. Xiaozi, did you send Shinshiren out? I pointed out the window. It's already dark. There's something you don't know, sir. She smiled faintly. 6 blocks away, survivors have spontaneously set up a marketplace. Barter trade, day and night, never stops. No wonder the guy had walked out with a whole load of goods. He was going to do business. I knew about the offline market. The shelter platform could handle online trades, but a lot of things couldn't be listed. Table legs, cement, rebar, none of these fell under the Apocalypse System's approved categories, yet they were exactly what shelters needed most for rebuilding. Online sellers all hoarded and hedged, delivered goods that didn't match the description, and wouldn't give refunds. People who didn't want to get scammed naturally preferred face-to-face deals. At least you could see and touch what you were buying. Of course, the risk of getting robbed and killed, losing both your goods and your life, wasn't small either. Our shelter isn't short on anything, Jiang Xiaozi said, but better safe than sorry. I told him to buy extra medicine, and while he's at it, to be generous. Generous. I frowned, then suddenly understood. You want to use the trades to gather intel on the White Bear shelter? That's part of it, but not all. She nodded, then shook her head. People are on guard during offline trades. Trying to collect intelligence that way is like finding a needle in a haystack. So Shinshiren's real purpose is to show strength. She lowered her voice. Let him represent our shelter, make contact with those survivors, spread our influence. And when the timing is right, take over the market. I blurted out. You want to seize new territory. Not me. She gave a soft smile. It's for you, sir. I paced around the room, my thoughts. It was becoming clearer. We use control of the trading market to project influence. As long as our reputation is loud enough, getting close to Little Polar Bear becomes a natural next step. And since we'd be showing up as masters of the market, we're business people by nature. No matter how bloodthirsty Little Polar Bear is, he won't kill off a stable supply line. He's brutal, but not stupid. Xiaozi, this trading market, do you see it only as a shell to hide your identity? Of course not. She shook her head. You keep bringing back more companions, sir, and the pressure of providing for everyone keeps growing. A single shelter can only protect so many people. We need more territory, more say, more firepower. That's how we keep you the safest. I understood now. What she wanted was a buffer. Put the trading market out in the open, and it would draw every hostile eye away from me. The moment someone decided to make a move, the market would take the first hit, not the shelter where I was hiding. It was a single stroke that killed 2 birds, every piece interlocking with the next. Impressive, Xiaozi. I sighed in admiration. This move lets us advance to attack, or fall back to defend. She blinked, her voice gentle. Nothing I'm thinking ever gets past you, sir. Since when did you learn to flatter? I'm just telling the truth. Her smile grew brighter. Fine. With you around, I can relax and be a shut-in. I sank comfortably into the couch. She'd expand her empire. I'd stay in my den. 2 separate worlds. Sir, it's late. Time to sleep. She paused. By the way, it seems like you haven't bathed in a while. The shelter has plenty of water now. Leah finished renovating a bathroom yesterday. Yeah, these past few days of the apocalypse, I haven't washed up properly. I stood. I'll take a bath. She led me downstairs and pushed open a door. My eyes went wide. The entire room had been gutted and rebuilt. A raised platform ran a third of the way up all four walls, enclosing a room full of clear water, the drainage ports along the pool floor arranged in neat rows. Isn't this a swimming pool? It was my idea. Leah drew up the plans, and the girls built it with their own hands. She said softly, "It's a surprise they prepared for you, sir. You gave them shelter. They wanted to make your life a little more comfortable. An indoor swimming pool. I love it." I nodded, satisfied. If we already had a pool, could anything else be far behind? "Sir, will you bathe now?" "Yeah." "You head out." "Hey, why are you taking off your clothes?" "I have to stay by your side." "What if you drown?" "Fair point. But why are you wearing a swimsuit underneath? You planned this." "Better safe than sorry." She lowered her eyes with a faint smile. "If you don't like this color, sir, I'll take it right off." Jiang Xiaozi was far too direct. She didn't care at all what I did to her. The result of that night was unsurprising. I took a nice, long bath. As for the process, well, it wasn't exactly a romantic bath for two. At least nothing really happened. There was some handsy business, sure, except I wasn't the one doing the touching. I slept like a baby until the next morning, when I was jolted awake by Chun Churin complaining outside my door. "No way. I need to talk to the boss. A raise, I demand a raise." I pulled an all-nighter, and you're still shoving me off to the infirmary? I get it. The more capable you are, the more work you get. But this is ridiculous. Nobody around here is even sick. What am I supposed to do? Just sit there like an idiot. And some girl came by specifically to hit on me. I'm a doctor. Since when do patients get to flirt with me? Jiang Xiaozi's voice was calm and unhurried. "Keep it down. If you wake the master, I won't let it slide." "So I'm getting worked to the bone and I can't complain? I'm 40 years old, 1 foot in the grave, and you're still riding me this hard." "Chen Qiren." I raised my voice. "Get in here." "Coming, boss." His reply was suddenly cheerful and eager. He pushed the door open, bowing respectfully. "Good morning, boss." I pointed at the teacup. He hurried over, poured a cup, and handed it to me. "You didn't poison this, did you?" I took a sip and asked out of nowhere. He froze. "Boss, I would never dare." Hard to say. My face was blank. "You just got back and you're already yelling at Xiaozi. First day we met, you were ready to poison Lin Yu right in front of me. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do?" He lowered his head, embarrassed. "Xiaozi oversees everything in this shelter. Whatever she tells you to do comes from me." I set down my cup and looked him over. "From what I heard out there just now, did you run into a new boss last night? Don't want to work for me anymore." "Boss, that's not it," he explained quickly. "It's just, Miss Jiang gave me way too many tasks. I can't handle them all on my own. So you want me to give you a raise?" I nodded. "But there's no such thing as a salary here. In that case, should I just fire you?" "Don't do that, boss." He scratched his head, his smile growing even more awkward. "I know I was wrong. It won't happen again." I got up to wash up, and he followed silently behind me. Once I finished, I looked at his reflection in the mirror. "Out with it. What did you really come to see me about? It can't just be to complain about Xiaozi." He glanced at Jiang Xiaozi by the door and lowered his voice. "I went out last night." "I know. Go on." "And then, I killed some people." My chopsticks stopped midair. I looked up at his guilty expression. "First things first, how many did you kill?" 127. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. "What did you say?" "Say that again." 127. "Poison. Small-scale neurotoxin aerosol." He kept his head down, not daring to look at me. I pressed a hand to my forehead. What kind of talent had I summoned? "I sent you on a mission. Why the hell did you kill that many people?" "They wanted what I was carrying, and Miss Jiang did say I should show a bit of our strength." I took a deep breath. "That trademark it. How many people total?" 268. It's the biggest one around. Other places have 40 or 50 at most. 268. And you killed 127. That's half of them. I fought to stay calm, keeping my tone sincere. "And you call that a deterrent? That's a massacre." "It's not that I felt sorry for the dead. It's that the whole plan was going down the drain. If everyone's dead, what's there to take over? Who am I supposed to trade with?" "Boss, about taking over the territory." He laughed awkwardly. "Kill the people, keep the land. At least the territory's still there." "Kill the people, keep the land. Brilliant. You really are something." "Thank you for the praise, boss." "Damn, does this guy think I'm actually complimenting him?" "Forget it. What's done is done." Surprisingly, I didn't blow up. You're not angry, boss. I am, but yelling at you won't help now. I shook my head. They're all dead, killed for nothing. You didn't destroy the shelter, didn't take over their supplies, and you sparked a panic. Who's going to dare trade there now? I sighed. Looks like we'll have to find another market. But we're short on people. Lin Yu and the others still have to grind materials every day. Be more careful next time. With the way you kill, who's going to want to do business with us? The whole point of taking territory is to get people trading under our protection so they gather around and become an outside power for us. But no, you just went and killed half of them. To my surprise, Chen Qiren looked up, his face full of confusion. Boss, I completed the mission objectives. What exactly did you complete? Expand our influence, take control of the trade market, make the survivors dependent on us. He paused. Those few who survived actually grabbed my hand and cried before they left. Said they'd definitely come back tomorrow night and insisted I be there. Wait, they cried and begged you to come back tomorrow night. Yes, boss. Is there something you didn't tell me? Is there? He tilted his head, then it dawned on him. Oh, I forgot to mention. The ones I killed were from the Celestials gang. They came to take over the territory too, got there 2 days before me. They thought I was just an ordinary trader and told me to hand over half my goods as a stall fee. I figured that was a ripoff, so I killed them all. He smiled. As for the other traders, I handed out the antidote. None of them died. It was just those competitors who got. I wiped them all out. Realization hit me. So this market had already been targeted by someone. Those poor bastards just happened to cross paths with Chen Qiren. He'd driven out the competition and provided protection, which had actually won him the trader's loyalty. So, does that mean we've already taken over this market? That's right, boss. Mission accomplished. He grinned happily, without a trace of guilt. This guy, he'd been playing dumb the whole time. Damn it, I exploded. Why didn't you say so earlier? He put on an innocent face, a smile tugging at his lips. Well, you never asked. That smile was pure satisfaction at pulling off a successful prank. Right. Almost forgot. This dude was a psychopath. I glanced out the door. Jiang Xiaozi looked stunned too. Clearly Chen Qiren had kept even her in the dark, deliberately telling half the story just for his own amusement. Don't let it happen again, I said, keeping a straight face. You're good at getting things done, but pulling stunts like this can lead to serious misunderstandings. But hey, the misunderstanding didn't fully land, did it? He winked. Chen Qiren, straighten up your attitude. Yes, boss, he answered loudly, though I had no idea whether any of it actually sank in. Go back tomorrow. Keep an eye on the place for a few nights first. I tapped the desk. You killed that whole crew, so there's probably going to be more trouble. Watch things for a few nights. Once we get some new recruits, I'll assign you some backup. Next time you report in, no more half-truths. If you need anything, tell me now. We'd just taken this territory, and I didn't want to lose it. Seizing it was one thing. Holding it was another matter entirely. I do have a request. He didn't hold back. Boss, the poison I brought is almost gone, and Li Ya's out of raw materials too. If more people come to muscle in, I can't handle them all on my own. He was being sincere. He was a killer, not a superhero. Xiaozi. I looked toward the door. She gave Chen Qiren a long, hard look, then nodded. Sir, I'll assign a few fighters to go with him. Make it airtight. Yes, sir. Chen Qiren, go get some rest. You don't need to stay in the infirmary these next few days. Boss, really? Of course. I spread my hands. I wouldn't want Dr. Chen thinking I'm some capitalist who works you to the bone every single day. You really are a good boss. His admiration seemed genuine. I'll head out then. Oh, right. This is a gift for you. Hope you like it. Before leaving, he set a small white box on the desk. No label. What's this? Medicine. His voice trailed off from beyond the doorway. Medicine to keep Miss Jiang satisfied. Medicine to keep her satisfied? Damn. Turns out it was Viagra. Sir, I'm going to go find Lin Yu. Jiang Xiaozi lowered her head, not daring to meet my eyes. Eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. They're back. Tonight, I want to pull some people together to keep an eye on Chen Qiren. Go ahead. I nodded, then suddenly noticed the pill box in my hand and called out to her retreating figure. Xiaozi, what should we do about this medicine? Her shoulders trembled slightly, but she didn't turn around. Whatever you decide, sir. With that, she walked off briskly. My call, huh? I ran my fingers over the pill box and smiled. Was that a hint? I'd deal with it tonight. Once Jiang Xiaozi left, I slipped right back into my happy shut-in routine. The entire morning vanished into gaming. Truth be told, I'd been itching to test out my talent skill, to find some unlucky survivor to practice on. Too bad the nearby survivors had all been wiped out by Lin Yu and the others. You could barely find a living soul in the whole complex. And since I couldn't exactly head out myself, I had to let it go. The timer on my watch went off. Noon already. I stretched. What would the reward be today? The shelter was secure now. We had enough talent. We even had entertainment. What else was there to want? Expansion. Something clicked in my mind. The talent rewards never targeted just me. They covered the entire shelter. Right now, we were in the crucial phase of expanding outward, so the reward was probably tied to that. An hour later, the prompt appeared. Congratulations. Talent reward triggered. You have obtained grade C skill. Eye of Longing. Eye of Longing, active skill. Upon use, grants the perspective of any resident within the shelter. Duration depends on the user's stamina. At an additional heavy stamina cost, sound can be transmitted to the current perspective holder. Note: any being residing in the shelter for over 72 hours is considered a resident. I froze for a second. A sky eye? Was my talent tired of me being cooped up at home all day, so it gave me streaming access? My first thought was to see things through Lin Yu and the others' eyes as they explored outside. Even a chaotic apocalypse beat this unchanging bedroom. Of course, in theory I could watch anyone in the shelter, even the girls in the shower. I shook my head. I didn't have that kind of perverted interest. But then, a jolt suddenly ran through me. This skill was practically custom-made for yesterday's parasite skill. The parasite ability was powerful, and its only fatal flaw was my talent. My talent forced me to stay trapped at home every day, cut off from outsiders. And the core talents around me weren't suitable targets. Without a target, the parasite skill was useless. But now, with the Eye of Longing, I didn't need to go outside at all. Borrowing Lin Yu and the others' eyes, I could scout for prey. Good stuff. I shut off the computer, unable to wait. The talent rewards never gave out garbage. If it gave me this, it definitely had a use. I headed downstairs to find Jiang Xiaozi and get the details on today's plans. The girl. We kept reinforcing the shelter. Leah was holed up in her room, tinkering with her research and new gadgets, while Chen Xiuren was out cold, snoring away. The remaining 8 fighters split into groups of 3 to scout, patrol, and sweep the area. You never used to care about any of this. Why so many questions today? Jiang Xiaozi asked, curious. I got my hands on something fun. I flashed a mysterious smile and turned to hurry upstairs. Sinking into the couch, I silently recited, Eye of Longing. Target, Lin Yu. A strange light flared before my eyes. In an instant, the world spun and went dark. I was blind. A few breaths later, my vision returned. But I wasn't looking at my bedroom anymore. Instead, a constantly swaying image, rundown neighborhood streets, cracked and buckled pavement, withered greenery. This was Lin Yu's point of view. She gripped her gun, scanning her surroundings warily as she led her team forward in fits and starts. 2 people flanked her, the sniper, Lu Rue, and the comms specialist, Li Yang. It was so real. It felt like I was wearing a VR headset, playing some hyper-realistic exploration game. I checked my stamina, draining, but slowly. In an experimental mood, I called out to her in my mind. Lin Yu? Lin Yu. Lin Yu's footsteps came to a dead stop. Her eyes went cold, her whole body tensed, and her muzzle swung around, tracking her gaze. Both fighters reacted instantly. Lu Rue vaulted over some exercise equipment and vanished into the bushes. Li Yang pressed against Lin Yu's back, the 2 of them standing back to back, covering every angle. Captain, what is it? Li Yang whispered. Hostiles. I heard the commander's voice. Lin Yu narrowed her eyes. It's not in my head. It's real. The commander's at base, and he doesn't have a radio. How could his voice reach us out here? Her tone turned even colder. The commander told us. A lot of survivors have special abilities. Someone's impersonating the commander, testing me. I froze. So it turned out I couldn't just see through Lin Yu's eyes. I could hear everything around her too. But this girl was way too guarded. She flat out didn't believe it, and had written me off as some enemy's power. Lin Yu, it's really me. I've unlocked a new ability. I can share your point of view. I pushed my voice louder, feeling my stamina drain, but I could still hold on. I knew it, they've marked me. The hairs on Lin Yu's arms stood on end, ready to fire at any second. The tone is exactly like the commander's. Liang, don't trust any voice you hear. The survivors in this city, there's no telling what powers they've got. I've seen immortality with my own eyes. She kept turning in circles, her gaze razor sharp. So guarded. I sighed inwardly. But this was a good thing. People out scouting should err on the side of paranoia, never overconfidence. Lin Yu, it really is me. Seeing that she absolutely refused to speak, I took a deep breath and played my trump card. That time you got hurt, I was the one who took care of you. On your inner thigh, you've got 2 moles. And there's no hair. Commander. Lin Yu's whole body jolted, and the words burst out of her. It really is you, Commander. That's secret. Only Liya and I knew it in the entire shelter. She'd only been injured that one time, and we were the only 2 who'd ever seen her body. Believe me now? I chuckled. This is my new ability. I can share your point of view. But don't talk too much, it drains your energy. I'm planning to use your eyes to find a suitable host to possess. Her beautiful eyes were filled with wonder and disbelief, but gradually she came to accept it. As long as it was really the commander, that was all that mattered. Still, a trace of wariness lingered deep down. She nodded softly. Understood, Commander. Observe first, confirm in person once we're back. Is it really the commander? Liang asked. Lin Yu shook her head, then nodded. Complete the mission first. We'll talk when we get back. Stand down. Yes, ma'am. Lu Rue started to emerge from the bushes, but she raised a hand to stop him. Stay with us. Keep hidden. Today's mission is to thoroughly search the entire complex we're in. There are lots of buildings here, plenty of cover. You're more useful staying concealed. That last part was half meant for me. If I weren't truly the commander, learning there was a hidden sniper on the team would naturally raise my suspicions. She was testing me. I said nothing, just watch quietly. Lin Yu turned toward the building on the left. We're staying in Building 6. There are 12 buildings in the complex. We start with Building 1 and work our way through. We finish before dark. Remember Miss Zhang's orders. Expand our influence as much as possible and secure the surrounding area. We're cleared to fire freely, but unless they're truly hostile, don't be quick to hurt anyone. Compared to the other 10 fighters, she carried a bit more compassion. If she ran into the old, the weak, the sick, or the disabled, she might not be able to pull the trigger even if they showed hostility. That was exactly what Jiang Xiaozi had counted on when she sent Lin Yu to sweep the whole complex, using her nature to send a signal of goodwill to any survivors who might be hiding. Of course, if Lin Yu's soft heart caused problems, Jiang Xiaozi would have the perfect excuse to send someone else to clear the area and to put Lin Yu in her place afterward. Courtesy first, force second. The complex was old, but it covered a large area with wide spaces between the buildings. Lin Yu made no attempt at concealment. She walked straight to the ground floor and knocked door to door. She rapped lightly on a door with the insulated stock of her rifle and called out, "Anyone inside? We're survivors from this complex. We mean no harm. We just want to gather everyone together to survive the apocalypse as one." Not far behind her, Liang stood guard with his weapon, covering her. "I know you're all being careful. Anyone willing to make contact, please come to Building 6, the one with the wall around it. We're soldiers. We promise to provide protection, food, and water, and to help restore order to the complex." The ground floor gave no response. She turned and continued upstairs. "Lin, should we try breaking down the door?" "No need." She shook her head. Miss Jiang said not to leave a bad impression on the survivors. It's bad for the shelter's reputation. Just identify ourselves as military. The choice is up to whoever's inside. It was a measured strategy, gentle at first, and later, well, knowing that woman, it would turn bloody. Lin Yu hoped to gather as many people as possible during the gentle phase. Better not to provoke that woman. She planned to clear the entire complex within 2 days. Once that deadline passed, she'd raise the butcher's knife. Thankfully, the worry didn't last long. Up on the second floor, she had barely knocked on a door when a panicked voice came from inside. Are you really soldiers?" "Yes." "Liars. All the soldiers got drafted into the Doomsday War instance. There's no regular army left anywhere in the country. We're not the PLA, but we won't hurt you. Lin Yu's tone was sincere. If you need rescue, open the door. If not, we'll leave. Creak. The old wooden door slowly opened, revealing a crack behind the security gate. A disheveled woman peered out suspiciously. Lin Yu's expression was solemn as she stood ramrod straight, rifle in hand. Military camouflage, sidearm at the ready, the very image of a soldier that everyone in this land knew by heart. Righteous and imposing, with unwavering eyes that made you want to trust her without even meaning to. Really a soldier? And a woman soldier? A teenage boy's voice came from inside. Mom, this is a rescue. Help is really here. No, it's too dangerous. We don't know who she is. She's got a gun. If she really wanted to kill us, she'd have busted in already. We've got half a bucket of instant noodles left. What's there to rob? All we've got is our worthless lives. Maybe the Doomsday War doesn't take women soldiers? As long as she's really military, we're saved. After a brief argument, the woman pulled open the security gate, using her body to shield the 3 boys behind her, all minors who looked like middle schoolers. I'd seen it in the chat channel long ago, at the start of the apocalypse. Minors who couldn't protect themselves and elderly who couldn't care for themselves weren't assigned separate shelters. Instead, they stayed with their immediate family. Lin Yu nodded at the woman. Hello, I'm here to rescue you. You really are a soldier. The woman's eyes filled with wonder, and she finally opened the door completely. In this land, a person with a gun wasn't necessarily a villain. But if they wore a uniform, more often than not, they were the people's savior. I may not trust my own family, but I will always trust a soldier. That kind of trust is one of a kind, found nowhere else in the world. The security gate slowly opened as the woman warily sized up the 2 people outside. Lin Yu kept her muzzle pointed down, her voice calm. #translation. Is this everyone in the house? Grab whatever you need to pack. I can take you to Building 6. That's our gathering point. We provide protection for survivors who can't defend themselves. Whether you come or not is up to you. But I need to register your basic information. You are here to rescue us? The woman's eyes went wide as she pressed urgently. How many of you came? Has the main force entered the city? When are we going to be liberated? There's no main force. Lin Yu shook her head. We can only try to keep the survivors in this compound alive. The woman's face fell instantly. The army she'd been hoping for hadn't come. Just one woman who might be a soldier and one male soldier. Then, what if we don't go with you? The boy behind her spoke up timidly, but his tone was blunt. You're not the PLA. I don't trust you. Sorry, Liang cut in, his voice low. This compound is now under martial law. All survivors are to be concentrated in Building 6 for unified management. Those are the commander's orders. We offer protection, but we can't allow any destabilizing factors to compromise that safety. Lin Yu stayed silent. She knew Liang thought she was too soft, that it slowed things down. Are you coming with us or not? Liang asked again. The woman gritted her teeth and nodded. You're all soldiers. What's the difference? I'll come. There's no food left here anyway. At your place, do you feed people? We do, but nobody eats for free, Liang nodded. Distribution based on work. It's the end of the world. Supplies are limited. Don't worry, we won't make you do anything dangerous. Cleaning, reinforcing the walls, that's about it. Understood, understood. The woman nodded repeatedly. The country's in crisis. It's not easy for you either. We'll do as you say. Liang was about to speak. Click. A wooden door beside them suddenly swung open. Liang spun around instantly, weapon raised and aimed. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. A shirtless fat man scrambled out from behind the door, hands thrown up high, hollering at the top of his lungs. Comrade, I'm a disaster victim too. I'll come with you. Please don't leave me behind. Liang frowned. Have you been eavesdropping this whole time? What do you mean, eavesdropping? The fat man rolled his eyes, indignant. Aren't you here to rescue me? I call this proactive cooperation. Saves you the trouble, doesn't it? Win-win. Liang was momentarily at a loss for words. He actually had a point. Captain Lin, let's keep going. Lin Yu nodded and turned to lead the team onward. 3 hours of searching yielded a stunning haul. Building 1 alone turned up 25 people, with more than half the doors already open. These people were all in bad shape, short on supplies, only days from running out. I stood at the window and canceled the skill/technique. Yes, looking down at the floors below. When Lin Yu brought back the first group, Sister Lee was already waiting by the city wall with her people. Her eyes lit up, and she called out to the crowd. Come on, line up. Everyone needs to register. Family situation, members, occupation, age, nothing left out. And your shelter talent too. No hiding it. Anyone caught concealing on purpose gets kicked out. Plain and simple. A sudden stir rippled through the crowd. Isn't that Sister Lee? It really is old Lee. I told you it had to be the army. Lee's from the neighborhood committee. Of course she'd be handling things here. Lee, why didn't you say something sooner? I've been starving at home for days. Plenty of people recognized Sister Lee, and they crowded around to greet her warmly. She seemed like a different person now, beaming, directing everyone left and right, as if she'd recovered the glory days of weaving through the neighborhood. I saw right through it. Jiang Xiaozi's move was spot on. Using Lin Yu's military identity to lead people in, then using Sister Lee's familiar old face to calm them down. Almost without a single drop of blood spilled, they'd broken through more than half the shelters in the complex. Gathering the survivors together served two purposes. It cleared the hidden dangers around the shelter, and it grew our numbers. In troubled times, numbers mean power. We're all neighbors here, so Old Lee, won't waste time on pleasantries, Sister Lee said with a smile. Then her tone shifted. But let me get the ugly part out of the way first. I say something, you do it. Anyone who disrupts the order, I won't wait for the commander to speak up. I'll be the first one to come down on you. Now line up nicely, no arguing. Lin Yu had already slipped away with her squad, heading for the next building. In a single afternoon, she swept through 10 whole buildings and brought back over 300 survivors. Through my skill, I could see everything from Lin Yu's point of view, clear as day. The vast majority were incredibly cooperative. All she had to do was knock and stand in the doorway. With that uniform and that air of righteousness, there was almost no resistance at all. And what really shook me was my watch. All afternoon, I kept checking it. It stayed blue the whole time. Blue meant that these 300-plus people harbored no ill will toward my shelter at all. Only trust and dependence. Unbelievable, yet it made perfect sense. Then I remembered. If I'd run into an army rolling into the city on day one of the apocalypse, I probably would have followed them without a moment's hesitation, too. In a moment like that, even a second of hesitation would feel like an insult to our own soldiers. This is way too easy, I muttered as night fell. The whole complex, just taken over like that. Suddenly, a weight settled onto my shoulders. These people's unconditional trust all came from those 3 words. Our soldiers. But Lin Yu and the others weren't soldiers of this world at all. It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding Jiang Xiaozi had deliberately engineered. I took a deep breath. Whatever. What I'm doing is basically no different from a rescue operation. If they misunderstand, so be it. It's not like I'm shortchanging them. Lin Yu's on the last building, heading back soon. The whole complex is almost cleared. Next step. Before the thought could finish, a burst of rapid gunfire exploded deep within the compound. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Bang. Bang bang bang. Rifles and pistols, thundering back and forth, terrifyingly intense. I shot to my feet and looked out the window. Through the darkness, muzzle flashes flickered in one of the buildings. That was Lin Yu's squad's direction. They'd run into trouble. Someone's shooting. Oh my God, is a war breaking out? Let me in. Oldly, let me hide somewhere. The survivors lined up outside the wall instantly erupted, the crowd surging toward the gate. Calm down. Everyone quiet. Sister Lee stepped forward, her voice booming. The soldiers ran into something out there. It's got nothing to do with us. The higher-ups will handle it. Trust the military. Trust our armed forces. The more critical the moment, the more orderly we need to be. Don't cause trouble for the organization. A few words, plus her and the girls firmly blocking the entrance, and the crowd was actually brought under control. Everyone swallowed their unease, lining up in silence through the darkness, and the registration actually sped up quite a bit. I glanced downstairs. At some point, Chen Xiuren had woken up and was now leaning against the wall, toying with a small knife. Probably one Jiang Xiaozi had tossed down for Sister Lee to use as muscle. But most of the people willing to register were honest, law-abiding residents, docile and obedient, incapable of stirring up any real waves. The ones who aren't so honest are probably the ones trading fire with Lin Yu right now. I sat back down on the couch, activated my ability, and linked into Lin Yu's point of view. Pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Only heard Lin Yu's steady breathing and the occasional soft click as her muzzle rose. She was tucked into a dead corner of the stairwell, forming a pincer attack with Li Yang below. The target, Building 7, 5th floor, one particular unit. In the dimness, the outline of that door was wrong. Not wood. A modified shelter, and they've got guns, I analyzed silently, not making a sound to disturb her. I trusted her. This scene posed no real threat to the Lin Yu of today. A rifle with infinite ammo, a leveled-up talent rank, and 2 battle-hardened teammates. From the gunfire, the other side only had 3 or 4 pistols. No long guns, no grenades. More than one survivor, I judged. The elderly and children can't put out that kind of firepower. This household is hiding people from another shelter. Banded together? Or captives they took prisoner? The former seemed more likely. I'd seen this kind of recruiting on the City Channel. Those with weak talents and short on supplies would rather give up their own shelter than wait to die. A safe haven, huddling together to survive. Downstairs, Li Yang barked coldly. You people inside, drop your weapons and surrender. That's your only way out. Cooperate, and you might get leniency. Otherwise, we shoot to kill. The answer came as a spray of bullets and a wild burst of laughter. Big talk, huh? You really think you're the people's army? Don't act like I don't know. The real soldiers got hauled off by the aliens ages ago. You're no different from me. You just got guns. Think you're hot stuff, cause you're wearing a uniform. I saw the little stunt you pulled today. That bastard in Building 6 wants to sweep the whole district and crown himself king, right? Well, I ain't buying it. If he's got the balls, let him come ask me himself. Otherwise, anybody who steps through this door today, I'll put him down. Something clicked in my mind. This guy had real talent. At this rate, barring surprises, he'd be a second brotherly, easily capable of ruling an entire building. Or rather, he'd already taken this unit. He was just half a beat too slow, never expecting me to strike first. I could hear the defiance in him. Ask a man with a gun in his hand to bow down and play second fiddle? Who'd stomach that? Last warning. Li Yang snapped. Surrender now, or we kill every last one of you. Scared of your balls? Come in if you dare. The guy inside was arrogant to the extreme. You've got 2 men and 2 guns. I've got 7 men and 4 guns. You want to talk about who's boss? That bastard from Building 6 can come kowtow to me first. You dare charge in here tonight, and I'll be the one kowtowing to you. Damn it, too cocky. Li Yang's brow furrowed. He had the urge to breach the door and the ability to do it. He and Lin Yu were both veterans, and Lu Rue was outside with his compound bow drawn. Don't act rashly. Lin Yu's voice drifted up from downstairs, calm. Lu Rue hasn't fired. That's the signal. With his skill, he should have had a shot lined up long ago. But he hasn't moved, which means there's something off behind that door. He doesn't dare let us storm it. In the darkness, Lin Yu worked through it in a low voice. Without any comms, she could only rely on their prearranged tactics to imagine what Lu Rue was seeing right now. She recalled my warning. The survivors of this world all had strange, unpredictable abilities. One moment of carelessness, and you'd capsize in a ditch. So we just wait around? Li Yang gritted his teeth. Lin Yu rapped on the wall, the rhythm crisp and deliberate. The signal, wait for backup. That dense burst of gunfire earlier had been intentional. She'd taken off the suppressor on purpose, wanting to alert the safe haven not far off. She trusted Zhang Xiaozi's mind to come up with a better strategy. I could feel how she was caught in a bind, too. The other side had laid its cards on the table. They were holding some kind of trump card. She didn't dare force the assault and couldn't take them for the moment. On top of that, she had to guard against ambushes bursting out from behind the shut doors upstairs and down. 3 people, enough to hold the line, not enough to break through. We need to send reinforcements. I made my decision on the spot. Broke off. I rose to my feet, ready to head downstairs. Zhang Xiaozi was already standing in the doorway. Xiaozi, perfect timing. I said gravely, send someone to back up Lin Yu. She's run into hostiles. My read is they're survivors with special abilities. Sir, that's exactly what I came to report. She lowered her head, her voice gentle. The other fighters haven't regrouped yet, so I sent Qin Churen over. Him. I frowned. He's got nothing but a gun. That's not reliable. Why didn't you send him to hurry the others back instead? Chen Xiuren said he could handle it. How? He's a poisoner. He's out of poison. What's he going to kill them with? Sir, he said he still has a little poison left. Just a little, exactly enough for backup. Jiang Xiaozi spread her hands helplessly, looking a bit surprised herself. His own words. Said he had a bit of nerve toxin left, just enough to get the job done. Just enough. I froze, then blurted out. That lunatic. Did he lie to me again? This afternoon he said he was all out, and now at night it magically reappears. I don't buy it. There's no way it's that convenient. Can't you get a single true word out of that mouth? Sir. Jiang Xiaozi hesitated, then spoke with a wry smile. He asked me to pass along a message. He said, if the boss calls me a liar, tell the boss I really didn't lie to him this time. I, Chen Xiuren, am an honest, trustworthy, top 10 employee of the year. And also, this operation counts as unscheduled overtime. She kept her head down. Those were all his exact words. Top 10 employee of the year. I rolled my eyes. I'll let that one slide. But honest and trustworthy? You couldn't pay me to believe that. That lunatic never does anything by the book. I leaned back into the couch and tapped into Lin Yu's point of view. Everything sank back into the darkness of the stairwell. The standoff was still going. Lin Yu wasn't storming in, and the people inside didn't dare come out. All they did was shout, dead certain that as long as they stayed holed up in the room, they were untouchable. The stalemate dragged on for over half an hour. Then, suddenly, chaos erupted inside. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Holy shit, he's bleeding from every orifice. Boss, your nose, thud. Where's this smoke coming from? Screams overlapped one after another, followed by the dull thuds of bodies hitting the floor. Crisp footsteps sounded from the street below, and then came Chen Xiuren's lazy drawl. Captain Lin, no need to crouch anymore. Everyone in there's dead. Lin Yu swept her tactical flashlight downward, revealing Chen Xiuren leaning against the wall, happily puffing on a cigarette. Boss sent me for backup. Job's done, so I'm heading out. He waved a hand, stretched, and turned to leave. Overtime's over. Time to go home and sleep. Damn, it's night already. And I've got the night shift too. What a pain. He grumbled as he walked off, as if he'd only come by to deliver a message. At Lin Yu's signal, the two of them broke down the door and rushed in. Their flashlights swept across the room, bodies everywhere. Purple faces, blood streaming from their eyes, noses, and mouths. Poisoned. A haze of white smoke still lingered in the air. Lin Yu covered her mouth and nose, searching quickly. On the floor lay a custom-made arrow, a shattered vial beside its tip. He had Lu Rue shoot the poison in and wipe them all out at once, she murmured. The cramped room had amplified Chen Xiuren's poison to its deadliest effect. Captain Lin, there's a robot over here. Li Yong crouched among the corpses and dragged out an intact male robot. It had the build of a grown man, and from the outside it looked human enough, except its skin gleamed with a metallic sheen and several pairs of electronic eyes ran across its head. Weapon components were embedded everywhere, in its arms, knees, and shoulders, pitch-black cannon barrels, cold-glinting gun muzzles. A killing machine, plain and simple. So this was their trump card? Lin Yu rapped a knuckle against its torso. A deep, dull thud answered. That kind of armor, no ordinary bullet would ever punch through it. She couldn't make sense of it. With something like this, why hadn't they sent it out to clear the room? But I could see it clearly. Through her eyes, information floated above the robot's head. Home sweet home, Model D66, 12 Guardian Robot, Shelter Talent Item. Grows as the shelter levels up. With each upgrade, it can switch between 3 forms: Guardian, Support, and Research. Loyal and powerful, the shelter's finest helper. However, it cannot leave the shelter's boundaries. A robot made from a talent. I clicked my tongue. That's absolutely insane. No wonder that crowd had felt so untouchable. If Lin Yu had really tried to storm in head-on, she'd have been turned into a sieve. But it had cannon barrels, so why not fire out the door? Either its attack range was locked inside the shelter too, or that Thug had been afraid a single shot would bring the whole old building down. Judging by the stats alone, this thing was a defense monster off the charts. With it guarding home, unless a disaster like an earthquake destroyed the shelter outright, no ordinary human threat could get anywhere close. Except, of course, for chinsurance poison. And it can grow, too. What a powerful talent. I sighed, feeling a twinge of envy. If my place had one of these, how sweet would that be? With the threat eliminated, Linyu followed protocol, cataloging supplies and checking every corner where someone might be hiding. Jiang Xiaozi had drilled it into them again and again. Once the fighting starts, leave no one alive. In the apocalypse, tearing out the roots was an ironclad rule. And it was that very delay. Their time in this shelter had just barely passed the 30-minute mark. Before their eyes, a new prompt lit up. Your talent, Linyu, has destroyed a level 0 shelter. Survival points inherited, 263. Point. Item inheritance check. Success. Acquired robot maintenance facility and manual, command marker emblem, and home sweet home. Model D6612 Guardian Robot. Huh. My eyes went wide. Damn. I inherited this robot. Wait, wasn't it a talent item? Talents. Aren't those supposed to be non-inheritable? I immediately exited the view and pulled up my storage panel. There it was. Retrieve. The robot appeared before me on command, transported straight from the dead man's room into my living room. It lay there motionless, as if it had never been activated, the info above its head perfectly still. It got treated as a shelter item, so it came along with the rest. I couldn't wake it up, so I set it aside for now and turned to the other two inherited items. Robot maintenance facility and manual. A thick stack of pages laying out its origin, usage, and upgrade paths. I skimmed through it, and I couldn't keep the grin off my face. A pleasant surprise. I can actually use this thing? Flipping through the manual, I got a clear picture of the original owner's talent. That talent could create a powerful robot loyal to the shelter, with 3 forms that could be switched at will. If the robot was ever destroyed or lost, it could be rebuilt after 24 hours, but you could only have one at a time. The key was this clause. The robot created by the talent was classified as a shelter item. It didn't belong to the talent itself, which meant it could be inherited by someone else. If that were all, though, whoever received it would just get a dead shell that couldn't be activated. But it had a master recognition system, paired with the command marker emblem. It was a small, round emblem that could set the robot's command sequences. The original owner was the first sequence, unchangeable forever, the highest priority of loyalty. Beyond that, second and third sequence users could also be designated. The manual made it clear. This emblem existed so that a master could delegate control when unable to operate the robot personally. Achieving round-the-clock operation, the master's away, but the machine still works. And now, the original owner was dead, which means I'm its only master now. I gripped the little emblem, my heartbeat quickening a notch. The second sequence wasn't as ironclad as the first, but this was free. If I could use it, it was pure profit. Add second sequence. Register my biological signal. Following the instructions, I pressed the emblem against its chest. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic eyes suddenly flared with blood-red light. A wave of light rippled from its chest and coursed through its internal systems, spreading across its entire body. New command sequence detected. Information verified. Querying first sequence. Approve addition of new sequence. First seq. Row unresponsive, presumed dead. Initiating command iteration. Scanning second sequence. No response. Third sequence. No response. No sequence response detected. Recognizing command insignia as highest priority credential. Authorizing new sequence registration. Scanning new sequence biometrics. Success. Registration complete. It sprang up, standing bolt upright before me. Hello, Master. Home sweet home. D6612, at your service. A crisp, mechanical voice declared that it now belonged to me. I studied the detailed panel unfolding above its head, like a personnel profile, but colder, harder. Home sweet home. D6612 Guardian Robot. Category: Guardian Robot. Current sequence: Second sequence. Operating system: Autonomous defense counterattack. Cannot identify enemies outside the shelter. Incapable of initiating attacks. Max strength: 10 tons. Max speed: 525 meters per second. Reaction time: 3 milliseconds. Impact resistance: can withstand small explosions and direct hits from standard light weapons. Endurance: unlimited energy within shelter range. Weapon modules: Dual high-frequency vibration blades on both arms for close combat. Retractable machine guns hidden in the arms for mid to close range suppression. 360 degrees rotating chest turret with automatic lock-on and tracking. Micro rocket launchers in the legs for pursuing high-speed targets. External ports supporting hot swappable modules like energy beams and stun batons. Perception system, multispectral sensors plus 360 degrees panoramic cameras for seamless day and night surveillance. Built-in threat assessment algorithms, capable of autonomous learning from combat for continuous optimization. Humanoid module, multilingual conversation, emotion recognition, behavior simulation. Maintenance upgrades, self-diagnosis, automatic module, and system upgrades that scale with the shelter. Damn, this is way too cool. I clench my fists. For a shut-in like me, what could possibly beat owning a combat robot that obeys my every command? It was armed to the teeth. Its only Achilles heel, it could only counterattack inside the shelter. If enemies didn't step into range, it couldn't fire back, even if they stood right outside the door and opened fire. The system logic simply wouldn't allow it. That flaw's a real killer. I clicked my tongue. But then again, it was just the product of a level 0 shelter talent. For a level 0 shelter to churn out a monster like this, a slight weakness actually made sense. Nothing perfect was ever meant to exist. The original owner's talent maxed out at S rank, probably. If it had been SSS rank, this robot likely wouldn't have even that single weakness. I felt a quiet sense of relief. If that had been the case, on day 1 of the apocalypse, he'd have hunted me down and left me dead in a pool of blood. There'd be no today for me. We've got Chun-Shuren's poison to thank for that too, I said, shaking my head. Otherwise, even if I threw every last fighter at that place, we'd never have cracked it. I studied the robot, liking it more with every passing second. Stationed in my shelter, unstoppable. Even if every fighter marched out, home would stay rock solid. I suddenly remembered the arrogant smirk on the previous owner's face, and now I actually understood how he'd felt. Anyone who steps through that door dies. After reviewing all the robot's data, the first thing I did was call for Jiang Xiaozi. Using the command insignia, I set her as the robot's third-tier authority, then walked her through its origins and purpose one by one. "Congratulations, sir. You've got yourself a real treasure," she said, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the steel giant, brimming with awe. "For now, this thing stands guard at the door as a bodyguard," I said. "Once the shelter expands, it'll be even more useful." I sent the robot off and turned to her. "Those few hundred survivors downstairs, how do you plan to handle them? With our supplies, feeding that many people won't be easy." "Sir," she smiled gently, clearly already having thought it through. "There are about 300 survivors in the complex, plus the original residents, 400 total. Our supplies can only sustain everyone for a week. But I didn't recruit these people to feed them for nothing." Her eyes lit up. "The trading market needs guards. The supermarket goods need hauling. People, they're our foundation. I plan to let them rest for a day, then divide the labor by gender and age. I'll pull 20 or 30 men, assign 3 fighters, and hand them over to Chun-Shuren to keep order at the trading market." "How much protection fee are we charging?" I asked directly. 1/10, she said, all smiles. "Way cheaper than that gang of thugs charging half. Once the market hits 100 people, the daily returns alone will feed 20. The bigger the scale, the bigger the profits. Then I'll form a 100-person hauling crew to move supplies alongside the fighters. Leah still hasn't gotten the scrapped vehicles running, so manpower is still our lifeline." She paused, her voice soft but certain. "Until technology recovers, we're only as strong as the number of hands we can put to work." I understood the logic. All right, go for it. I wasn't afraid of her making mistakes. Even if the plans went sideways or the supply chain broke, I wouldn't panic. As long as we ran low on food, the talent rewards would show up at my door in minutes. Of course, I was hoping even more that her plan would snowball, growing the shelter bigger and bigger. "I'll take care of everything," she said with a respectful nod. I trusted her. She'd once managed an underground organization thousands strong. A few hundred people were nothing to her. Besides, even if I handled it myself, I probably couldn't do it as beautifully as she could. Right. After she left, I stood by the window, watching the registration line below wind down. She'd mixed the men and women with useful skills into my building, scattering everyone else across the 2 buildings next door, each with a single soldier stationed to keep order. A few complaints bubbled up from the crowd. We just grab some rations and head back, right? Cramming a bunch of people into one room. I'd rather go back to my own shelter. Just follow the plan. You go back, who's going to keep you alive? The grumbling died down fast. In the apocalypse, your life comes first. Freedom's worth nothing when you're staring death in the face. Except, everyone still had their own shelter, and that meant everyone still held on to one little hope. What if I could be the one calling the shots? The ones thinking this way were mostly the young men. Jiang Xiaozi had already planned for it. She sent Sister Li to round up a few of the friendlier old-timers and go door to door, working through the night without sleep, hammering home the same message over and over. Unity, and how humanity was cornered with nowhere left to run. She kept the banner of the greater good clenched tight in her fist. While she smoothed things over, she sent Lin Yu and the soldiers back through the complex, room by room, destroying every other shelter, cutting off the retreat. With no way back, who wouldn't settle down and work? Chen Xiuren wanted to grab this job too, said guarding a room for 30 minutes sounded easy enough. But Jiang Xiaozi turned him down, gave him just 2 soldiers, and ordered him to head to the trading market overnight and lay down the rules. Great. The most dangerous work always lands on me, he said, rolling his eyes. I'm a doctor. Why the hell am I hauling a gun to the front line? He complained the whole time, but he still vanished into the night. The entire shelter was wound up like a clock, running non-stop even after dark. Even I, the idlest one here, didn't get a break, because right in front of me, the notifications of Lin Yu's crew destroying shelters kept flooding my screen. Closed my eyes, and the flashes still bled through my eyelids. I barely slept all night. By dawn I was still staring into space, dizzy with exhaustion. But those messages, one after another, tallying up my points, those still had me grinning. Haha, real money. Xiaozi's little move here means I can rake it in without ever leaving my couch. Not counting my building, the whole complex had 352 units. Subtract the empty ones, subtract the ones wrecked in the neighbor versus neighbor bloodbaths these past few days, and there were about 300 shelters left to destroy. But even 300 would take 150 hours to clear. Lin Yu's demolition team was 8 people total, split up and working separately, at least 18 hours. To clear the entire complex, we'd be waiting until tomorrow night. Yet by early morning, over 10,000 points had already landed in my account. A level 0 shelter guaranteed at least 100 points inherited when destroyed. That was the hard floor. If the owner still had a balance, still had items, those all counted as bonus income. Over one night, I hadn't just banked 10,000 points. I'd also scooped up a bunch of odds and ends. Nothing valuable, mostly. Useless. No surprise, really. Anyone with real potential, anyone tough enough to survive the apocalypse. Why would they walk out their door to join me? You ask. Out of hundreds of households, not a single hard case. Not one who wanted to go solo. There were. It's just, they've all vanished. Last night, Lin Yu didn't just wipe out that family with the robot. Jiang Xiaozi also handed her a purge order. Every unit, break down the door, destroy them all. Anyone inside gets one chance at rescue. Refuse, and they're shot on the spot. In the small hours of the morning, Jiang Xiaozi revealed her cold-blooded true nature. She didn't care about human lives, as long as the entire complex was under her control. No matter how small the threat, she wouldn't tolerate anything slipping out of her grip. And me? Inside her 1-2 punch, I figured out a new game mechanic. These people didn't lose their ability to resist. Their shelters could still be destroyed. I muttered. What they lost was their freedom. Could it be that losing your freedom is one of the prerequisites for destruction? Suddenly it clicked. The owner of a shelter can't just leave their shelter whenever they want. The word shelter said it all. You're supposed to hide. If you keep running out, aren't you just begging to get raided? Doesn't matter to me anyway. I shrugged and glanced at the robot by my door, feeling absolutely secure. Its stats were insane, like a doomsday Terminator. Anyone attacking head-on wouldn't get half a step past it. I opened the leaderboard. My point ranking had already shot up to number 1 in the city. Little White Bear Shelter had dropped to second, with over 5,000 points. In terms of cumulative total, I might not beat him. His score kept bouncing up and down, clearly because he'd been burning points to keep upgrading himself. But he'd dominated the top spot for over a week, and today was the first time I'd overtaken him. Him. This guy's a major threat, I said, staring at the name. Good thing he still can't upgrade his shelter. Otherwise, who in this whole city could hold back a psycho like him? I skimmed the other rankings. On the level board, I was still miles ahead of everyone else. The Apocalypse War board was interesting, though. We were past the halfway mark of round 1, yet the only nation listed was China. Not a single other country had finished even one match. What kind of difficulty is this? Don't tell me they actually fell for it. Military and civilians digging pits for each other. I rubbed my chin, too lazy to dig deeper, content just to watch the show. The whole morning, I was half asleep. By the time noon rolled around, Lin Yu finally returned with her team, which meant, aside from my single unit, there wasn't a second shelter left in the entire complex. There'd been some minor unrest in a few of the buildings. My watch had flashed red. A lot of people must have gotten the "your shelter has been destroyed" notification and panicked. But it settled quickly. Jiang Xiaozi didn't fire a shot, didn't kill anyone, and the red light turned back to blue. I looked out the window. A few people came stumbling back into the complex, utterly lost, and then utterly lost. I folded back reluctantly. Downstairs, Sister Lee greeted me with a smile. Come on. What good was keeping that dump anyway? Look at me. Lost mine day 1. And I'm doing just fine, aren't I? With a place like that, you wouldn't even qualify to stay here. Even if the soldiers wanted to protect you, they couldn't reach you way out there. Take it from me. Why hold on to a place where you can't even fill your belly? A few words, and the whole thing was smoothed over. Sure, there was some sadness, but nobody left. The shelter was gone. They only had me now. Besides, a lot of them had figured it out. Clinging to a starving hovel, too scared to even step outside, better to throw in with someone strong. At least here, there was food, clean water, someone standing watch through the night. I didn't linger. I turned back to tally my points. After Lin Yu returned, my total came to 39,651 points. The number, nearly 40,000, set the whole city's chat channel ablaze. Damn, big news. Somebody dethroned Little White Bear from the top spot. Points almost hit 40,000. Holy crap, we've got a big shot like that around here. Who is this guy? At Little White Bear Shelter, you still there, boss? Want to take back number 1. Bro, you've got some nerve, taunting a killer like that. Scared of what? He doesn't know who I am or where I am. I couldn't care less. Nearly 40,000 points. Did this guy wipe out an entire urban village? Definitely someone who kills without blinking. So who is number 1 anyway? The shelter doesn't even have a name. Just says unnamed. Genius, absolute genius. No name, so nobody can dig up his background. Maximum stealth. I stared at the screen full of guesses and cracked a small smile. The whole city was speculating what exactly I'd done to rack up so many points in a single night. 40,000 points. What should I spend it on? I opened the upgrade menu and checked the requirements for a Tier 2 shelter. 1,000 units of materials, 1,000 points, at least 3 personnel, including 1 C rank. I ran the numbers in my head. I had the points. I had the people. Just short on materials. Materials could only come from exploration, about 100 a day, 200 or 300 on a good run. My inventory was decent, but I'd committed to the tech route, so the only usable ones were electronic components. So far I'd only gathered a bit over 300. I was nearly 700 short. At this rate, I'm looking at a week. Even with insane luck, 3 days. I shook my head and backed out of the menu. Can't upgrade yet. Then let's do a major renovation first. Let's see if I can build a new room. Oh hell, rooms are maxed out. To my shock, I discovered the buildable space only allowed for 4 rooms. Master bedroom, research lab, greenhouse, and the utility room for the water purifier. Packed to the brim. No room left. Can't build any rooms. I narrowed my eyes. He narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. Fine, I'll just upgrade everything. That works, right? I pulled up the shelter's room management screen. The greenhouse and lab were both level 1, capped by the shelter's overall rank. Couldn't upgrade them for now. But the master bedroom and storage room still had room to work with. The storage room held all the critical supplies, the waste processing core, the water purifier. Space was tight on the 6th floor, and I wasn't about to trust these lifelines anywhere else. Reinforce the storage room first. I waved my hand and bought 2 upgrades outright. Wall hardening, 500 points. Full structure reinforcement, resistant to breach, fire, and ice. Full smart defense system, 1,000 points. Biometric locks, weaponized defense, autonomous alarms. That was plenty for the storage room. The real main event was my own master bedroom. Safety rating, smart tech level, everything had to be maxed out. I wasn't short on points, so I went all in, following the blueprint for the most secure safe house in the city. Smart laser lockdown grid, 2,000 points. Whole room laser surveillance with friend or foe recognition. On command, everything outside the owner's zone converts into a laser grid, instantly vaporizing 20 centimeters of alloy steel. Anyone dares break in? Serve them a laser. Super defense shell, 2,000 points. Ultra-strength alloy wrapping the entire room, capable of withstanding anything short of a nuclear strike. Even if the whole building collapsed, this room would stay intact. Energy ecosystem guardian system, 3,000 points. An invisible energy shield that blocks toxic gas, radiation, and viruses, and regulates air frequency to improve the occupant's health. Life support system, 2,000 points. Supplies clean air, ideal temperature, water, and food even in extreme environments. Can sustain up to 5 people daily. Ultra-grade security alert system, 2,000 points. Full coverage with HD cameras, infrared, and voice print detection, armed with flamethrowers, flash freeze agents, machine gun ports, and laser scalpels. Detects threats and counterattacks automatically, calculating the optimal response. Emergency evacuation system, 1,000 points. In a crisis, I can trigger a biopod from any corner of the room, launch into the sky, and touch down safely 100 kilometers away. Smart entertainment psychological support system, 1,000 points. On-demand entertainment and virtual games, plus real-time mental health monitoring. Ultra-micro molecular robotics module, 5,000 points. 10 billion nanobots capable of self-repair and replication, in-body treatment, microlaser attacks, optical cloaking, radar scanning, and assembling into a large-scale Guardian construct. That'll do it. Anything else, I don't have the clearance to buy anyway. I ran the numbers. All of it added together came to less than 20,000 credits. Way too expensive. And yet, dirt cheap. 20,000 credits. Hardly any survivor these days could scrape that together. But for me, it only ate up half my stash. Confirm purchase. Begin construction. Golden light surged up with a roar, swallowing my bedroom and storage room whole for 10 straight minutes. The light faded, and the room was completely transformed. The old concrete walls had become high-tech constructs, hard and smooth, their colors shifting with my mood. The desk and chairs were fused to the floor, ready to deploy laser ports and gun barrels at a moment's notice. The temperature in the room had quietly turned warm and comfortable, not cold, but perfectly tuned to the human body, a world apart from the scorching heat outside. I tried opening the doors and windows. The temperature didn't budge. I took a deep breath. The air carried a hint of sweetness. I could even feel my body being subtly repaired. The exhaustion swept away, my eyes sharp enough to trace every grain in the walls. Nanobots, tuning up my body, bringing me to peak condition. Not bad at all. I strolled into the bathroom. The once cramped space had been intelligently redesigned into something far roomier, the walls and floor self-cleaning around the clock, spotless. After checking every security measure, I collapsed back onto the couch. This place has got to be the highest security-grade shelter core in the entire city now. Here's the thing. Most of these upgrades require at least a level 1 shelter, and some demand a research-type shelter on top of that. In this whole city, even if Little White Bear had saved up tens of thousands of credits, he couldn't buy any of this. The shelter's level is everything. Without it, credits alone won't cut it. You can't put your money where it counts. With this place, as long as I'm inside, I'm absolutely safe. Even if a wild-card killer like Chen Xiuran showed up, he wouldn't be able to lay a finger on me. I tallied up my remaining credits, close to 20,000. Spend it all, sink every last one into security and strength. That's always been my rule. I'm not about to end up like those poor bastards who hoard and hoard, only to die and hand their credits to someone else for free. Just as I was thinking this, My watch timer went off. Time for the midday reward. New talent information materialized before my eyes. I glanced at it. Holy shit. Another jackpot. Congratulations. You've triggered an advanced talent reward. Acquired. A-grade Tech Arm Task Force. 500-person unit. A-grade Tech Arm Task Force. A 500-strong unit. Divided into 3 tiers: Command, Combat, and Support. Command Tier: Task Force Commander, Deputy Commander, Chief of Staff, Staff Officers. Combat Tier: Squad Leaders, Assault Teams, Fire Teams. Support Tier: Communications, Medical, Logistics. Full range of specialists: Infantry, Snipers, Demolition Experts, Signal Operators, Medics, and Combat Engineers. Hashtag the Cook. Firepower configuration: light arms, rifles, submachine guns, pistols. Heavy arms, portable machine guns, individual mortars. Specialized: sniper rifles, anti-tank missiles, flamethrowers, drones. Defense: body armor, helmets, night combat systems, field fortification materials. Combat assessment: a highly mobile, multi-role combat group capable of rapid mission adaptation, suited for the vast majority of modern battlefields. Personnel rank: minimum grade D, including at least 10 grade C talents. Golden light instantly flooded the room. My eyes went wide. Hell yeah. A grade A reward. 500 talents. All at least grade D. The rating isn't sky high, but the sheer numbers. I sucked in a sharp breath. 500 men. At minimum, that's the fighting strength of a reinforced company. In an apocalypse where the world's armies had vanished into thin air, commanding a regular reinforced company, no exaggeration, I could take an entire city single-handedly. If it weren't for those bizarre shelter talents the survivors had gotten in the way, I could crown myself king right here and now. But before I could savor the moment, a new prompt popped up. Warning: the current environment is insufficient to summon all talents. Please designate a new zone immediately. If no zone is designated within 3 minutes, the reward will be forfeited. Don't screw with me. I bolted out the door and sprinted to the open lot behind the building. It was deserted, just a wide stretch of dead grass. Right here. Confirm. Golden light rained down from the sky, slamming into the ground around me. 500 humanoid pillars of light blazed to life, and as they faded, 500 fully armed soldiers stood at attention before me. Greetings, Commander. The roar erupted in perfect unison, an overwhelming, mountain-toppling force. Crisp special ops camouflage, ramrod straight posture, 500 pairs of eyes locked onto me. Expressions solemn and hard as steel. No one who saw them could doubt their will to fight. I waved my hand, thrilled. At ease, comrades. Well done. Serving the people. I burst out laughing. These 500 men were a light infantry battalion. No tanks, no aircraft. But that was more than enough. In fact, they were exactly the kind of troops I needed most right now. The combat power of light infantry? Never something to question. These 500 men were the backbone of my swagger. The thunderous roar had startled Jiang Xiaozi. She hurried downstairs with Lin Yu, spotting me along the way. She immediately sent people to seal off the back gate, barring any onlookers. Not that there were many people outside anyway. It was cool indoors with electricity running. Who'd want to come out and bake in the sun? Only a few residents who'd heard the commotion pressed against their windows to peek, catching faint glimpses of my youthful figure. So that's our commander? He's so young. To rally a force this big, his talent has to be absolutely insane. Is that a new army? When did they get here? So the entire global military got pulled in. How'd a few hundred still slip through the cracks? The crowd buzzed with speculation, staring down in shock. Jiang Xiaozi absolutely refused to let them up to the 6th floor. Catching even a distant glimpse of the boss's silhouette was a rare privilege. Sir. Jiang Xiaozi hurried to my side and pulled me into the shadow of the stairwell. The sun's brutal out there. Don't get scorched. Since when am I that fragile? Did you forget? I've got a passive heat-resistant skill. I couldn't stop grinning. Still, better safe than sorry. She glanced up at the eaves blocking prying eyes, her expression loaded with meaning. Worried someone will see me? I squinted and smiled. No need to be so on edge. As long as I'm here, I'll be seen eventually. Your whole behind-the-scenes mastermind plan can't exactly keep me hidden forever. Sir, that's not what I meant, she explained, lowering her head. It's just that people are uneasy right now. I haven't figured out how many of them have bad intentions. I need to be careful. As a spy master forged in the chaos of the warlord era, her suspicion ran deep. She was terrified some rotten bastard might catch her napping and take a shot at her, sir. I know you're loyal. I raised my hand and pointed at the 500 soldiers standing under the blazing sun, sweat sliding down their cheeks even as they held their posture ramrod straight. Xiaozi, ever seen this many troops? I've seen plenty of soldiers, but never an army quite like this. She said it diplomatically, a trace of indulgence at the corner of her mouth. The truth was she'd dealt with countless armies back in the day. She'd even personally commanded tens of thousands on the front lines when they were shorthanded. But she kept quiet, not wanting to spoil my mood. Good. Then these 500 are yours. I waved my hand grandly. You handle the arrangements. Every one of them is a solid fighter. So you won't be complaining about being short-staffed anymore, will you? 500 people. An army larger than the resident population. Who'd dare get any funny ideas now? This watch wasn't going to turn red again. With this, the shelter has nothing left to fear, Jiang Xiaozi said respectfully. With such a strong force, I'll surely achieve even greater things for you, sir. No rush to grab territory. I reminded her with a wave. This is the apocalypse. Survival comes first. That warlord land-grabbing mindset of yours won't always apply. Secure your own safety and supplies first, then do as you see fit with the rest. Yes, sir. I called over a few captains and the chief of staff, had them coordinate with Jiang Xiaozi, finished my instructions, then turned to head upstairs. You seem to be in a hurry, sir. Is there something urgent? I'd be glad to help. There is, but this one's out of your hands. I pointed upstairs and smiled. I need to find Leah. With all these extra soldiers, that portable cooling device she mentioned earlier needs to get made fast. Leah had reported earlier that we were developing portable cooling equipment for outdoor expeditions, something to reduce soldiers' physical drain in high heat and make missions less grueling. It was the only research project the shelter was currently tackling on its own. Now that I had 500 more soldiers, I wasn't about to sit around waiting. I'd head up and ask about progress. If they were stuck, I'd just buy the tech outright with points. I still had nearly 20,000 points left. Pouring it all into this army was a guaranteed win. Strengthening the troops meant strengthening myself. With a strong army at my back, why fear the apocalypse? Then there's really nothing I can help with. Li Xiaozi smiled gently and watched me head upstairs. The moment I stepped onto the 6th floor, before I even reached the research room door, a notification suddenly popped up in front of me, making me jump. Damn, Leah finally cracked something big. Congratulations, host. The talent Leah has broken through her own limits due to a massive influx of scientific data, successfully advancing to a Class C talent unit. Holy crap. I stood frozen at the research room door, momentarily speechless. She holed up in this room all day, an even bigger shut-in than me. And she leveled up on her own? I immediately pulled up her stats. Besides engineering specialization and intelligence, there was a new trait. Academic prodigy. Possesses an exceptionally strong drive for self-directed learning and comprehension. Can continuously advance in rank through ongoing study. My pupils contracted. A growth-type trait. As long as she kept learning, she could climb all the way up, Class C, B, A, even S. I pushed the door open and went in. The research room was filled with the hum of instruments. Leah was hunched over the workbench, her lab coat stained with grime, hands weaving nimbly between the equipment, adjusting parameters with the precision of a surgeon. She was so focused she didn't even notice me come in. Her black hair was tied up in a loose, low ponytail, a few stray strands falling by her ears. It suddenly struck me that a woman absorbed in her work has a glow all her own. She reached up to brush her hair aside, and finally caught sight of me from the corner of her eye. "Oh, boss, what brings you here?" She spun around in a fluster, her smile bright and easy, though it couldn't hide the deep exhaustion in her eyes. "You looked busy, didn't want to interrupt." I frowned. "How many days without sleep?" "Just 2 nights." She waved it off, but her eyes lit up. "Lately there's been so much new data flooding the room. Stuff about building structures, smart systems, micro-robots. Boss, if I can master it all, I could bring you huge returns." "Have you mastered it?" Her breath hitched, and she shook her head dejectedly. No. Too many prerequisite modules missing. Can't replicate it yet. No rush. I understood perfectly. With points, I could just buy the finished product. But truly grasping the core technology was a whole different matter. I opened the shop and ordered a few boxes of serum. Panacea Recovery Serum. Repairs physical fatigue and injuries upon consumption, keeping you at peak condition. No side effects. 500 points per box. I bought 10 boxes in one shot, 5,000 points without batting an eye, and slid them across to her. Drink these when you're tired. Your health matters more than anything. With her genius scholar trait, Leah was an inexhaustible goldmine to me. This little investment, worth every point. She took the boxes, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes before she lowered her head with a sly smile. Boss, being this good to me, are you trying to court me? I froze. Huh. Oh no, Sister Xiaozi is going to get jealous. She feigned a sigh. She's so impressive, I definitely don't want to be her rival in love. This is just a boss showing normal concern for his subordinate. I pressed a hand to my forehead. Really? She suddenly leaned in close, eyes shimmering. But if you really wanted to pull rank on me, a defenseless little researcher like me wouldn't be able to resist, you know. Oh, are we starting right now? Let me lock the door. Her eyes lit up. Stop right there. I grabbed her arm. Let's talk business. How's the cooling equipment coming along? Done. She pulled a few tank tops from a drawer. Wasn't hard. Shame I can't mass produce them. It's all handmade by me. No raw materials, no factory. My brow furrowed. A handful of cooling units would have been enough before. But now, with 500 more soldiers, it was a drop in the bucket. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. Maintaining an army was 10 times harder than maintaining civilians. 500 men weren't short on weapons, but ammunition was limited. The day the bullets ran out, our combat power would fall off a cliff. Was I supposed to send China's elite forces into bayonet charges? What kind of broke-ass warlord was I turning into? Looks like we've got plenty of problems, I sighed. Leah quietly edged closer, pressing her lips into a smile. Boss, I hear, the shelter's taken in a lot of laborers recently? You mean the new residents? Yeah, a few hundred showed up. Then why not have them haul back the factories, airports, and equipment from the city? She tilted her head, grinning slyly. No factory? Then go take one. All we're missing is equipment, not technology, not workers. My heart jolted. These people might not be skilled labor, but I've already worked out the production techniques. I just need to teach them patiently. Her hand gently covered the back of mine, her voice dropping low. Boss, you've got people, you've got the tech. Why fear a shortage of equipment? Wherever it is, we just take it. You can manufacture ammunition? She shrugged. Not missiles, but basic bullets? No problem. Give me another week and I can set up a production line for rocket launchers too. Holy shit, you can build those too? I'm not a genius. #translation. She shook her head. It's that all the scientific data and complete theories are already here. I just need to replicate them. She said it so casually. But I knew that in this entire shelter, she was the only one who could actually understand this material. Even if you laid out missile blueprints in front of an ordinary person, they'd be standing on a mountain of treasure with no way to dig in. The real treasure was never the data itself. It was the person who could read it. You're right. I narrowed my eyes as everything suddenly clicked into place. I had 500 elite soldiers and plenty of ammunition. With that in hand, anything in this city, as long as it existed, I could take. I've still been trapped in a peacetime mindset, I admitted openly. I should learn from you all. There's no shame in not knowing something. What matters is whether you're willing to change. Hee hee. Want me to give the boss some late-night tutoring? She draped an arm over my shoulder, playing the part of a shameless flirt. Just you and me, totally private. Well, about that, why don't you clear it with Xiaozi first? My experiment. Boss, you're so mean. I almost forgot. She shrieked and dove back to her workbench, completely unconcerned about turning her back to me. I shook my head and turned to leave. I had a new plan, and I needed to get moving on it right away. Sweep the entire city, whatever we're short on, we take. I'd barely stepped out of the research room when I saw Jiang Xiaozi standing at my door. Were you waiting for me? Yes, sir. She smiled and pushed the door open. I followed her in and took a sip of ice water. How are the military arrangements coming along? And the cooling equipment? It's been made, but we can't mass produce it. I know. She stood respectfully before me. The military hasn't been assigned yet. I just told them to rest. Why haven't you assigned them? I figured that after you met Leah, sir, you'd have a new plan. She paused, her tone heavy with meaning. Leah doesn't like being bound by rules. Perhaps she could give you some inspiration. And once she raised a problem, say production lines, factories, or ammunition logistics, you'd surely find a way to solve it. She'd voiced the exact same problem Leah had. Did you two discuss this? I raised an eyebrow. No. She laughed softly. The moment the army appeared, it was inevitable that logistics would become our most pressing concern. Leah suggested I go out and take what we need, I said, leaning back into the couch. What do you think? My suggestion is the same, she said quietly. There are 2 police stations a few streets over. The officers all went into the apocalypse instance. Whoever's occupying those stations now is probably just a bunch of drifters using the weapons to cause trouble. A kind man like you, sir, naturally can't tolerate thugs who prey on the people. I smiled. So you want me to raid the police stations for their gear and become the new thug? No. Translation. She shook her head. With you holding the gun, sir, it will only bring more peace. Since the apocalypse began, you have never killed anyone with your own hands. Instead, you've taken in countless of the weak. When the nation is in peril, a hero must rise. Xiaozi believes you are the hero this era needs. We're not looters. This isn't the way of warlords. We're sweeping the world clean for the nation and its people. Her words rang with conviction. I stared at her, dumbfounded. Xiaozi, this doesn't sound like you at all. No offense, but you've always struck me as rather ruthless. Have I? She tilted her head and smiled. Perhaps it's your good influence, sir. Xiaozi has come to believe that righteousness should rest in our hands, and we shouldn't act with a warlord's mindset. Survival must come first, but more than that, we must help others survive as well. Unbelievable. With one offhand remark, I'd transformed this cold-blooded operative from a spy master into a communist vanguard. I have nothing more to say. Let's do it. I stroked my chin. Seize all the weapons and equipment in the city. Even without heavy arms, we can at least resupply our ammunition. Yes, sir. She turned to leave, then suddenly glanced back. Shall Lin you lead the operation? I'll stay here with you. You don't dare to lead troops? I laughed. No. She shook her head. If Lin Yu takes command, it will better protect your reputation, sir. I understood. If she led them personally, this army would likely become a warlord force that killed without hesitation. But under Lin Yu, they might instead become that legendary army of miracles the people would speak of in awe. Fine. I nodded, scrolling through the shop menu. Suddenly my eyes lit up. Wait, can I buy vehicles from the shop? In a world where all vehicles had ground to a halt and everyone traveled on foot, having vehicles was an overwhelming advantage. I still had over 15,100 points left. Since I was equipping an army of 500, I'd have to buy the best military vehicles. With a sweep of my hand, Armored Personnel Carrier, Tiger 3, carries 50, top-mounted heavy machine gun plus light machine guns on both sides, medium armor. 1,000 points. Tactical Support Vehicle, Thunder X, Tactical Command, Communications Relay, Battlefield Medical Care, equipped with electromagnetic jamming. 1,000 points. Armored Rescue Vehicle, Guardian R, Casualty Transport, Battlefield Repairs, equipped with life support and an emergency surgical table. 1,000 points. Anti-air Missile Vehicle, a Skynet M, 8 anti-air missiles, effective against drones and helicopters. 2,000 points. Supply Vehicle, Hercules S, can carry a day's supplies for 1,000 people. 1,000 points. I bought 5 armored personnel carriers and one of each of the rest. 10,000 points vanished in an instant. I didn't hold on to the remaining 5,000 either, buying 10 in one go. Civilian Heavy Truck, Titan T. Hashtag, level 500. Max load, 50 tons, equipped with a 350 horsepower diesel engine. 500 points. Perfect. Points are all spent. Only 151 left. I clapped my hands and walked out of the shelter with Jiang Xiaozi to an open area where I pulled every vehicle out of my storage space. Golden light flashed. One imposing, heavy-duty combat vehicle after another descended in perfect formation, coiling around me like a steel dragon, their bodies reflecting a blinding metallic glare in the sunlight. Linyu, here. She snapped to attention mid-formation and jogged over, standing ramrod straight. Task Force Temporary Commander Linyu, reporting for duty. See these vehicles? They're all yours today. I pointed to the combat vehicles. The military vehicles go to you, the civilian trucks stay. Assign 200 people to Xiaozi. The military vehicles only hold 300. You take 300. That won't hurt your combat strength, will it? Absolutely not. Mission will be accomplished. Her eyes lit up. These weren't just transport vehicles. They were a massive boost to combat power. Look at those jet black gun barrels. That's a soldier's greatest confidence. One sweep of machine gun fire, and who'd dare come close? Regular bullets can't pierce the armor, and the sniper ports let you return fire in an instant. We're the only ones in the whole city with equipment like this, I added. This is stuff you can only buy from a level 1 shelter. Even weapons left behind by the national military might not match it, and the other side may not even know how to use them. You're soldiers. You understand how to operate these vehicles better than any enemy. She was too thrilled to form a complete sentence. Move out. I waved my hand. Xiaozi, you handle the 200 that stay behind. Assign some to drive the trucks and bring the residents out to work. Yes. She bowed her head, accepting the order. Today is going to be a bountiful day. She'd already grasped my intent. Use the truck's hauling capacity to bring back every usable resource in the surrounding area. Factory equipment, shopping malls, pharmacies, hospitals, whatever we lacked, bring it all back. Someone tries to stop us. Sorry, but my trucks are carrying fully armed combat squads too. Grand sweep operation, officially commencing. The soldiers boarded one after another, and the steel dragons slowly rolled out of the compound. Jiang Xiaozi took the remaining squads, called on Sister Li, and headed to the nearby buildings to mobilize the residents, rested for a day, into the hauling effort. I returned to my room and stood at the window, looking down. Combat vehicle after combat vehicle rolled off into the distance under military escort, kicking up clouds of dust. A deep satisfaction welled up inside me. Soon, my shelter will have more supplies than we could ever use up. Jiang Xiaozi's deployment was airtight. Of the 200 soldiers, she pulled just 50 to escort the residents out on the supply run. A 10-man squad went to the trading site to make the exchange with Chinchuan, hold the daytime market, and boost the stall's profits. 40 people split into 2 teams to scavenge for new supplies, rescue survivors, and expand our influence. The remaining 100 stayed in the compound. These people served as close-quarters guards while also working to fortify the entire complex's defenses. Traps, bunkers, hidden lookouts, trenches. If it was military grade, it went up. Underground shelters, nuclear fallout stockpiles, long-range early warning systems. Nothing left out. Better to overdo it than come up short. Her logic was simple. My bedroom was the core, and security radiated outward layer by layer, tightening with each ring. My room was the highest tier, then the building and perimeter wall, then sniper nests in the surrounding buildings, and finally the entire compound. Even the sky overhead, she'd rigged up crude anti-air measures. No blind spots allowed. Not only would our own people never lay eyes on me, but even if enemies stormed the place, they'd never make it a single step in front of me. Another boring afternoon. I looked up at that blood-red sun and smacked my lips. Maybe I could mess with Li Yajin. Nah, that girl looks like she'd actually retaliate. A game, then. I sat down at the computer desk. Single-player games were the ultimate time killers. A few all-nighters would fly by. But then I reconsidered. Bad idea. The shelter's getting stronger and stronger. I can't afford to slack off. The bigger the momentum, the more careful I have to be. Besides, no game is as fun as my powers. I lay back down on the bed, settled into position, and pulled a few stamina-restoring items out of my storage space. All inherited cheap junk, but they were good for offsetting the drain from using my abilities. Link vision, target, Linyu. Everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I was already seeing through Linyu's perspective. She was sitting inside an armored personnel carrier, surrounded by armed soldiers, all silent and solemn, radiating the quiet discipline of people on a mission. Linyu looked down, flipping through a city map, the electronic display in her hand constantly refreshing with the latest intel. Astonishingly comprehensive. Commander, she suddenly murmured under her breath. Her senses far exceeded everyone else's. She could feel my connection. Yeah, just taking a look. Carry on with what you're doing. My voice sounded right beside her ear. The corner of her mouth curved up slightly as she focused back on the map. Approaching target. All units on alert, slow down. She grabbed the radio. Command vehicle to the rear. Snipers dismount and take positions. Comms officers, provide data. Demolitions team, get ready. Assault squads, surround front and back. Armored vehicles 1, 2, and 3, advance in formation. She looked up and swept her gaze across the soldiers. Check your gear. Combat ready. Click-clack. The sound of safeties coming off merged into one continuous wave. The soldiers crouched, waiting by the doors. Move out. They filed out one after another, automatically forming. They formed up in combat positions, covering one another as they scrambled for cover to await orders. The other transport vehicles disgorged their soldiers one after another, three-man teams fanning out into the urban obstacles. Lin Yu climbed back into the command vehicle and, watching the monitors, directed 3 armored vehicles to close in on a police station in the heart of the street. It was a large station, and shadows moved inside. The glass doors, once wide open, had long since shattered, the shards buried under a heap of rubble and debris piled into a crude fortification. Inside the station lobby, a kid with dyed blonde hair lowered his binoculars and gasped. "Boss, looks like those are military vehicles out there." A dozen or so men filled the hall, all wearing body armor and gripping police-issue firearms. But their hair was every color of the rainbow, their vests hung crooked and loose, and their slouching posture clashed completely with the solemn atmosphere of the building. Military vehicles? The bald man frowned. He'd assumed it was survivors coming to trade. He snatched up the binoculars, climbed to the 3rd floor, and looked out. 3 armored vehicles were lined up neatly, blocking the entrance, their dark machine gun barrels swinging slowly, hunting for targets. All around them, fully armed soldiers were scattered, most tucked behind cover. No way to tell how many there were. Damn, regular army. He wasn't stupid. One look at the setup told him everything. The eyes, the movements, the gear, all textbook military. Did the army roll into the city on a rescue op? But didn't that mysterious being say the apocalyptic war swept up all the soldiers? I even voted F. He looked down at his pistol, looked back up at the vehicles, and rubbed his eyes. The vehicles were still there. Smack. He slapped the leg of the underling beside him. "Boss, what did you hit me for? Does it hurt?" "Yeah, it hurts." "Then I'm not dreaming." He muttered. "What the hell kind of world is this? They said the army was gone. So where'd these guys come from?" Before he could figure it out, a booming, commanding voice blared from the loudspeaker on the vehicle. "You inside, listen up. We have this place surrounded. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands on your heads. Don't put up a pointless fight. Resistance will only end in blood. Second warning. Drop your weapons immediately and surrender unconditionally. Those who cooperate will be shown leniency. Resist to the end, and you'll pay the price." The underling clutched his leg and asked shakily, "Boss, what do we do?" "Go down fighting." "Fight? With what?" The bald man almost slapped him again. "Are you brain dead? Go up against the army and none of us walk away." "Then what do we do?" "Surrender," he said flatly. "Drop your weapons, surrender on the spot, and hope for mercy. I'd rather eat prison food than eat a bullet." He'd gotten it wrong. He thought the men outside were the National Army, never knowing this was a force I had recruited. He had ambition, but he and all the others, like all people of Huaxia, he knew all too well how terrifying his own nation's military could be. Resist? That was a death wish. Huh. His underling still looked confused, glancing at the pistol, then out at the massive military vehicle. He swallowed hard, and something in his brain short-circuited. "Boss, didn't you say your gift was badass and you weren't scared of anyone? Should we take out the guys outside?" "Damn it. I'll take you out first." Smack. One slap sent the underling reeling, dizzy and full of grievance. Great. My big bro's lost all his ambition. Yesterday he was pointing his blade at the whole city, ready to throw down with any rival. Today one look at a military truck and all his fighting spirit just wilted. Spread the word. Everyone pack up. We're going out to surrender. The bald man took a deep breath, eyes gleaming with wisdom. It's a world in chaos. We've got men and guns. This isn't surrender. This is knowing when to bend with the times. We're going out to accept amnesty. At his command, the whole police station descended into chaos. Outside, Lin Yu observed people rushing up and down inside. But no one was moving into combat positions. Snipers reported they were all gathered in the first-floor lobby. Packed together like that, a few rounds of sweeping fire would take out more than half. Just as she was preparing her next move, she saw the bald man walk out of the station with several small, skinny young men, all with their hands raised high. Comrades, don't shoot, I surrender. Wait, no, I'm not surrendering. I'm cooperating with your investigation. Let me be clear up front. I haven't done anything wrong. Ever since the disaster, I've been protecting state property. His voice was loud, his words polished. Seizing a police station at gunpoint could be a big deal or a small one. But if you played up the apocalypse and volunteered your intentions up front, as long as the motive held up, there was room to forgive the objective wrongdoing. Commander, they're surrendering, the staff officer said in a low voice. Lin Yu nodded. Send someone to make contact, figure out where they came from, stay alert. If they're truly surrendering, don't give them a hard time. Treat prisoners well, carry on our army's tradition. We're all countrymen. In times of crisis, there's no need to turn on our own. Yes, I'll go myself. The chief of staff jumped down from the vehicle and walked toward the bald man with several soldiers. Comrade, the moment the bald man saw the officer, he grew even more deferential, hands thrust straight up, not daring to lower them. Only after stepping outside did he realize the entire street bristled with gun barrels, and countless red dots were scattered across his body, the sniper's warning. What's your name? The chief of staff barked. Come clean about where you're from, and earn yourself some leniency. Yes, yes, yes. The bald man was thoroughly cooperative, even dropping into a crouch and clasping his hands over his head on his own, the motion smooth and practiced. My name's Wang Daniu. I came to Huizhou for work, brought a few of my nephews from the village to work construction. A while back things went to hell. That ghostly voice said the apocalypse had come, and the sky turned hellishly hot. I like to read a bit of fiction in my spare time, so I figured, with no military rescue coming, I just wanted to save my own skin, so I rushed my nephews over to the nearest police station. Honestly, I only wanted to survive. Nothing else on my mind, I swear. He paused, getting worked up. But after we got here, I had a change of heart. No, this isn't right. The apocalypse is here, the nation's in peril. Every citizen has a duty to step up. There's still equipment in this station that wasn't hauled off. What if it fell into the hands of criminals? What would happen to everyone in this city? So I thought, no way. I've got to guard these weapons for the country, protect the survivors in this city, and hold out until rescue arrives. That's why I defended this station with my life, waiting for you people to show up. And look, the heavens must have heard my prayers, day and night. You finally came. The more he talked, the more emotional he got, his eyes going red. I feel like the dawn has finally broken over China. The storm has cleared. The good days for the people are back. A few of his nephews standing nearby were completely dumbfounded. With acting like that, their uncle was wasting his talent not going pro. The chief of staff fell silent too. This guy really had a way with words. In just a few sentences, he'd washed himself squeaky clean. You've got the look of a career criminal, the chief said, his gaze sharp as a knife. Done time before, haven't you? Wang Daniu nodded obediently. Got into a fight when I was young, hurt somebody, couldn't pay them off, did 2 years. But rest assured, comrade, the government reformed me long ago. I turned over a new leaf and started fresh. The truth is, my heart's always been with my country. I burn with love for the people, and I know deep down I've got to be someone useful to society. The words rang with righteousness, not a flaw to be found. With no grounds to charge him, the chief of staff could only nod. For now, you seem like a good comrade. Since you've got your reasons, we'll keep you around. Cooperate, and we won't hold anything against you. Now, call everyone out and hand over the equipment. His eyes narrowed slightly. When it came to surrendering weapons, hesitation was the worst sin. If Wang Daniu wavered even a fraction, he'd take him down on the spot. To his surprise, Wang Daniu looked utterly relieved. He tore off the gun, magazines, grenades, and body armor from his body and threw them all on the ground, then urged his men on. Hurry it up. Quit dragging your feet. The comrades are waiting. Boss, are we really? You talking back to me again? Smack. Sorry about that, comrade. Didn't raise him right. His nephews yelped and dropped their guns, faces full of reluctance. There it went. Everything gone. Just a couple days ago, they'd been dreaming of ruling the roost, and in the blink of an eye, they were back to nothing. You little bastards inside. All of you, get your asses out here. Not one of you gets to hide. Anyone tries to run, I'll be the first one after him. The crowd shuffled out in a ragged line and laid down their arms right in front of the chief of staff. In less than 10 minutes, not a single shot fired, not a drop of blood spilled. They'd taken the entire police station. I'd been watching quietly the whole time, and even I was stunned. Damn, that filial piety routine of yours actually works like a charm. I was tempted. Sure, doing it this way seemed a little dishonorable, but in this poorly guarded. Hashtag why can't I rise to the occasion in this era? Wang Daniu's words were meant to excuse himself, but they struck a chord with me. In a world this chaotic, why couldn't I be a national hero? Did the apocalypse have to mean turning on each other, backstabbing, running for our lives, humanity backed into a corner? Says who? Just because novels are written that way. Do we Chinese people have to live that way? I don't buy it. Taking up the mantle of a soldier's duty, that actually didn't sound half bad. The banner of righteousness was a useful thing. With the people behind you, nothing could stand in your way. The responsibility was heavy, but I wasn't afraid. Inside the command vehicle, Lin Yu hadn't expected the other side to be so cooperative either. She quickly recovered and gave the order. Move out. Hold formation. Snipers stay alert. Take inventory. Watch for hidden hostiles. Avoid ambush points. The squad filed in one after another, some through the front gate, others scaling the walls, precisely to avoid getting wiped out in a single ambush if everyone went through the door at once. Wang Daniu flinched as the soldiers, sharp and bristling with killing intent, swept past him. He bowed his head even lower, silently counting his blessings. Thank God he'd surrendered quickly, otherwise he'd probably already be down in hell negotiating his next reincarnation. You come with me. The chief of staff turned and led him toward a military vehicle. Comrade, this whole thing, it won't go to court, will it? The chief of staff glanced back with a meaningful smile. That depends on how well you cooperate with the investigation. I'll cooperate. Absolutely. Then a light bulb went off in Wang Daniu's head. Comrade, I know there's a thing called earning credit through whistleblowing. I want to report someone. Report who? The thugs around here. They terrorize everyone, hoard supplies, seize a police station, kidnap women, and kill without batting an eye. An hour later, the inventory was complete. The entire police station was in my hands. The supply manifest was laid out in front of Lin Yu, and I watched it all from behind the scenes. This haul was a jackpot. 126 handguns, 12 rifles, 1 light machine gun, 2 sniper rifles, 12 shotguns. Over 200 sets of body armor, more than 80 grenades of various types, over 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Medical supplies, food, fuel, tents, tools, the list filled the entire screen. 85 prisoners, all young and able-bodied men, the oldest no more than 45. The interesting part, every single one was a man. Lin Yu had the chief of staff question Wang Daniu. Apparently, it wasn't that no women or elderly had come seeking refuge. He'd turned them all away. The reasoning came from his novel-obsessed nephew. In the apocalypse, keeping dead weight wasn't worth it. Only take men who were obedient and did as they were told. Anyone too clever or sharp, not a single one kept around. Ask why, and the answer was simple. He was afraid he couldn't keep them in line. The chief of staff climbed into the command vehicle. Captain Lin, the questioning's done. Most of them came from construction sites, had entertained dreams of becoming warlords, but now they're all done. Plenty of tough guys, but no real backbone. Most of what they said checked out. He paused, a little uneasy. These people, they're like lambs. Total cooperation. Made me feel like I was being too harsh just questioning them. That's normal, Lin Yu said, flipping through the list. In this era, in this country, people trust the military more than you'd ever imagine. That's a good thing, right? Saves us a lot of trouble. Ms. Jiang says it's a bad thing. Lin Yu looked up, her expression turning serious. It means we have to carry everything the military of this era once carried on its shoulders. People's trust never comes for free. We're just inheriting this identity. You get it. The chief of staff stiffened. Yes, Captain Lin. I nodded inwardly. Trust is a debt, not a gift. That ringleader just reported a few valuable gathering spots, the chief of staff said, lowering his voice. You believe him? Probably telling the truth. Either way, this area is getting swept sooner or later. With Wang Daniu leading the way, might as well take a look now. Lin Yu thought for a moment. Tell Ms. Jiang to come move the supplies, leave someone on guard. Bring me Wang Daniu. I want to talk to him. Moments later, a burly man ducked into the compartment, hunched over. His eyes went wide the instant he looked up. Lin Yu was petite, with bright, striking features, radiating the sharp competence unique to a female soldier. Wang Daniu's eyes lit up. This is Captain Lin, the top commander, the chief of staff introduced. Do well, and she can put in a good word with the chief to reward you and reduce your charges. Commander? Chief. A jolt ran through Wang Daniu. He'd bet right. This really was the military. Even the chief had come out. This kind of setup, it had to be citywide martial law. The apocalypse? No need to panic now. Stick with the army, and even if the sky falls, someone else will hold it up. His mind raced. Make a name for himself in front of the military during these chaotic times, and once order was restored, he'd surely land some kind of commendation. Get in on this, and he'd be set for life. Even if he had the bad luck to die in battle, by the rules of this country, that made him a martyr. Play it right, and maybe even a hero martyr. Damn, a whole page to himself in the family genealogy. His name in the county records forever. At the thought, Wang Daniu's eyes went bloodshot, trembling all over with excitement. Wang Daniu, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu frowned. You're worked up. Is something troubling you? Go ahead and say it. Commander. Wang Daniu sucked in a sharp breath, his face filled with righteous fury against evil. I want to report something. There's a whole pack of thugs nearby, doing all kinds of monstrous, unforgivable things. I've wanted to do something about it for ages, but I'm a nobody. All I could do was watch, tormented, unable to sleep at night. A bunch of animals. Worse than dogs. Thank God you've come. Get to the point, Lin Yu cut in. Yes. After the apocalypse hit, I took over the police station. Plenty of folks came looking for shelter, and some came to buy guns and ammo. I figured with the world gone to hell, having a gun for protection wasn't a bad thing, so I sold some. He thumped his chest. But I didn't sell much. Just handguns, and I kept a tight lid on the ammo too. Anyone could tell. He was afraid that if he sold too many rifles and grenades, someone might come back and turn those guns on him. It wasn't until I'd sold them that I realized I'd been played, he said through gritted teeth. Those sons of bitches got their hands on guns and went straight to raising hell. I went out looking for food and saw with my own eyes some guy assaulting a woman right in the street, then put a bullet in her when he was done. Blood splattered all over the glass. You didn't try to stop them? Lin Yu asked. Wang Daniu froze, then said sheepishly, I didn't dare. Kinda afraid of dying. Better to mind your own business. But that was something he didn't dare say in front of a soldier. In his mind, the people's soldiers were like heaven's own warriors, righteous to the core. Lin Yu didn't press it. Go on. I was scared those people would go on a killing spree and come after me, so I took some men and did a little recon. The more well-known survivors in this area all showed me some respect on account of the guns I'd sold them. He paused. I found out they'd even carved up territory, each gang claiming its own street, every one of them acting like some petty warlord, using their good talents to prey on people with weaker ones. Oh right, these talent things. Do you know about them, Commander? I do. Lin Yu looked at him coolly. In fact, I was about to ask you. What's your talent? According to the shelter mechanics, everyone gets randomly assigned a habitable room, and a talent is randomly generated. A police station isn't a habitable building. You stand guard here every day. Aren't you worried your shelter will get destroyed? Wang Daniu's heart clenched, then relaxed again. The test worked. These omniscient soldiers. They even knew about this. Their prep work was damn thorough. Not gonna lie to you, my talent's a little weird. He scratched his head and gave a goofy grin. The farther I get from home and the longer I stay away, the stronger my body gets. Several days without food, water, or sleep. No problem at all. As long as I don't go home, I stay stronger than an ordinary person. There's a talent like that? Behind the scenes, I was stunned. It was almost the exact opposite of my home buddy's haven. But judging by the effect, it wasn't as strong as mine. Keep questioning him. I relayed into Lin Yu's ear. Have him repeat the details of his talent and ask if he's not afraid of his shelter being destroyed. Lin Yu passed it along. Wang Daniu obediently recited. The talent's called Wanderer's Ambition, rank. The effect is, when I leave the shelter, my physical stats and health keep growing based on how long I stay out. And at the same time I enter a fasting state, needing no food, water, or sleep. The cumulative cap is 3 times my peak condition, strength, speed, and self-healing all count as physical enhancement. In the home state, it's incomplete/cut off, 0, and next time it comes out we start accumulating again. Roughly 5 days to hit the limit. As for destroying my shelter, I'm not worried. People in the know say that unless the resident is bound and captured, knocked out with serious injuries, or has their freedom physically restricted, nobody can destroy it, even if I'm not home. His tone was even, not like he was lying. Given how much Chinese people revere their soldiers, if this guy could lie without batting an eye in a situation like this, his mental fortitude would be off the charts. Even so, I didn't fully buy it. So you're saying you're some kind of superhuman? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Triple the physical capability. Sounds pretty impressive. Nah, I'm just a little tougher than the average guy. Wang Daniu grinned sheepishly. No matter how gifted you are, can you go up against cannons and fighter jets? Our country's even got aircraft carriers and nukes. I don't mean anything by it, just giving credit where it's due. Haha. He meant it sincerely. Without the power to blow up the planet, even the greatest talent had to lie flat in front of the military. Resist? Even a superhuman would get shredded. Of course, this was all based on his assumption that Lin Yu was backed by the Chinese military. Lin Yu sized him up and down, saying nothing. The silent stare gave Wang Daniu the creeps. Comrade, is something wrong with me? Say something, don't just stare at me, you're scaring me. No need to be scared, Lin Yu said suddenly. Any interest in becoming a soldier? Well now, Captain Lin's talent scouting instincts had kicked in. Never thought I'd see the day she'd volunteer to recruit for me. A soldier. Wang Daniu pointed at his own nose in disbelief. Me? I've done time in prison. I know. Special times call for special personnel, Lin Yu said flatly. You've got real skills, and you want to serve your country and its people. Why not step up and prove your worth? She'd meant to use reverse psychology, but to her surprise, Wang Daniu nodded emphatically without a moment's hesitation. Enlist. I've absolutely got to enlist. If the country needs me, I'll spill my blood and give my life. No questions asked. Even if it means dying right here, no? Let me die in battle. I want to give my life for my country. For real. Lin Yu smiled. It won't come to that. You probably won't die. No. If dying was on the table, he'd genuinely consider it. Not dying meant no downside. Dying meant, damn, jackpot. The title of martyr, his name written in history, a whole glorious chapter about him in the kids' textbooks. The premise being that the soldiers would definitely sort out the apocalypse, and that, he believed without reservation. Since you're willing, you'll start from the bottom as a basic soldier, Lin Yu said meaningfully. You're the first soldier I've recruited. Don't disappoint me. Commander, I'll give it everything I've got. Wang Daniu puffed out his chest. When do we head out? Head out to do what? Wipe out the villains, protect the people. He pointed toward. On the street, his voice boomed like a bell. I know where they're hiding, and I know how they've got their firepower set up. I'll take point. The most dangerous job, leave it to me. My comrades, I'll protect. My people, I'll defend. Damn, I actually cursed out loud at home, staring in disbelief. An hour ago this guy was a gang boss, and now he'd suddenly transformed into a proper soldier. Changed the identity, and even the aura changes. Upright, commanding, imposing. Who could tell he'd ever done time? Especially the way he yelled those slogans. My blood was pumping. I could have charged out there and taken down a few thugs myself. There's still time today. Let's go take a look, Lin Yu said, turning to the chief of staff. We can't just stand by while people's lives are on the line. She understood the weight of those words better than anyone, and was more willing than anyone to shoulder it. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. The chief of staff turned to leave. Boss, take me. I'll take point. I'm a beast. Seriously, I'm tough. Wang Daniu shouted eagerly. Bring him along. The commander wants to see. Lin Yu nodded. Wang Daniu, here, come with me. Put on the uniform, grab a weapon, get your ammo. Yes, sir. Wang Daniu put on the uniform, gripped his rifle, and stood there with a serious expression. He actually looked a bit like a real soldier. His men, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. Uncle joined the army? Then what about us? We're done for. We agreed to surrender together, and now he's a soldier while we're still criminals. Dozens of men whispered among themselves, faces full of dread. The chief of staff walked over with Wang Daniu, his eyes sweeping across the crowd. You said there were some good ones in here. Pick them yourself. Remember, our army would rather have fewer than take just anyone. Yes, chief. Wang Daniu turned around and called out in a booming voice. Wang Xiaoshan. Wang Wang Qinfen. You three step out. Every name he called was a blood relative. His nephews walked out, looking confused. Uncle, what's going on? What's going on? You think I'm going to let you go catch bullets? Wang Daniu glared. The commander recruited me to join the rescue operation. You boys have a knack for fighting, so I'm recommending you. Enlist with me. Enlist. The men exchanged glances, and fire kindled in their eyes. In peacetime, being a soldier means hardship. But in times of chaos, it's a chance to be the first to storm the walls and seize the flag, to bring glory to the family name. Besides, while others fought tooth and nail just to become bandits, they'd leapt straight to becoming government soldiers. What? You don't want to? We do. We do. Bring them over. I'll lead this squad personally. The chief of staff paused. We're short on uniforms, so body armor will have to do for now. Wang Daniu straightened his back and saluted. The sight of it made the other men green with envy. What good man doesn't want to wear this uniform? Boss, what about us? Big brother, I've dreamed of joining the army since I was a kid. I'd give my life for my country. When the nation's in crisis, everyone's got a duty. The rest of them got anxious, terrified of being left behind. Wang Daniu glared at them. What's all this noise? Big brother, my ass. I'm a soldier. I don't play by that street gang code anymore. He lowered his voice. Everybody keep your heads down and follow the government's orders. Otherwise, before the government even gets to you, I'll be the first one to deal with you. Disappointment flickered across their faces. The chief of staff swept his gaze over them and spoke reassuringly. First, head back to the gathering site for screening and processing. As long as your record's clean, you'll all get your chance to serve your country. The crowd split. The remaining men were completely hooked by the word enlist, nothing else on their minds now. The squad escorted the group back to the gathering site, sending word for Jiang Xiaozi to come haul away the police station supplies. Lin Yu left a small detail behind to stand guard and pressed on. Wang Daniu took the lead voluntarily, eager to prove himself. In less than an hour, the troops rolled into a new district. Chief, this area is close to downtown. 2 big supermarkets, 3 hardware stores, 6 KTV joints, a snack street next door, plus grain and oil wholesalers, and a few cold storage warehouses. Wang Daniu reported diligently. This whole block's held by about 4 different groups, all armed, but their abilities don't look too strong. Otherwise, they'd have swallowed each other up by now. There's also a ton of survivors holed up in the apartment buildings, sneaking out to scavenge for food when the coast is clear. A few days ago, you could still find stuff, but lately these 4 groups have picked the whole area clean. Anyone caught out alone doesn't stand a chance. So a lot of people are getting desperate. Wang Daniu suddenly sighed, his expression turning bitter. Desperate how? The chief asked. The nephew raised his hand. I know. When I was selling bullets, I got a talking with one of the thugs. He said these 4 groups used to fight brutally, but then some strategists showed up downtown, and they all called a truce. Carved up the territory, and now they use their leftover supplies to recruit survivors. Want a full belly? Work for them, or sell your family to them. Same goes for the women. Sleep with somebody for half a meal. Want more than that? You've got to get creative. Listening from behind the scenes, Su Yi blinked. 1 can of food for 1 woman. The world's really gone to hell. In the heat, food rotted fast, making what was left all the more scarce and precious. To stay alive, people would cross any line. The chief had a sharp instinct. He frowned. Recruiting with food is one thing. Why the human trafficking? No idea. That's just what I heard. The nephew shook his head. I know a little. Wang Danyu lowered his voice. There's a big boss who showed up downtown. He's got a lot of resources and keeps expanding outward. Ruthless, too. He's just desperate for people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be buying them with food. That strategist who got those 4 groups to call a ceasefire? He's the one who sent him. That guy came to see me at the station a while back. Looked all refined, like a college kid. Tried to recruit me, but I turned him down. From what he said, those 4 groups have already been won over. They're heading downtown to pledge their loyalty. The chief of staff's eyes narrowed. The boss downtown? Little White Bear. You even know about Little White Bear? Answer the question. Yes, sir. Wang Danyu snapped to attention, then shook his head. But I don't think it's him. Little White Bear's the most famous name in the whole city right now. Well, somebody stole his thunder a couple days ago, but his power's no joke. If he really needed people, he'd use his reputation to draw them in. The world's fallen apart. People who can't survive naturally cling to the big shots. The chief of staff nodded. So it's a different group, then. Through Lin Yu's command vehicle surveillance feed, Sui took in the military's movements and heard every word of the conversation clearly. It really didn't sound like Little White Bear. His whole approach was destroying shelters, and that didn't take this many hands. I rubbed my chin and let out a small laugh. This Little White Bear must be feeling pretty bitter lately. He'd been number 1 on the leaderboard for so long. Then I snatched it away from him for a few days. Sure, my points ran out and I dropped off the top spot a while ago, but the whole thing served as a wake-up call for the entire city. The one at the top of the leaderboard isn't necessarily the strongest. The most visible player floats on the surface. Lurking beneath the water, there might be something even more vicious than Little White Bear. And there were definitely plenty of them. Take this mysterious boss downtown. I hadn't gotten a single scrap of intel on him. Keep in mind, I'm a shut-in who lives glued to the city chat channel, flipping through the interface more than anybody. After all these days, not one person in the channel had ever mentioned who controlled downtown. That was strange. It meant this guy operated in some seriously unusual ways. And maybe he wasn't the only one. Lately, plenty of gifted individuals had started making a name for themselves in the channel. My clear advantage was only in shelter level. As for everything else, a 500-person army is strong, sure. But what if there was an SSS-rank combat talent hiding somewhere in Jinling? Then these 500 people might not amount to much. With my own SSS-rank talent, I knew all too well just how terrifying a talent of the same rank could be. Otaku's home is a classic late-game talent. It grows more powerful the longer things drag on. But the early game is nothing special. If I ran into an SSS-rank talent that was absolutely broken from the start, I might not be able to withstand that kind of scrutiny and hostility. Not knowing the full extent of everyone's talents in the city, this sense of danger stayed pressed against my chest. I let out a long, heavy sigh. Just then, Wang Danyu raised a military bullhorn, climbed onto the roof of the truck, and shouted down the street. The army has entered the city. Rescue operations are now underway. All armed individuals, drop your weapons and submit to inspection. All survivors, please come forward and make contact with us. All supply caches in this block will be taken over by the military. Any rioter who resists will be shot on sight. Consider yourselves warned. The words rang out, bold and commanding. Damn, never thought I'd get to play soldier one day. This feeling? Unreal. The chief of staff had taught them this script. Lay down the bottom line, then flex your strength. Intimidate the troublemakers while still leaving them a way out. Don't back people into a corner. Emphasize rescue and supply collection above all else. That's how you get most people to let their guard down. The chief of staff stood beside the machine gun mount, binoculars raised, scanning the buildings. Now and then a window would open or shut, a figure flickering behind it, secretly watching the military vehicles in the street. The roads were littered with wrecked cars and debris, forcing the convoy to advance slowly. As the soldiers cleared obstacles, they also gave the survivors plenty of time to think, to watch, to weigh their options. Chief, why aren't we launching a surprise attack? Strutting around out in the open like this. Aren't we just sitting ducks? Wang Danyu called out, still uneasy after finishing his announcements. The chief of staff shot him a cool glance. Don't you have triple the physical strength, triple the healing? You scared of a few pistol rounds? It's not that I'm scared. It just hurts like hell. I'm worried the men might take losses. No need to worry. If anyone fires, we'll see it. The chief paused. We've got snipers deployed and watching the whole route. We can return fire and pin down the shooter instantly. Every soldier's wearing body armor, and we've got the armored vehicles for cover. But most importantly, this was the commander's call. He looked toward the command vehicle, his voice low and firm. Captain Lin said it. We're an army of justice, and we act in the open, without shame. If we skulk around, why would any survivor dare trust us? And the rioters hiding out there would just take us for easy pickings. Only by standing tall and unafraid can we strike fear into the wicked. Wang Daniu nodded fervently, convinced. Right? Look at who we are. No way we stoop to gutter tactics. What he didn't know was that behind all this boldness lay a far deeper calculation on Lin Yu's part. A fully armed military force marching brazenly down the street. Who wouldn't feel their heart pound at the sight? Even if some gifted individual was strong enough to swallow this entire unit whole, would they dare make a move? Could you say for certain these 300-odd soldiers were the whole of it, and not just an advance guard? Think about the sheer terrifying numbers of the Chinese military. Wipe out these 300, and what if it brought down 10,000 more behind them? 100,000? No matter how powerful your gift, at this stage nobody could withstand a force on that scale. Lin Yu's approach worked with surprising effectiveness. Half an hour passed, and not a single shot was fired from the shadows. Instead, survivors began to trickle out of the residential buildings, rushing toward the troops in elation. Is it the army? Are these the people's soldiers? Mom, the soldiers are here. Hurry, come downstairs. Soldier, I'm a refugee. Save me. Survivors emerged one after another from the residential buildings where they'd been hiding. Braving the vicious red sun, they surged toward the military trucks from every direction. Stop the vehicles. Take in the survivors. Lin Yu's cool voice came through the radio. The trucks slowed, and soldiers who'd been ready moved forward, handing out food and water. I watched the bottles of ice water in the soldiers' hands, the ones Leah had treated. The cooling effect had faded, but they were still refreshingly cold. Pretty generous, Lin Yu, I muttered with a wry smile. But I didn't stop her. The settlement had plenty of supplies, and with my ability, we never ran short. There was a reason I'd put her in charge of the troops. This woman had a kind heart, and that was exactly why she could uphold the identity Jiang Xiaozi had left behind, why people trusted her. Without trust, there'd be no expansion, no way to weave that layered web of power to protect me. The survivors ate ravenously, weeping as they went. Thank you, you finally came. I knew it. No matter how bad it gets, I knew you'd come. Within half an hour, over 100 people had gathered around the trucks. The crying blended into one continuous sound while the soldiers offered gentle words of comfort. Lin Yu had already instructed the entire force. Treat civilians well, look after everyone along the way. Some couldn't even be bothered to eat, too busy firing questions. Is this martial law now? Are the main forces in the city yet? What the hell is going on with this apocalypse? What happened to the sun? Did aliens attack? I want to enlist. I want to kill those bastards. Strangely, none of these people showed the slightest fear at the sight of fully armed soldiers. Instead, they crowded close like they were meeting long-lost family. That's the power of identity. If it had been thugs with guns, they would have run for their lives. But at the sight of uniforms, at the sight of military trucks, once they confirmed who these people were, not one of them was afraid. Because this was an army that would never harm the people. Would anyone fear their own army? No. When it came to the sensitive questions, the soldiers could only give one uniform answer. That's classified. We can't say for now, but we'll do everything we can to keep everyone safe. Being trusted unconditionally by ordinary people is the best medal a soldier could ever earn. In the crowd, someone sharp-eyed recognized Wang Daniu in his uniform and shouted mockingly, "Holy shit! Isn't that the guy who took over the police station? What's he doing here? He must have gotten arrested." Normally, no one would dare talk to Wang Daniu like that. But now, in front of the army, the people ruled. Damn it! Wang Daniu glared and shot back. Look at these clothes. I'm a soldier now. What arrest? These are special times. I enlisted. I'm serving my country. Oh yeah? They let you enlist. The crowd burst into laughter. So the bandit chief got recruited, huh? You'd better perform well, or we'll settle the score later, and you'll be eating prison food. Watch your mouth. Wang Daniu snapped. That was exactly what he feared most. Wang Daniu, the chief of staff, barked. Mind your attitude. Mind your position. Ah, yes, sir. Wang Daniu scratched his head and rolled his eyes at the crowd. I'll definitely do a good job, and I accept the people's oversight. Who's afraid of who? There's no way I'm eating prison food. The crowd burst into laughter, the sound scattering the gloom that hung in the heat. More and more survivors gathered, slowing the march. But Lin Yu didn't push them. Instead, she had the soldiers get off the vehicles, giving up the transport seats to the elderly, children, and women. The men were considerate too, taking it upon themselves to look after the weak and standing beside the soldiers. They didn't understand tactics, but they knew one thing. If you can't help, you sure as hell can't be dead weight. Some, confident in their abilities, volunteered to join the army. Everyone's thinking was simple. If everyone pitched in, they could put down this hellish apocalypse sooner and get back to the good life. Wang Daniu recognized a few locally famous powerhouses and was stunned. That's weird. Those bosses tried to recruit you guys, and you not only refused, you fought them tooth and nail. So how come now you're all scrambling to risk your necks on the battlefield? You call this a big deal? Someone shot back sharply. There's no shame in giving my life to my country. But to some desperado? What's the point? I'm enlisting. This is called loyalty to the nation. What would a country bumpkin like you know about duty to home and country? Don't bother with this idiot. He doesn't understand what faith means. Wang Daniu bared his teeth in anger. Don't get cocky. Once you're soldiers, I won't be going easy on you. I'm a decent, law-abiding man. You're a recruited bandit chief. Are we even in the same league? Damn it. Wang Daniu rolled his eyes. Can we stop bringing up the whole bandit chief thing? Faced with the enlistment requests, Lin Yu didn't agree right away. She had reservations. If too many undisciplined recruits flooded into the army, how could loyalty and discipline be guaranteed? It takes 1,000 days of training to use troops for a single moment. This wasn't something you could leave entirely to people's initiative. She only promised they'd get their chance later. Right now, what mattered most was collecting supplies, taking in survivors, and getting a clear picture of the district. Fortunately, though the crowd was large, they didn't cause trouble. After the old and weak were settled, the grown men naturally clustered together beside the convoy. No shouting, no reaching out, sticking to the shade, toughing it out. The army had discipline. The people had awareness. Half an hour later, the convoy pulled up to the entrance of the snack street. According to Wang Daniu's intel, the two big supermarkets in this area had long been cleaned out, leaving only a few small cold storage units that might still hold food. One of them was inside a chain restaurant on the snack street. Among those bands of rioters was someone with the power generation ability who had kept the cold storage running from the very moment the apocalypse broke out. Refrigeration. Word had spread far and wide about it. Every other cold storage unit in the area depended on him for power, and they had to pay regular tribute just to keep it running. Captain Lin, Wang Daniu, says there might be a group holed up near the cold storage. Send scouts first. Combat units advance in urban warfare formation. Lin Yu gave the order in a cold voice. I just told her that Jiang Xiaozi had already dispatched all the trucks from the settlement, some to the police station to take over the supplies, others empty and rushing over as backup. Lin Yu would never come back empty-handed. That would be a disservice to everyone in the settlement. Wang Daniu, the chief of staff, shouted, Here, take your men and lead the charge into the food street. Whether you can redeem yourself depends on this. Snipers will back you up at all times. Use your own judgment when you encounter the enemy. Shoot to kill on sight. Remember, you're my man, so be bold. If you get ambushed, it's my face that gets slapped. Yes, sir. Wang Daniu's face lit up with excitement as he plunged into the food street with a few young men from his village. Military honors were within reach. He wanted to run into the enemy more than anyone. The once bustling food street was now a wasteland of debris. Tables and chairs were overturned. The air reeked of rancid grease, and flies swarmed everywhere. Scattered corpses lay along the roadside. Some had starved to death, others bore wounds from fighting. The red sun beat down, leaving the whole street eerily oppressive. Wang Daniu took the lead, relying on his powerful physique, utterly unafraid of hidden gunfire from the shadows. The soldiers behind him moved in pairs, advancing swiftly, clearing the shops and buildings on both sides of the street one by one. Strangely, though over 100 soldiers poured in, they didn't find a single living soul. No enemies, not even any survivors. Then Wang Daniu ducked into the chain store where the cold storage was located, and his voice came through the walkie-talkie. Report. No signs of activity. The place is deserted. There are a few freshly opened cans on the table, barely touched. These people must have just cleared out. Should we chase them? No. Lin Yu shook her head. Keep checking the perimeter of the cold storage and stay alert for an ambush. Squads 1 and 2, go in and open the storage. Everyone else, spread out along the street and stand guard. Snipers, keep a close eye on the surroundings. She was cautious. She had no desire to fall victim to some strange power user. If they'd fled out of guilt, too scared to face a real fight, then there was no need to chase. Getting the supplies was what mattered. A moment later, a sniper's voice came through. Position 3. Spotted suspected fleeing hostiles, roughly 20 plus, 800 meters from the convoy, armed with firearms and machetes, moving away fast. Lin Yu weighed the walkie-talkie in her hand, the corner of her mouth curling up. She hadn't expected that this military identity would not only earn survivors instinctive trust, but could also make an enemy surrender without a fight. The moment these thugs saw military trucks heading for the cold storage, they'd abandoned it and run. That saved her a lot of trouble. Killing was never the goal. Securing the supplies was. That's right. For the next 2 hours, the soldiers took turns entering the warehouse to haul out supplies. Lin Yu didn't send the whole force in. The terrain was cramped, and if espers ambushed them, the losses would be too heavy. She kept at least half her troops stationed in the open area outside, ready to act. They both guarded the survivors and could provide backup at a moment's notice. Short on manpower, they hauled supplies until dark. Midway through, the big truck from the settlement rolled up slowly, having picked up a few more survivors along the way. There were far more supplies in the cold storage facility than expected. Beyond the refrigerated poultry and frozen foods, there was a huge stockpile of water and food hauled from supermarkets, and even plenty of basic medicine. The place was packed to the brim. Rough calculations showed that, rationed carefully, it was enough to keep over 100 people going for a week. Them running off actually worked out in our favor, the chief of staff said, watching the soldiers work with a satisfied smile. Subduing the enemy without a fight, we scored a whole haul of supplies for free. Wang Daniu, good work this time. I'm marking this as a commendation for you. Yes, sir. Wang Daniu was overjoyed and quickly called his nephews over to join the hauling. By the time all the supplies were moved, it was 10 at night. Lin Yu decided to keep collecting through the night. The army had night vision equipment, and the rioters probably didn't. Night combat played right to their strengths. The survivors picked up along the way were escorted by a small detachment of soldiers and taken back to the settlement by truck. When the trucks pulled back into the residential complex, Sister Li and the others had long since set up several registration desks, sitting under electric fans with an air conditioner beside them, waiting in the night. One truck after another rolled slowly in, and more survivors climbed out. The first thing they saw were people just like them coming from all directions, wordlessly boarding the trucks to haul supplies. There were men and women in the crowd, old and young, most with healthy complexions and clean clothes, chatting and laughing as they hauled, sorted, and stored everything. Anything that can't take the heat goes in the building with power first. Don't mix it up. The stuff that keeps goes over here. Hey, don't just toss it anywhere. You there, put that down, no sneaking bites. You little rascal, whose kid is this? Such a greedy mouth. Didn't you get enough dinner? Sorry, son. Get over here, stop causing trouble. Bright lights, bustling voices. The lively scene made the newly arrived survivors feel, for a dazed moment, like they'd returned to peacetime. Since the apocalypse began, when had they ever seen so many people gathered safely in one place? The groups of humans they occasionally glimpsed through windows had all been thugs up to no good. Comrade, a young man asked politely, we're new here. How does the government plan to handle us? The government? The worker glanced at the supply list and said offhandedly, I got here not long ago myself. This doesn't seem like a government relief station, probably some kind of temporary military zone, all run by soldiers. As for arrangements, you'd have to ask them. He raised his hand and pointed. A few girls raised. holding hastily nailed wooden signs, waving and shouting. Welcome, new refugees. Welcome home to your new haven. Register over here. Pick up your ID tags. No one moves around the compound without a tag. One tag per person. Hold on to it. Getting a replacement is a real hassle. Hearing the calls, the newly arrived survivors obediently gathered forward, quickly forming a long line under the girl's direction. No chatting while you wait. Any questions? Ask the staff up front. Keep it down. They've got missions tomorrow. Let's be considerate and mind our manners. The whole process ran smoothly, everything in perfect order. It basically followed the management systems from peacetime, with a few of Zhang Xiaozi's own rules thrown in here and there. This atmosphere, everyone knew it. Even the newcomers could fall right into step. How to put it? It felt like coming home. Just cooperate. Do as you're told. No need to think. No need to worry. Food, water, safety, all taken care of. Yeah, that was it. Familiar and reassuring. The warm smile returned to Sister Lee's face. She knew tonight would be another sleepless one, but she didn't feel the least bit tired. The whole settlement was slowly getting better. Life was recovering day by day. A little suffering, a little exhaustion, a little heat, all better than not being able to keep your life. Come on, comrades, right this way. Line up and register your information. It's about the same as peacetime, just with shelter details added. No need to be secretive about your shelter. Just report your gift and abilities. Whatever's inside, you keep it. As long as it's not dangerous, the higher-ups won't ask. But if you've got contraband or anything useful for the rescue effort, you must report it voluntarily and follow instructions. Sister Lee explained patiently as she registered each person. This time the process was much more relaxed than before. Last time it had targeted the survivors inside the compound. The closer you were to Mr. Su, the tighter the control. No shelters allowed inside the compound. All of them destroyed, all supplies surrendered. Outside the compound was different. More people, longer distances, less threat. To keep folks calm, the shelters wouldn't be destroyed for now. But your gift, that you had to report honestly. Zhang Xiaozi had long since planned it out. Since most survivors had their own shelter gifts, they could be coordinated over the long term. Combat gifts to support the military, support gifts to handle supply gathering and distribution. Every gift, centrally allocated. No private use. No threats to the collective. No hiding or withholding. Sister Lee didn't mention what happened to those who broke the rules. She knew that once things were clearly explained, most people wouldn't violate them. What kind of people are we? As long as the higher-ups keep us safe, fed, and housed, it's just a gift. Report it straight. However they want to use it, we'll obey completely. Nobody was stupid. Everyone knew that in times like these, you had to stick together. Besides, volunteering. Most of the recruits had ordinary abilities. When logged in, they were mostly D rank and C rank, with few B rank and not a single A rank in sight. Those with powerful gifts had done fairly well in the early days of the apocalypse, so they weren't about to come running to the military for protection right away. But these minor abilities weren't useless. A single one couldn't sustain a shelter, but put them together and it was a whole different story. Take the D rank bread tree. A small tree grows on you, producing 7 loaves of bread a day, each enough to fill you up. But bread alone won't stop you from dying of thirst. Or the C rank thermal aura. The body stays at a comfortable temperature forever, and the surrounding small area cools down too. You won't die of heat, but you've got nothing to eat or drink. Individually, each has its flaws. But combined, the bread gets shared out, the water gets shared out, and the thermal one patrols around like a human air conditioner. Put it all together, and everyone lives comfortably. Everyone understands the logic. The hard part is that in the apocalypse, human hearts are unpredictable. If I give you my bread, what if you won't let me enjoy your cool air? But with the military, things are different. The military coordinates from the center, acting as both manager and guarantor. It solves the trust problem and provides the scarcest resource of all, security. Banding together for warmth finally has a foundation. When something's clearly in your own interest, who wouldn't be willing? And so, over 1,000 survivors poured in, yet the scene remained orderly and calm. I stood by the window looking down at the crowd, my eyes drifting now and then to the color of my watch. A faint red, but not obviously so. As expected, with over 1,000 people flooding in, It was impossible to trust everyone immediately, and some were bound to have ulterior motives. Xiaozi, how do you plan to arrange them? I asked without turning around. Jiang Xiaozi stood gracefully behind me and said in a low voice, Sir, I intend to assign them by specialty, supplemented by ideological work. I aim to have everyone at your service within a week. A week? Isn't that too short? Hearts won't be settled yet. My fingertips tapped the windowsill. There are surely some troublemakers hidden among these people. Xiaozi knows. Her smile remained gentle. Humans are social creatures. The crucible of the collective can refine away the petty and the wicked. Besides, our multi-layered living system is already showing results. The core layer closest to you is the first group of girls. They'll serve as the community's first managers. Outside them are the community's survivors, and further out still are these newcomers. Even if they harbor evil intentions and want to harm you, they'd first have to break through layer after layer of obstacles, facing military suppression and the oversight and scrutiny of various ability users. And if by some fluke they got close, there's still that robot and this nearly impregnable room. Anyone who could still harm you under all these conditions, I'm afraid would have to be a god. In her eyes, my safety was already nearly 100%, and she was still adding to it. I nodded. You handle it. I've got no worries. You approve, and it warms my heart, sir. She paused. I was worried about the food and water shortage. But these people managed to survive until now. Their talents must set them apart in some way. Maybe they can fill the gap. Don't worry too much about the food problem. I gazed down at the 1,000+ people below and suddenly smiled. At tonight's scale, tomorrow's reward is bound to include supplies. The only question is whether I'll hit the jackpot again. Probably not that lucky. Nobody wins big every single day. I mulled it over. I'd only just drawn an army of 500 people today. By all logic, tomorrow at noon would most likely be a minor supply reward. But even so, I was satisfied. I'd noticed that my talent seemed to patch up weak spots. Think of the whole shelter as a barrel. Wherever a plank ran short, my talent would reinforce it. A little today, a little tomorrow, the barrel growing more and more impregnable. Xiaozi, anything else on the agenda tonight? Nothing major expected. She reported in detail. Lin Yu returns in the small hours, and Chen Xiuran is still guarding the offline trading post. The survivors we recruited today will rest for half a day to a full day, then get their new assignments. The entire shelter was growing upward in perfect order. What else was there for me to do? Sleep, I said, turning around. We'll see once tomorrow's reward arrives. So early, sir? It's not that early. Chen Xiuran asked me to give you this. Said you'd definitely be pleased. She set a big black bag on the table. I looked inside. It was a stack of game discs and controllers. Where'd Chen Xiuran get these? Picked them up during offline trading. He heard you love games, so he made a point of grabbing some for you. She smiled. I don't really get it, but Chen Xiuran certainly meant well. Yeah, good guy. I'd gotten bored with all the games on my computer, so a change of pace sounded nice. I flipped through the discs, and then my expression froze solid. None of the discs had covers, smooth and blank, just thick black lettering. AI Girl 2 Full Mod Bundle, Elder Scrolls Love Lab Latest Edition, Warden Karen Complete Edition, Nadia's Treasure, full save files included. I stood there, frozen, unable to move for a long moment. Sir, Jiang Xiaozi sensed something was off and asked gently, Is something wrong? She looked curiously at the discs. From the titles alone, they seemed harmless enough. Chen Xiuran swore up and down that once you played these, you'd be so moved you'd cry out loud. Cry out loud? You sure the tears would be coming from up above? This lunatic. Absolutely shameless. What kind of way is that to honor your leader? Indeed. I nodded silently, tucking the discs away. All tearjerkers, every single one. Xiaozi, don't you have things to do? If you're resting, sir, it's my duty to attend you. No rush. I'm not sleeping yet. Go on. Take care of your work. I kept my face serious. The shelter's just gotten on track. Everything still depends on you. The capable carry the heaviest load. Thank you for all your hard work. For your sake, sir, I feel no fatigue. She smiled brightly, then turned and left, giving me my privacy. Chen Xiuran. I took a deep breath and bent down to assemble the equipment. You really have made me see you in a new light. The night passed without incident. At dawn, Chen Xiuran returned, travel-worn and dusty. He'd left some people behind to keep the daytime market running while he brought his new goods back to the shelter. Miss Jiang, is the boss up yet? His voice arrived before he did. I've got new stuff. Crazy fun. The boss is gonna love it. Sir, Jiang Shaozi had just finished assigning the girls their tasks. She pointed upstairs. It seems he didn't sleep all night. I'll take you up. Didn't sleep all night? Qin Xiuren's eyes lit up, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Haha, the boss must have had a great time. But that won't do. His body can't take it. I'll have to whip up some tonics to build his strength back. What are you mumbling about? Jiang Shaozi turned suspiciously. Huh? Nothing. I was just thinking about our shelter's medicine stockpile. His expression turned righteous. I'm a doctor, after all. Caring about medicine is my job. It affects everyone's health. The stockpile is fairly sufficient. If you have any special needs, I'll have Lin Yu prioritize gathering them. Perfect. I'll write up a prescription list later. Qin Xiuren laughed. For the boss's use, all the good stuff deserves special attention. Oh, Jiang Shaozi raised an eyebrow. I'll take it seriously. Anything concerning Su Yi, she took to heart. The two went up to the 6th floor. Qin Xiuren slipped past the sentry robot, knocked, and pushed the door open. Boss, I'm back. Hey, why didn't you lock the door? What if someone caught you playing games? Behind him, Jiang Shaozi was puzzled. Playing games? Why would you need to lock the door? His voice suddenly cut off. Boss, having foo, huh? Boss, what's with that look? He panicked. Jiang Shaozi stepped forward quickly. She saw me sitting on the couch, expression grim, eyes dark, glaring at Qin Xiuren. Dozens of discs and the assembled equipment lay scattered across the floor in front of me. Boss. Qin Xiuren swallowed hard, testing the waters. Is this too much fun? Fun overload. I'll give you fun overload. I grabbed a controller and hurled it at him. He dodged nimbly. Look at the crap you brought back. I pointed at the discs. Calabash Brothers. Transformers. The Legend of Ninja. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. What? You got a problem? So I had a crappy childhood and never saw this stuff. Huh. Qin Xiuren was stunned too. He rushed over and shoved the disc into the player. This can't be right. I checked it before I took the shipment. It's him, it's really him. Our friend, little Neza. A crisp child's voice burst from the speakers. On screen, a cartoon kid riding windfire wheels stared out with bright, gleaming eyes. Qin Xiuren's vision went black. He plopped down on the floor and mumbled. Boss, I got scammed. I traded 7 bags of instant noodles for this. Puffed. Jiang Shaozi couldn't hold back her laughter. She didn't know exactly what it was, but she could pretty much guess. Even the assassin doctor, always so cool, so carefree, so convinced of his own brilliance, had finally gotten conned by an ordinary survivor. I bought a fake. Qin Xiuren nearly burst into tears. He couldn't wrap his head around it. What kind of world was this, where people were selling knockoffs of this stuff? You couldn't even play a fake in secret, so why not just hand over the real thing? Qin Xiuren. I kept my face stony and pointed at the door. Go. Overtime. Ah. Qin Xiuren hung his head and slapped his own, but as he got up. Boss, I'll go do overtime. No break for me today. This time he didn't put up a single word of protest. He just turned and slipped away, terrified that moving too slow would earn him another scolding. Sir. Once he was gone, Jiang Shaozi gently crouched down beside me, her small hand resting on my arm. Did you watch cartoons all night long? As if. I'm not that bored. I rolled my eyes. I was just messing with him, teaching that little punk a lesson. I actually spent all night watching the City Chat channel, trying to figure out which name on the leaderboard belongs to that mystery person downtown. If you're worried, sir, I can have Lin Yu send someone in to investigate. No need. I shook my head. We've got plenty of troops, and they're useful for a lot of things. But since downtown hasn't made contact with us, let's keep things as they are. The longer this drags out, the more it works in my favor. She nodded gently and stood up. Sir, let me go make you breakfast. Thank you. Anything I do for you is exactly what I should be doing. The whole morning was warm and peaceful. I caught up on some sleep, and before long it was time for the noon talent reward. I was betting today would be a supplies reward. Perfect timing to cover the shortfall from the 1,000+ new arrivals last night. Sure enough, it was supplies. But what I didn't expect was, I'd hit the jackpot again. Congratulations. You have triggered a premium talent reward and obtained an A-rank growth type talent. Vassals guaranteed. Another jackpot. 2 jackpots back to back. My luck was absolutely off the charts. I sucked in a sharp breath, my heart racing. A talent reward could actually roll another talent? Just from the name. Like a supply and logistics type. I immediately pulled up the shelter interface. One look, and I froze in place. Vassals guarantee. A-rank growth type talent. Unlimited potential. Effect. Can form a contract with any shelter resident, whereby the other party becomes your vassal. The contract requires the other party's voluntary consent and cannot be forced. Once the contract is established, 5 great covenants take effect for the vassal's shelter, security, talent, location, resources, and non-aggression. Once signed, the covenants can never be terminated. I quickly scanned the 5 covenants. Security covenant. Both shelters are security-bound. Unless both fall into an unresistible state simultaneously, neither shelter can be destroyed. Talent covenant. The vassal's talent information is fully revealed to me, and I control the output and timing of its use. Location covenant. The vassal's location is disclosed to me at all times. Resource covenant. The vassal's resources are fully revealed to me, and I have the right to allocate half of them. Non-aggression covenant. Neither party may harm the other. Next upgrade requirement. Contract with 1,000 vassals, currently 0. I stared at the screen, my eyes growing wider and wider. What an incredible talent. It wasn't a resource type, but the power was absolutely absurd. With this in hand, I'd never have to worry about survivors turning on me or sabotaging things. Even better, my own shelter's security would be completely locked down. The security covenant was one-on-one for the vassal, but for me, the more people I signed, the harder I'd be to destroy. Sign 1,000 vassals, and it would take 1,001 people falling into an unresistible state at the same time before my shelter could be destroyed. Was that even possible? As long as I hid a few people away, even if my shelter was breached, it could never be destroyed. And on top of that, I'd never have to destroy the residents' shelters again. I'd mentioned this to Jiang Xiaozi before, that destroying all the shelters in the complex was such a waste, and if I could put them to use, my strength would skyrocket. At the time, she was worried about my safety and firmly opposed it, saying I was too soft-hearted. But now, all hidden dangers were gone. The more I sign, the more shelters I can develop. Some shelters had mediocre talents, but all of them combined together. Damn, unstoppable. Anyone could see it. This talent's potential was far beyond A rank. If you really did the math, it had SSS-rank foundations at the very least. I'm about to be filthy fucking rich. I leapt to my feet and called for Jiang Xiaozi. Sir, breakfast isn't ready yet. Are you hungry? I'll get right on. Forget breakfast. I've got something more important. I gave her a rough rundown of the talent. Her beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Such a power actually exists. Her voice trembled. Sir truly is a child of destiny. In an instant, she'd grasped the crux of it, and, without bothering to wait on me any longer, turned and headed downstairs to prepare. A few hours later, the charter was drafted and all outbound missions for the morning were canceled. Around lunchtime, she gathered everyone at the settlement onto the open ground in the complex, read out the new rules, and announced the terms of the contract. To ensure more survivors make it, the commander has decided to unite the strength of countless shelters. Her voice rang out clear. Anyone with a shelter signs a contract and becomes a vassal under the commander. That way, your shelter stays intact, and you gain the combined power of thousands. Your shelters, we recognize them as legitimate private property, but they must be managed and deployed under unified command. This puts a stop to anyone using shelter mechanics to harm their own people. She used Sister Lee and the others to hammer the point home, stressing again and again. This was for the safety of the collective. It all boiled down to one thing. The commander won't take your shelter, and he'll help you grow. The only price is obedience. No one here is forced to accept. Anyone who doesn't agree is free to leave. We won't stop you. This time she had no intention of destroying the shelters of those who refused. She'd read this crowd perfectly. Most of them had already come prepared to give up their shelters entirely. Now the commander would protect them and help them develop, all in exchange for following orders. Who would turn down a deal like that? The crowd instantly erupted. We'll do whatever Miss Jiang says. When the nation's in crisis, unity comes first. Whatever the commander wants, it's his. Holy crap, we get to keep our shelters? And he'll help us grow? I agree with both hands and both feet. I'm gonna write a book praising the commander. Reborn. The nation helps me level up my shelter. Zhang Xiaozi smiled and waved a hand. Since there are no objections, let's eat. This afternoon, Sister Li will organize the signings in order. Several building lobbies had been cleared out to serve as makeshift cafeterias, packed with canned goods and crackers. Crude as it was enough to fill your belly in the apocalypse. And to survivors who'd been starving for so long, it was the finest taste in the world. With full stomachs, pledging loyalty came all the more eagerly. After the meal, the signing began. The process was dead simple. I just had to send out an application within a certain range, and the full text of the 5 covenants would display before the other party, holding nothing back. All they had to do was nod. At first glance, the 5 covenants seemed restrictive, but in everyone's eyes they were nothing at all. They'd never planned to keep their shelters anyway, and now they could get them back and be led to develop by the commander, a guaranteed win. The worst-case outcome was simply never losing your shelter. After all, anyone who wanted to destroy their shelters would have to take out the commanders first. If the armies couldn't manage that, who could? Sign. In under 3 hours, everyone was done. Not a single one missed. All of them vassals. Congratulations. You now have 12 vassals. #chapter. 56 people. Upgrade conditions met. Upgrading. Guarantee of Class A vassals. Upgrade successful. Evolved into Paradise of Class S vassals. An instant upgrade. I sprang up from the couch. I got the talent at noon, and it upgraded by the afternoon. Class A to Class S. This was awesome. I couldn't wait to open up the talent details. Most of the information was the same. There was just one additional covenant. 5 covenants had become 6. Satiation covenant. Every day after I eat or drink, my vassals immediately receive half the portion I consumed. Limited to ordinary food and water. Unused portions reset at midnight if not consumed that day. Damn, what a skill. At first glance, this one didn't benefit me at all, but the benefit to my vassals was enormous. Half of everything I ate, they got for free. It was like conjuring massive amounts of supplies out of thin air, dramatically easing the survival pressure on the entire faction. I'll test it tonight. No, let's have some afternoon tea right now. I called for Zhang Xiaozi and told her to prepare something nice. Before long, a glass of orange wine slush was set in front of me. The oranges were greenhouse grown, the slush made with a freezer, and the wine was a small amount of matai she'd mixed herself, just enough to invigorate circulation and boost energy. Without a word, I dug in. 1 spoonful in, and the orange slices burst on the tip of my tongue. Icy sweetness flooded my mouth instantly, delicate as a summer snowflake gently melting away. I squinted with pleasure, every cell in my body cheering. Xiaozi, this is amazing. Do you want a bite? No thank you, sir. She smiled and shook her head. As long as you're happy. You really can do everything. Is there anything in this world you can't do? Of course there is, she said softly. I don't understand Li Yu's research, and I can only handle the simple parts of Chun Shuren's poison mixing. But I still think you're incredible. Ordinary women can't compare to you at all. I savored each sip, the faint aroma of wine filling my nose. I don't usually drink, but this wine was so light and subtle it had a flavor all its own. A glass of slush, gone in just a few sips. When I finished, I looked at Zhang Xiaozi as she wiped my mouth. Before I could say anything, she already understood. Sir, I'll go make the arrangements right away. I watched her leave. Moments later, cries of excitement erupted downstairs, one after another. Holy crap, I got a notification, a free serving of afternoon tea. This flavor, this texture, and there's wine. I'm in heaven. Is this really the apocalypse? Why do I feel like somebody's using cheat codes? It's the commander's talent. Whatever he eats, we get half. Commander, I'm begging you, smoke a cigarette. My kid hasn't smelled tobacco in ages. You've got no ambition at all. I'll sign in blood. I begged the commander and Miss Jiang to get married on the spot. Knock it off. Miss Jiang said only regular food and water are allowed. Just eat your smoothie like a good boy. Eat fast and get back to work. I heard they're setting up a work points system. Whoever puts in the most gets their shelter picked out, and leveled up first by the chief. Then it's definitely gonna be me. My thermostatic talent is unbeatable. Turn me into a central AC unit. I'll be the sun, bringing salvation to all. 1 cup of smoothie, and the whole settlement was full of laughter and joy. The newcomers were all smiles, while the residents from the original neighborhood could only watch with envy. Compared to these latecomers, they were in an awkward position. Their shelters were gone, and they weren't bound by the vassal rules either, which made them the most uncontrollable element in the settlement. But Jiang Xiaozi had her own plans. This group was small, without shelters of their own, making them better suited, like the girls, for conditioning and training to become special personnel. She understood better than anyone how to guarantee this type of person's loyalty. She was just deliberating. Should she handle it herself, or hand it over to Chinchuran? Train them as spies, or as assassins? That was worth a few days of thought. While she was busy, I was lounging comfortably on the couch, browsing through the next upgrade requirements. 10,000 people next time? At this rate, we'd probably hit that just before the first apocalypse round ended. I muttered to myself, going by this mechanic is the next tier SS rank? But if I only get 1 extra covenant each time, even maxed out at SSS, that's 7 or 8 covenants at most, hardly top tier. Even worse than the otaku's home. Whatever. Getting stronger is a win. Free talents, no complaints there. As long as I had the otaku's home, every day brought new experiences, and every day I racked up free rewards. But things didn't go the way I expected. For the entire following week, I felt like I'd fallen into a post-luck dry spell. 7 days straight, all C-rank rewards, across the board. 4 were supply type, food and water, each barely enough to sustain a dozen people for a day. 2 were security type, an infinite ammo sniper rifle and an infinite ammo assault rifle. The last one wasn't bad. C-rank, sure, but highly specialized. Absolute defense, bulletproof vest, C-rank equipment. Completely nullifies damage from pistols, submachine guns, and low-powered rifles. Increases defense against all other firearms by 50%. Sounds badass, right? Absolute defense. But it only blocks bullets, and only the low-powered kind. Combat-talented types like Wang Daniyu weren't afraid of bullets to begin with. In his words, as long as he didn't get shot in the head, he could self-heal and keep fighting without losing any combat power. Still, this thing had some use at the current stage. But you could see it coming. As the shelter developed, it would inevitably be phased out. It held less value than an infinite ammo rifle. I didn't keep it. I just tossed it to Linyu. I don't go outside anyway, so wearing it or not made no difference. This week's rewards were on a wild. The setback made one thing clear to me. Could it be that, as far as my talent's concerned, my shelter doesn't really need anything urgently anymore? Is that why it refuses to cough up a jackpot? The more I thought about it, the more it added up. My shelter had already grown into a settlement-level force. Population, talent, military, gifted abilities, equipment, supplies, all of it built up to scale. This past week, wherever my troops went, they barely ran into trouble. Rioters bolted the moment they spotted us in the distance. Most supply points fell without a scratch, and the occasional gifted fool who tried to fight us for them all died under a hail of gunfire. Even the scorching apocalypse couldn't threaten us. With power restored in the main building, everyone took turns cooling off, and not a single person died from the heat. All things considered, my shelter wasn't lacking anything for the time being. But even so, would it kill you to throw me a few more talents? Even C-rank would do. I'd already gotten a taste of what talents could do, and they were incredibly useful. Forget C-rank. Even D-rank felt too scarce to me. But my talent flat out refused. I bet that jackpot batch of vassals ranked so high it drained my shut-in talent dry. I let out a long sigh. It wasn't just the talent slacking off. The rescue runs hadn't lived up to expectations either. A whole week only netted 2,000 new people, nowhere near the day I first got the vassal talent, when I brought in over 1,000 in a single day. I couldn't blame Linyu for that. Her soldiers were genuinely committed to rescue work, wishing they could save even more civilians. But the survivors in the surrounding blocks seemed to have vanished into thin air. We went door to door and found no one. Some shelters were simply destroyed, the people gone, the homes empty. Jiang Xiaozi figured this was the work of that mysterious guy downtown, someone desperate for population. The survivors in the farther blocks had probably already been scooped up by him. My talent's letting me down, and now someone's competing with me for people. I clutched my head and slumped helplessly into the couch. Jiang Xiaozi sat across from me and, as usual, brought over a smoothie. In a gentle voice, she advised, "Sir, I still think we should send a small team downtown to scout it out. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never lose a battle. We need to get a read on what's going on farther out before we can come up with a plan. Lu Rui's team would be perfect. He's skilled at reconnaissance and sniping. No rush." I waved her off, took a deep breath, and lifted the smoothie for a bite. Then suddenly I said, "Xiaozi, today's the last day." I raised my head, my gaze turning grim. Tomorrow marks the second round of the apocalypse. At a critical moment like this, I don't do anything unnecessary, and I don't let anyone stray far from the shelter. The second round of the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaozi lowered her head in thought, then looked up. "Sir, do you know the specifics? If we have intel, we can stay ahead of everyone else." "I don't." I shook my head, my expression heavy. "All I know is the timing of the shift. If I'm not wrong, tomorrow at noon, before the talent refresh, the second round will begin. No one knows what it'll be, but I have one advantage over everyone else. When it comes, I'll still have one emergency talent activation left." I drew in a deep breath and gazed out the window at that blood-red sun. "Cancel everything tonight. Bring everyone back," I ordered. "From tonight until dawn, everyone stays at the settlement. We prepare for everything. Zombies, extreme cold, meteors, plague, prepare for all of it." I paused. Whether or not we actually need it is beside the point. At the very least, we need to do something. "Understood." Jiang Xiaozi hurried off. I wasn't the only one who sensed the danger coming. Any survivor with a sense of timing knew. Once the month was up, the first round of the apocalypse would end. Most people had barely adjusted to the scorching heat, and now they were about to face a whole new hell. A group of former university professors ran a joint analysis. If the second round brought extreme cold, if the temperature plunged from blistering heat to below freezing, the average human body simply couldn't survive such a violent shift. They dropped dead on the spot. The more people talked, the heavier their hearts grew. I listened to it all through the surveillance feeds, a weight pressing down on my own chest. But there was nothing humanity could do against the pressures of the outside world. All we could do was wait in silence. Time trickled away. Night fell, and under Jiang Xiaozi's direction, the entire settlement went into tense combat readiness. Even so, there was pitifully little anyone could actually do. Most just sat wide-eyed, waiting for daybreak. I was no different. The blood-red sun rose again. The clock crawled to 11 in the morning. Then, suddenly, that long-absent, mysterious voice rang out in the ears of every survivor. "The first round of the apocalypse extreme heat is about to end. Congratulations to every surviving individual. Reward settlement will now commence." A cascade of brand new prompts appeared before my eyes. "Detected. You still possess a shelter. Shelter reward will not be triggered. Shelter reward, the basic reward for surviving the apocalypse. If you lose your shelter but survive, you will be granted a new level 0 shelter and a new talent. Cumulative survival points exceed 10,000. Tier 1 reward granted. Tier 1 reward. Randomly receive 1 C-to-B grade reward of any category, including personnel, items, talents, skills, and more. Leaderboard check. You hold the top spot in 7 regional categories: resources, personnel count, personnel rank, item count, talent level, and shelter overall combat powered. 7 regional number 1 exclusive settlement rewards granted. Regional number 1 reward. Randomly receive 1 B2A grade reward of a specified category. Talents cannot be specified. First round survival overall rating, grade S. Assessment. You survived in a manner that nearly exceeded all human expectations. Survived doomsday. Established a decent-sized settlement. Conserved resources. Displayed a strong will to live. Congratulations. You've earned 1 S-rank random reward. All rewards have been deposited into your shelter storage. They can be accessed after the second doomsday. A long string of messages sprawled across my vision, making my head spin. Settle up first, then announce round 2? I skimmed the rewards, Generous, no doubt. But I wasn't in the mood to celebrate. I was just waiting for word on the next round. Unlike my silence, everyone else in the building went wild. I've got a shelter again. God gave me a second chance, someone sobbed. Thank God. Praise the system. People never appreciate what they have until it's gone. In round one, so many treated their shelters like nothing. Some even abandoned them outright. By the time they wised up, they had nothing left. Who could have guessed that the most basic survival reward would be a brand new shelter? So what if I'm a month behind? As long as you're alive, you've got a shot at turning things around. Just as everyone was counting their blessings, the mysterious voice returned. Round 1 settlement complete. Now commencing round 2 of Doomsday, the plague of flesh-eating fungus. The voice faded, and the world fell dead silent again. After a brief pause, the hall erupted once more. That's it. What about round 2? Has it started or not? What kind of doomsday is this? I've never heard of it. Flesh-eating fungus, bacteria that feed on people? Is this a plague? Damn, how are we supposed to defend against that? This could wipe out the whole planet. Upstairs, I was racking my brain too. I combed through all the shelter's information but couldn't find a single detail. That entity never explained anything. The extreme heat in round 1 had come out of nowhere too, forcing humanity to tough it out for a month in total confusion. Looks like it's the same deal this time, I muttered. Flesh-eating fungus. Is it bacteria or something bigger? What does it look like? What's the threat? That bastard's never going to tell us. Remembering how blindsided we'd been in round 1, I scanned my surroundings warily. Going by the last round's pattern, round 2 should hit suddenly too. Chances are, it's already close to me. Airborne. Clinging to objects. And in that very instant, as the thought crossed my mind, a blood-curdling scream tore through the hall downstairs. Ah, my hand. It's eating my hand. The moment the scream broke out, every nerve in my body snapped taut. I rushed to the monitors. On screen, the crowd was in chaos, huddled around a man missing a hand. Blood gushed everywhere as he writhed and wailed on the floor, and his right hand was stuck to the wall. What the hell is that thing? Wang Danyu roared, jabbing a finger at the breach in the wall as the crowd stumbled back in terror. I zoomed in. The wall was coated in a layer of something dark green and slimy spread in silence, expanding visibly, coating the entire wall in the blink of an eye. Like lichen or some kind of fungal mat, it gave off an ominous vibe. The man's severed hand was pinned fast, and countless fine tendrils reached out from the mat, coiling madly, devouring greedily. In less than 30 seconds, the entire hand was picked clean. Even worse, after swallowing the flesh, the mat seemed to feed on it and began growing at an insane rate. It crawled along the wall toward the floor and ceiling, closing in on the crowd. Like a beast that had caught the scent of prey. That's a man-eating fungus. It eats people. It's not a plague, it's a plant crisis. Shoot. Shoot it now. The soldiers didn't panic. They fell out quickly, shielding the crowd behind them. Lin Yu made the call without hesitation. Probing fire. Don't let it near the crowd. Bang. Bang. Bullets spun through the air and buried into the mat, spattering green fluid. I fixed my eyes on the lens. Bullet holes appeared instantly, yet the mat was unharmed. If anything, it was provoked, sending out more tendrils that lashed wildly toward the source of the gunfire. SHHHK. Wang Danyu swung his blade and severed the tendrils. The cut pieces kept writhing on the ground, and the crowd recoiled in horror. Moments later, the tendrils dissolved into a puddle of green ooze, evaporating into a green mist in the heat and vanishing without a trace. Bullets are useless, but it dies off once it's cut from the body, Jiang Xiaozi noted, analyzing as she looked toward Lin Yu. First squad, fix bayonets. Cut it down. Lin Yu barked. 10 soldiers advanced with blades, hacking from a safe distance. The mat fell and evaporated in pieces, but the gaps grew right back in an instant, like a gecko regenerating its tail. Incredible healing, brutal lethality. Jiang Xiaozi frowned. But it's not unbeatable. We need to try more methods and find what hits it hardest. Before she finished, the door burst open and several soldiers rushed in. Reporting. Massive green vines have appeared outside. Looks like the fungal mat. Highly aggressive. It sends out tendrils to attack living people. How much? Lin Yu asked in a low voice. A lot. The comms operator pulled up the drone feed. On the screen, The mat had already blanketed most of the complex's roads, sparing neither the green belts nor the building facades. The lens zoomed out. The distant streets were the same. Everywhere the drone flew, there was nothing but a green ocean. The entire city seemed to have fallen overnight. Streets, buildings, sewers, underground pipe networks, all seized by this cursed thing, dense and crawling, spreading everywhere. There's way too much of it. Zhang Xiaozi's face went pale. This aggression, this self-healing, this rate of spread, no less deadly than the first round's scorching apocalypse. Keep testing countermeasures. She spun around and gave Linyu the order. I'm going to find him. His safety is what matters most. Understood. Linyu nodded and turned to the chief of staff. Take 3 squads upstairs. Make absolutely sure the boss is safe. Captain Lin, we already have 2 squads standing by. Send more? He's our leader. We can't afford any oversight when it comes to his safety. Yes, ma'am. The chief of staff saluted, then turned to muster his men. Wang Daniu volunteered eagerly. Chief, I'm going too. I'm not scared of these freaky things. Let me clear them out. The chief of staff glanced at Linyu, and only when he saw she didn't object did he give a reluctant nod. Come with me. You're on cleanup duty. Wipe out every last man-eating fungus on the boss's floor. Yes, sir. Wang Daniu was thrilled. More than the danger in front of him, he wanted to get close to that mysterious leader. The closer to the leader, the closer to the heart of power. If he could earn some recognition, a meteoric rise was just around the corner. Afraid? Give me a break. If even he, Wang Daniu, wasn't scared of these fungal mats, then how could that fathomless leader possibly go down here? Yeah, right. Rather than worry, he should be thinking about how to show off in front of the boss. Sir, Jiang Xiaozi rushed up to the 6th floor, her heart in her throat. The whole way up, she'd seen it all too clearly. The walls of the entire building, the ceilings, even the stair railings, were completely covered in that horrific fungal mat. Screams rang out one after another. The moment anyone so much as brushed against it, the tentacles inside the fungus would snap out and tear off a chunk of flesh on the spot. She knew her own weaknesses better than anyone. Unlike combat prodigies like Wang Daniu, all her skills were effect-based. In a hand-to-hand fight, she was no different from an ordinary person. And the man-eating fungus was exactly the kind of direct physical threat that came straight for the human body. Sir, She'd charged up to the 6th floor, only to freeze. The robot stood in the doorway, its electronic eyes sweeping the surroundings with an eerie glow. The fungal mat was sparse across the entire floor, except in the master bedroom where I was. The doorframe, the walls, not a single trace. It was as if an invisible line had been drawn around this room. Through the crack in the door came Liya's voice. Boss, based on my analysis of the current situation, the shelter's upgrade projects can effectively block the spread of the man-eating fungus. That means higher-tech methods can contain it. It's highly aggressive and heals fast, but it's easier to deal with than a bacterial outbreak. Threat level, roughly on par with zombies. It'll cause us trouble, but not enough to wipe out the settlement. Jiang Xiaozi pushed the door open and walked in. Xiaozi's here. I looked up and patted the spot beside me. Have a seat. How are things out there? The man-eating fungus has already gotten into the complex. The main building wasn't spared either. She lowered her head as she reported. Lin Yu's dealing with it, but it's hard to say how well it'll work. It's fine, take it slow. I nodded. Keep researching, find the most effective way. Leave the wounded to Chun Xiuren. He's a professional doctor. I took a deep breath and turned to look out the window. The sky was still blood red. Have you noticed? The first apocalypse, the heat, it's still here. I narrowed my eyes. I thought the apocalypses rotated. New one comes, old one disappears. Looks like I was wrong. That mysterious entity never intended to pull back the heat. It's stacking a new apocalypse on top of the old one. This so-called rotation, maybe it's not one swapping out for another, but layer piling on layer. I rubbed my temples. The heat was still here, and now a swarm of flesh-eating fungus. That's just 2. If 7, 8, 100 apocalypses came crashing down at once. Meteors, zombies, fungal mats, blazing sun. No shelter, no matter how strong, could withstand it. Sir, we shouldn't worry about a future so far off, Jiang Xiaozi said softly. Only by living in the present do we have a future at all. I fell silent for a moment, then let out a long breath. Take Leo out and have her link up with Chinchurin. When it comes to biological research, they're all we've got right now. Also, go through the survivor files you've compiled. Find everyone with relevant expertise. There's only one goal. Figure out what makes this flesh-eating fungus tick and find a way to contain it. Even if we can't solve it, we have to keep the shelter safe. Yes, sir. She turned and left with Leah. Alone, I couldn't walk this road. But with hundreds, even thousands of survivors in the settlement, I had resources, I had talent. Why couldn't I reverse engineer this? The advantages of a large power were showing themselves now. Outside the door, Wang Daniu was hacking away at the fungal mat with real effort, one chunk per swing. But his mind wasn't on the work at all. Every chance he got, he angled himself to sneak a peek through the crack in the door. So this is the chief's room. In this whole shelter, I'm about the only one who gets to come near here now. The more he thought about it, the more pumped he got, chopping even harder. He glanced a few times at the robot by the entrance. Its electronic eye was locked on him, and several tiny gun barrels protruded from its shoulders. Anyone else would have bolted long ago. But Wang Daniu was big and bold, and he didn't give it a second thought. Just a scare tactic. It's not gonna actually shoot me dead, is it? The chief's right inside. Everybody says the chief's brilliant and brave, with a heart of gold. I'm the chief's man. If it dares touch me, it'll be scrapped for parts by tomorrow. Mid-daydream, the door behind him opened. Zhang Xiaozi hurried downstairs with Leah. In the instant the door swung open, Wang Daniu caught a glimpse of the inside. A room full of futuristic, sci-fi flair, and a young man sitting on the couch, deep in thought. That's the chief? So young. I sensed the gaze from outside the door, turned, and met his eyes. He quickly forced a smile, holding up the saber. He bowed at the waist. I stood up, walked out of the room, and came face to face with him. So you're Wang Daniu? This was the first time I really got a good look at this survivor, the one whose talent was the complete opposite of mine. Reporting, Commander. I'm Wang Daniu. He snapped to attention, standing ramrod straight. You don't have to shout like that. Xiaozi should have explained, I'm not with the government. I'm just a survivor who likes saving people. If I'm the commander's soldier, then I call you commander. He didn't even blink. Protecting the commander means protecting the collective. When the commander saves people, that's doing the people's work. I'm loyal to the commander. All right. I gave a small smile. What are you working on? Reporting, Commander. I'm cutting down the man-eating fungus. The chief of staff said we've got to keep the commander's quarters absolutely secure. He sliced off a tentacle poking through the wall. These things. I won't let a single one of them touch even a hair on the commander's head. Good. Keep at it. Before the words had even left my mouth, downstairs, chaos erupted. A woman's scream tore through the air. Stay back. Don't come near me. Check the wounded man. He's turned into a zombie. Shoot. Somebody shoot him. I went on high alert instantly, spinning around and rushing back into the room. Wang Daniu gripped his long blade and strode over to block the stairwell. Somebody's turning into a zombie? Come on. Killing you lot just earns me more merit. The first thing I did was pull up the surveillance feed. On the screen, that wounded man with the severed arm, the one who'd been treated so kindly, suddenly burst with a massive eruption of man-eating fungus from the stump. Countless tiny tentacles ripped through the skin all at once. In the blink of an eye, a living human being had become a humanoid mass of man-eating fungus. Dark green fungal matter coated his entire body. Every pore, every inch of skin, spewed writhing tentacles in a frenzy, lunging at the survivors all around. It's the fungus. It did this. My eyes went wide, my breath tightening. This thing really isn't simple. The threat of the second apocalypse is definitely worse than the first. Open fire. Zhang Xiaozi had arrived downstairs and gave the order to Lin Yu. The soldiers hesitated no longer, surrounding the monster and firing. Others worked to disperse the crowd. Just as she'd predicted, it didn't work well. The pistol rounds could barely slow its movement. They couldn't kill it. It simply wasn't afraid of bullets. And in such a confined space, she didn't dare bring out the more powerful rifles. Flamethrowers here. The chief of staff arrived with several soldiers, aiming the flame nozzle at the monster and scorching it in a sustained blast. Amid the inferno, The tentacles across its body caught fire and dropped away one by one. But the main body? Untouched. Not even a scorch mark. Heat-resistant. Does this thing even count as a plant? Zhang Xiaozi's brow furrowed tight. Behind her, the crowd huddled and murmured. This poor guy's got it rough. Word is he'd already racked up a few hundred merit points, and today he just turns into a monster. These plants, they're not from Earth, are they? With soldiers standing guard up front, everyone was happy to just watch the show. Since fire had failed, Zhang Xiaozi didn't dare run any new weakness experiments inside the settlement. She glanced at Linyu and gave her a look. Linyu caught the signal and immediately ordered several fighters forward. Using the specialized ropes, nets, and blast shields they'd brought from the police station, they wrapped the monster up layer by layer. It took several strong men, giving it everything they had to drag it out of the building and stuff it into an abandoned car for detention. Not afraid of fire, not afraid of blades, not afraid of bullets. Zhang Xiaozi looked at the fighters lined up around the junked car and heaved a deep sigh. This monster is a real pain. Even she was out of options. Those survivors surviving alone in the city, if they ran into something like this, they'd only feel more hopeless. Leah, do you have any ideas? Leah had been observing the whole time. Now she shook her head. Not for the moment. Maybe drugs would work, but I need parts of it and some derivative tissue to study. Besides, medicine isn't my specialty. We might have to rely on Mr. Chun. She turned to look at Chen Qiuren. Mr. Chun, what do you think? Just lock it up for now. Chen Qiuren lounged lazily against the wall. I might have a way, but I need to get the raw materials first. My suggestion is to clear out all these damn things in the settlement first and take care of the rest slowly. That's exactly right. The priority is cleanup. HM? Zhang Xiaozi suddenly frowned, sizing him up and down. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Qiuren stroked his face narcissistically and waved a hand. Miss Jiang, I know I'm handsome, but there's no chance for us. In my heart, you'll always hold the position of the boss's wife. Why are you able to lean against that wall? She pointed at it. The flesh-eating fungus is right next to your arm. Aren't you afraid of getting infected and turning into one of those monsters? It's fine. Chen Qiuren spread his palm indifferently and pressed it directly onto a patch of fungal mat on the wall. Zhang Xiaozi and Leah watched with their own eyes. The dark green patch beneath his palm was slowly receding, the fungus seeming to actively retreat, no longer spreading toward him. Huh? Leah exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Chun, is that your poison? Part of it, I guess. Still testing. Chen Qiuren pulled his hand away, his palm dusted with white powder and crystals. Is that an antibiotic? The third usable drug. Chen Qiuren nodded. It can't kill them, but it makes them recoil and keep their distance. Leah lowered her head in thought, murmuring. So that means it hasn't broken free of the bacterial framework. It can still destroy structures by breaking down cells. She looked up. Mr. Chun, what you're doing is too dangerous. Experimenting on your own body. If it fails. Jiang. Miss, are you worried about me? Chen Qiuren blinked, grinning like an old scoundrel. I wouldn't dare become the boss's rival in love. Chen Qiuren, be serious. He dropped the smile and gave a lazy wave. My life's already a mess. If I can do something useful for the boss before I die, at least I'll have earned my room and board. Don't do experiments like this again. You matter to him. Zhang Xiaozi gave him a long look, then turned to Leah. Any leads? Based on Mr. Chen's experiments, this is the only effective countermeasure we have right now, Leah answered. But most medical technology is useless at the moment. To suppress the flesh-eating bacteria on a large scale, we'd first need the ability to mass-produce the drug ourselves. Until then, all we can do is focus on collecting whatever specific medications are left in medical facilities, experimenting and containing it locally as we go. Leave that to me. Zhang Xiaozi nodded. You focus on the experiments. A squad of soldiers will be at your disposal. As for that monster, she glanced at the tightly wrapped thing inside the wrecked car. It's all yours. Don't worry. Chen Qiuren raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun. I'll take good care of it. While the three of them studied the monster, I stayed in my room the whole time. The second apocalypse had only just begun, and we still didn't understand the flesh-eating bacteria. This heavily modified room was the safest place to be. By my count, it's about time for the talent reward, I said, sitting on the couch, staring at my watch. Given the situation, the reward's probably tied to the flesh-eating bacteria. It's been 7 days. Even if it's not a jackpot, it should at least give me something we're truly desperate for. Even a botanist wouldn't be a bad deal. A few minutes later, a new notification appeared before my eyes. Congratulations. Talent reward triggered. Obtained an A-rank talent unit. Zhao Siki. Huh. An A-rank talent. Jackpot. It's not even targeting the flesh-eating bacteria. Did the talent glitch out? I was both stunned and confused. Logically, what I needed most was a way to counter the bacteria. So why give me a person? Golden light spread out and condensed into an alluring human figure. A moment later, a woman in a white lab coat appeared before me. She looked about 27 or 28, with an upright posture and an elegant bearing. Her features were delicate, yet there was a cold aloofness in her expression that warned people to keep their distance. Her jet black hair was simply tied back, with a few strands falling beside her ears. A scientist. I sized her up. She was sizing me up too. I'm a doctor. Her voice was cold, with an air of looking down on everyone. She wasn't respectful like the other talents. At first glance, you'd think she was the one in charge. Another doctor. I frowned, noticing the large cloth bag in her hand, embroidered on the outside with a red cross, a medical kit. Have a seat. She gave a slight nod and sat down gracefully, crossing her legs. I'd seen enough beautiful women to feel nothing, so I went straight to pulling up her talent data. Name, Zhao Siki. Age, 35. Type, doctor/scientist/geneticist. Talent grade, A-class. Physical strength, 140. Neural response, 280. Endurance, 170. Mental willpower, 300. Self-healing/immunity, 320. Talent traits, Master of Medicine, extraordinary drug development and production abilities, capable of creating all kinds of highly effective medicines. Can cure common diseases as well as combat special bacteria and pathogens. Genetic modification, proficient in biological gene research, with basic modification capabilities. Can enhance or weaken a target's biological functions. Toxin resistance, skilled at countering all forms of toxins, with a high natural resistance built into her body. Talent gifts, surgical mastery, expert in both internal and external surgery, skilled at using a scalpel for self-defense and combat. Solo healer, able to overcome nearly any hostile environment while practicing medicine alone, and can continue producing drugs even with minimal equipment. Assassin's wife, once fell in love with an assassin and learned a wide range of assassination techniques. Skilled at eliminating enemies with drugs. Value score, 2680. Great stats, high score, huh? Wait a second. When I saw that last talent gift, I froze and looked up to size her up again. You used to be an assassin's wife. Yes, boss. She nodded elegantly. Does that have something to do with my next assignment? If you want someone dead, I can make that happen. She brushed a lock of hair from her temple, the gesture dripping with charm. But that tone, that offhand casualness, something about it felt strangely familiar. This. I hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. May I ask, was your ex-husband's last name Chun? Zhao Siki suddenly frowned, her whole demeanor turning cold. Boss, do you know that man? I looked at her and was about to speak, but I snapped my mouth shut. Somewhere along the way, a scalpel had appeared between her fingers, its cold gleam slowly rotating. If the person you want dead is him, she said, eyes narrowing, red lips curling upward, I can guarantee him 1,001 ways to die. She was smiling, and that smile was pure murderous intent. I swallowed hard. This woman was intoxicating, all right, and absolutely deadly. No, I'm not killing him. Then where is Chinchuan? Her lashes fluttered, a faint seductiveness in her smile. Since you brought up that name, you must know him, or at least be able to find him. I was still trying to figure out how to cover for Chinchuan. Making excuses. Bang. The door flew open, and Chinchuan's booming voice barged in ahead of him. Boss, I'm skipping the trading market today, heading out with the team to scavenge for medical equipment, and I'll grab some drug-making ingredients while I'm at it. Oh, by the way, is there any game you've been wanting to play? I could pick it up for you while I'm. He stopped mid-sentence. The fawning grin froze on his face. He stood there stiff as a statue, like someone had hit a pressure point. The next second, he spun on his heel without hesitation. All right, my gear. I should double-check it before I head out. Chun Xiuren. 3 ice-cold syllables came out of Zhao Siki's mouth, and Chun Xiuren nailed himself to the doorway, not daring to move a muscle. The air went dead still. I looked at her, then at him, and offered a helpful reminder. She's calling you. Chun Xiuren turned slowly, squeezing out a fake smile. Boss, this is my new co-worker? You don't know her? He shook his head solemnly. Boss, you know me. I've never had any interest in women. I don't fool around with strange women. No interest in women. So that means he's interested in men? I quietly scooted my butt over, putting an extra inch between us. Zhao Siki sneered. So now I'm a strange woman. Oh, if it isn't Dr. Zhao. Chun Xiuren suddenly acted shocked, as if he'd only just recognized her, his face breaking into a wide smile. What brings you here? Look at these eyes of mine. What a rare guest, old friend. So now I'm just a friend. Then a girlfriend? I wouldn't presume. She toyed with a scalpel, her tone flat. Mr. Chun is such a dashing ladies' man. Someone like me could never catch your eye, let alone qualify as your girlfriend. Sweat beaded on Chun Xiuren's forehead. Then an ex-girlfriend? She said nothing, just narrowed her beautiful eyes, killing intent radiating off her. All right. Sensing the mood had gone sour, I quickly spoke up and turned to her. Chun Xiuren is one of mine. Whatever grudge you have with him, tell me and I'll handle it. But don't sour things here. Am I making myself clear? My tone was dead serious. Zhao Siki glanced at me, and the frost on her face melted in an instant. She smiled politely. As you wish, boss. I won't sour things with him. She turned back to Chun Xiuren, narrowing her phoenix eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into a seductive arc. After all, we're old friends. I still need to catch up with him nice and slow. Take our time reminiscing. This woman's resentment ran as deep as a well. I had no idea what Chun Xiuren had done to her, but from the looks of it, she definitely wasn't planning to pour her heart out. I had no way to deal with a woman like this. I'd leave it to Jiang Xiaozi. I opened the surveillance terminal. Xiaozi, come upstairs for a minute. Yes, sir. Her gentle voice answered immediately. She always responded to me first. I sat back down across from Zhao Siki. Jiang Xiaozi is my assistant and the primary manager of the settlement. She'll get you set up, a room, food, work. Anything you need, tell her, or tell me. I shot Chun Xiuren another glance and waved him off sharply. What are you still standing around for? Get back to work. I told you to study the flesh-eating bacteria. What are you doing up here? We're both men. He knew I was giving him an out. Ah, yes, boss. He nodded rapidly, but his feet didn't budge an inch. Why aren't you moving? Don't tell me the sight of an old flame had rooted him to the spot. Boss. Chun Xiuren forced out a smile uglier than a grimace. My legs are numb. I can't walk. You're a grown man. Your legs go numb from standing a little while. It's my old friend here. She drugged me. He stole a timid glance at Zhao Siki, looking so pitiful he could practically wring tears from the air. I froze, turned to look at her, utterly speechless. These two really were a matched pair. Both loved drugging people without a sound. Are you complaining that I shouldn't have done it? She raised an eyebrow. Chun Xiuren shook his head furiously. Seeing as the boss still needs you, I'll let today slide. She waved her hand. Get lost. She didn't give him any antidote, yet Chun Xiuren bolted out of the room like his life depended on it, not daring to look back. Huh. I was curious. What did you use? Paralytic drugs shouldn't wear off that fast. It's a neurotoxin, a new compound I developed myself. She swept back her hair and smiled. Plus, that man has decent toxin resistance, so he recovers quickly. I nodded, then suddenly asked, so you have some special method for controlling pathogens? I told her about the situation in the second apocalypse. The flesh-eating bacteria, not of this earth, now threatening the settlement. She listened carefully, then mused, since Chun Xiuren's toxin worked, that means this type of bacteria still falls within what medicine can handle. If you trust me, boss, I can give it a try. The words had barely left her mouth when footsteps sounded outside the door. Jiang Xiaozi had arrived. Miss Zhao, go ahead and try. You have my full support. Since the talent reward had recruited her, chances were she had a unique way of controlling the flesh-eating bacteria. I introduced her to Jiang Xiaozi. This is Zhao Siki, the the second doctor of our settlement. Her skills are even more brilliant than Chinchiran's. I leaned hard on the word brilliant. Zhao Siki gave a satisfied smile. Don't worry, sir. I'll take good care of Miss Zhao. Jiang Xiaozi smiled. Miss Zhao, come with me. She sized up Jiang Xiaozi with obvious interest and left alongside her. After the two women left, I cupped my chin and muttered, this is getting interesting. Two killer doctors. At least Zhao Siki's loyalty to me was solid, so the two of them probably wouldn't turn on each other. Still, what exactly did Chinchiran do to her? She wanted to kill him 1,000 times over. But I didn't have time to dig into that right now. The countermeasure for the flesh-eating bacteria would take time. All I could do was wait. And while I waited, I wasn't just sitting idle. I still haven't gone through the settlement rewards from the last round. Maybe I'll find some new way to survive the second apocalypse. Alone, I opened up the shelter's storage space. In the first apocalypse settlement, my survival points broke 10,000, earning me 1 C to B grade all-category random draw. And that was just the lowest tier. On top of that, there were the rewards for placing first on all 7 leaderboards. Ranking first in each regional leaderboard granted a B2A grade designated category reward, and I had a full 7 of them. Good thing I never named my shelter, and nobody knows I took this many first-place spots. My gaze fell on the final reward, an S-grade random reward for the first round's overall final score. I drew a deep breath. It's draw time. 8 draws, from lowest to highest. I couldn't imagine any way I wouldn't come out stronger. Even if the god of bad luck himself possessed me, these rewards were enough to completely transform me. Use. C to B grade random all-category draw. A golden gaming machine materialized before my eyes, 3 symbols spinning rapidly. All category meant everything that had ever appeared within the system. Items, skills, talents, personnel. With enough luck, I could draw anything. The symbols gradually slowed to a stop. Congratulations. You've obtained a C-grade item, Phantom Camo Spray. Phantom Camo Spray. Sprayed onto clothing or the body. It produces a short-lived invisibility effect, difficult for most technology and organisms to detect. Duration depends on the amount used, up to a maximum of 30 minutes. Limited to 10 uses per day. I let out a sigh. An invisibility spray, not bad for dodging danger, but useless to me right now. Guess it'll just be an exploration tool for the soldiers. Terrible luck on the very first draw. Not exactly a good omen. I shook my head and took a deep breath. Keep going. Let's do the remaining 7 all at once. Use 7 B2A grade designated category rewards. 5 skills, 2 weapon and gear pieces. A new golden ring of light appeared. I should have chosen the most valuable personnel across the board, but for the sake of well-rounded development, I shored up my weaknesses instead. 5 skills and 2 pieces of gear, directly boosting my personal strength. That way, if I ever ended up in a desperate situation where I could only rely on myself, I wouldn't be caught off guard. Congratulations. You've obtained an A-grade skill, Luck's Favor. Luck's Favor. Passive. The holder possesses extraordinary luck, with a high probability of triggering good fortune in any endeavor. Not 100% effective. Congratulations. You've obtained the A-rank skill, Damage Transfer. Damage Transfer. Passive. When the holder takes any damage, 50% is transferred to all talent units within the shelter, and the transferred damage is further reduced by 30% in the process. Congratulations. You've obtained the A-rank skill, A Afterimage Cascade. Afterimage Cascade. Active. Moves the body at high speed for a short duration, granting astonishing speed, jumping ability, and even the power to pass through walls. Consumes stamina. Congratulations. You've obtained the A-rank skill, Wish Fulfilling Teleport. Wish Fulfilling Teleport. Unlimited uses per day. Consumes minimal stamina to freely teleport within areas you've previously visited. Cannot be used when stamina is depleted. Any area explored within a settlement counts as having been visited by the user. Congratulations. You've obtained the A-rank skill, Mighty Bull. Mighty Bull. Passive. The holder's stamina recovery is greatly enhanced, automatically refilling when stamina runs low for the day. Endurance, self-healing, and defense also grow continuously over time. Congratulations. You've obtained the A-rank equipment, Commander's Longsword. Commander's Longsword. An ancient style blade with the innate sharpness trait swiftly cuts through most materials. Once equipped, it grants the following to all talent units within the shelter regardless of distance: 30% damage reduction, 30% speed boost, 30% self-healing boost, 30% all resistance boost, and never betray. Congratulations! You've obtained the A-rank equipment, Amulet of Serenity. Amulet of Serenity. The wearer is immune to all curses, mental attacks, and other mystical means. Effects no higher than A rank. Hiss. I sucked in a sharp breath. My luck's gotten better. The very first skill was passive good luck, and right after that, 7 straight A ranks. Isn't this basically pulling gold on a 10 pull? I was ecstatic. Part of the golden light seeped into my body, while the rest took the form of 2 pieces of equipment. Without wasting a moment, I grabbed the long sword and hung it at my waist, then put on the amulet as well. These 7 rewards perfectly filled the gaps in my arsenal. Take this long sword alone. Its effects were downright broken. Though useless on ordinary residents, it made every talent and soldier under my command stronger. And it was a group effect. The more talents I had, the more devastating the sword's power. The amulet seemed unremarkable and had no immediate use, but it served as a reminder. There must be survivors out there who wield mystical powers. On the physical front, my defenses were already top tier. My tech-modified bedroom, my faction, my army. Enemies could hardly get anywhere near me. But what if my opponent could curse, cast hexes, or manipulate minds from afar? Just like back when Shinshiren. Rebels poisoned them all. I couldn't crack that shelter or beat the home sweet home robots, but he gassed the whole room through the door. The moment the robot's master died, the threat instantly fell apart. This amulet will block any decapitation strike the enemy tries on me. I touched the amulet around my neck and took a deep breath. One last draw, an S-rank random reward. Thinking about it, I really didn't have many S-rank assets. A Shutin's home, talent, a vassal talent that had just hit S-rank, and an S-rank parasitic skill. Just 3. But those 3 were exactly what held my entire faction together. An S-rank reward's gotta be insane. Personnel, talent, or gear, there's no way I lose here. Plus, I've got luck on my side. No more hesitation. Use it. Congratulations. You've obtained S-rank personnel, Wang Shi. A humanoid mass of golden light materialized before me. S-rank personnel. Damn, I hit the jackpot. I was ecstatic. My highest rank personnel before this was only A rank. This was my very first S rank. I knew all too well how useful personnel could be. I couldn't wait to pull up his stats. Name, Wang Shi. Age, 251. Appears to be a man in his 30s. Type, half machine, half human, special warrior, ascetic. Rank, S rank. Physical strength, 500, beyond human limits. Can shatter a mountain with one punch. Neural reflex, 500. To him, an enemy's movements look like slow motion. Endurance, 500. Can fight for days without sleep, still at peak condition. Mental will, 500. Steady as bedrock. Mental attacks below S rank can't phase him. Self-healing immunity, 500. Wounds heal instantly. Immune to most toxins and diseases. Personnel characteristics. Ultra-phantom tech body. Modified with ultra-futuristic technology, his internal tissue is partly mechanized, with combat power rivaling the strongest military robots. The pinnacle unit of a Tier 3 cosmic tech civilization. Self-upgrade. No matter how hopeless the situation, he can autonomously repair and upgrade himself. Divine Power Awakening. His modification model is designated Divine Power. In combat, he can overload his internal energy source, unleashing 10x his base stats in a short burst. Mind Control simulates biological brainwaves and electromagnetic fields to influence living minds, achieving a form of mind control. The effect weakens against targets with resistance. Personnel talents. Godspeed Domain activates an exclusive magnetic field zone where he commands the magnetism. Combat rating, Near Divine. Tier 3 Armament Tech Module, equipped with every pinnacle tech weapon of a Tier 3 cosmic civilization, capable of rapid charging and sustained warfare. Individual unit, lacks the ability to destroy planets. Duplication Separation. When injured, Any part separated from the main body can automatically replicate into a clone possessing a portion of its combat power, theoretically unlimited in number. Freeform can freely switch between normal combat mode, transparent combat mode, immune to physical attacks, and functional combat mode, unlocking additional tech modules. Special note: he once took part in a certain technological civilization's god-making project, and the modification was a success, making him the closest thing to a god that humanity has ever produced. Yet he still retains a human soul and human essence. Of course, as the ultimate killing machine, he is incapable of reproduction. Hiss. Incredible. These stats are off the charts. I sucked in a sharp breath. In this apocalypse game, a monster tier being like Wang Shi was only ranked S-class? Then what was hidden in the higher tiers? I didn't dare imagine. Earth wasn't even qualified as a tier 1 cosmic civilization. My brain simply couldn't contain that kind of horror. A humanoid golden light slowly dissipated before me, and out stepped a burly man standing 2 meters tall. Muscular, upright, like an old pine tree weathered by frost and storm. "Hello, sir." He introduced himself before I could speak, his voice steady and crisp. "My name is Wang Shi, squad leader of the 1st Squad, White Emperor Legion, 17th World of the Solar System Earth Coalition. Reporting for duty." An overwhelming military presence radiated from him. What surprised me most was that he'd volunteered his background. None of the previous recruits had ever done that. "Your identity? Sounds kind of complicated." I found myself at a loss for words. He seemed to see through my hesitation. "Sir, I know everything that's happening here, and I know the mission that brought me here." His gaze was sharp, his black hair short and neatly trimmed. This is the early stage of Earth's judgment apocalypse, a branch line within the same cosmic plane. To you, I'm a person from the future. More precisely, a person from the future of another Earth plane. I'm a soldier too, and I carry the same bloodline as your people, the descendants of your nation. The judgment mechanism let me understand most of the situation the moment I arrived. But I don't know much more than you do. Whatever you know, I basically know too. Whatever you don't know, I don't know either. He paused. Because the technology behind the judgment mechanism is so far advanced, I can't even be certain whether I'm the original or a duplicate. I lean toward the latter. If my memories haven't been tampered with, my original self should be in the middle of Jupiter's 1253rd military exercise right about now. As for loyalty, you don't need to worry, sir. As long as you don't excessively harm or betray me, on a biological and emotional level, I'm incapable of betraying you or harming you. You could think of it as being hardwired at the genetic level. You've earned my genuine goodwill, and I can't resist it. Furthermore, the Constitution of the Solar System Yanhuang Alliance states, when a soldier encounters a fellow citizen in need of rescue, they must provide unconditional support and protect that person's life and property. A formulaic smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, like a robot trying to comfort someone. You fall under the category of the rescued. Therefore, I will serve you unconditionally. Is there anything else you're unclear about, sir? I think I understand it all now. I blinked. He'd said a lot, but every sentence was concise. All substance, no filler. To sum it up, talent units are replicant humans from different timelines of Earth. They're naturally loyal to whoever recruits them. And once summoned, they already possess the basic information and know exactly what they're supposed to do. But I was still a little dazed. He'd explained so much that it only pulled me into more questions. "Sergeant Wang, can I call you that?" "Absolutely. Based on what you've told me, you're pretty much like the People's Liberation Army from my era?" I asked cautiously, unsure whether he could grasp the concept of the people's own troops. "Yes." He nodded. "That was the earliest form of my military. It went through reforms and name changes, but its core mission never wavered. You can think of me that way, sir. Some of my code of conduct is identical to the Yin Huang soldiers you know." Suddenly it clicked. So it was the legacy of the People's Army, carried forward. That made things easy to understand. This guy was probably an even more hardcore, bleeding heart than Lin Yu. Not that I meant it as an insult. He was a true hero, the kind who would sacrifice everything to save his fellow man. "I just looked at your data. You've been modified? You're not a pure human." I was intensely curious about him. Half man, half machine, an ascetic, a special forces warrior. His background clearly wasn't simple. I understand your misunderstanding, sir. He stood ramrod straight, wearing camouflage unlike anything from this era, a short military saber fastened at his waist. In your time, mechanical modification may have only just been proposed. But in my era, Earth had already entered the mature phase of a Type 3 civilization. Though the law forbids unauthorized modification, I fall within the state-sanctioned category. He emphasized, whether by law or by biological definition, I am human, not a robot. No, no, I didn't mean to belittle you. It's just an ancient person's curiosity about someone from the future. I lowered my voice. Why did you modify yourself? To get stronger? Yes. He nodded. In my era, the war between the solar system and extraterrestrial civilizations had already raged for 300 years. An ordinary human body couldn't survive a battlefield like that in space. He paused for a moment, and his voice suddenly dropped low. The people were behind me. I had no choice. A wave of respect washed over me. So no matter how many eras pass, there's always a group of people who never abandon their original purpose. Faith is never eroded by time. Sir, there's something I need to warn you about. Wang Shi suddenly spoke up. I understand your curiosity about the future, but knowing too much won't solve the crisis right in front of you. The top priority is surviving this judgment apocalypse. Otherwise, Earth in this dimension has little chance of making it. You're right. I nodded, but still couldn't resist. One last question. What is the judgment apocalypse? I don't know. I've only heard of it. He shook his head. In the information stream of advanced civilizations, we learned it exists, a kind of trial randomly imposed on different civilizations by some higher being. Purpose unknown. Mastermind unknown. Methods unknown. Level of technology unknown. All we know is that it's dangerous, but also full of opportunity. He suddenly gave a slight smile. If I had to describe it, it's like humans observing ants. Except this time, we're the ants. Even you don't know? Then as an ancient man, I want to figure it out even more. I took a deep breath, spread my hands, and steadied myself. He was right. Overthinking was useless. Handle what's in front of me first. Don't get wiped out after just a few rounds of the apocalypse. Squad Leader Wang, I'm currently in the second round of the apocalypse. Do you know anything about flesh-eating bacteria? This thing has caused trouble for my settlement. I do. He nodded, and I was suddenly thrilled. I'd figured I'd have to spend forever explaining it. But he actually knew right away. Flesh-eating bacteria is one of the alternate names for the Lu Third Universe fungus, first discovered and named by Dr. Lu Quan of the Yanhuang Alliance. He spoke with ease. It's mostly active on primitive, underdeveloped planets, and it's extremely widespread. There's no trace of it within the solar system, but it has breeding zones in the Milky Way. During the middle to late stages of the Second Solar System Defense War, the enemy used it as a biological weapon. Later, Dr. Song Tianla led a team that cracked its genetic layer in 7 days and 6 nights, produced a new vaccine, and achieved total extinction across the solar system within 3 days. That was a major victory in the war, and a key turning point toward triumph. I listened in a daze, like sitting through a history teacher's lecture. That really is a sweeping piece of history. I nodded, then pressed on. So how do we deal with it? Could you introduce me to Dr. Lu Quan too? Half joking, but part of me was genuinely hopeful. What if future warriors really came buy one get one free? I can't do that. I can't cross dimensions, much less bring someone else across. He shook his head seriously. Flesh-eating bacteria are ancient organisms, harder to deal with than dinosaurs. They're planet dominator class life forms. They possess low-level intelligence, breed at an astonishing rate, and can withstand the large of this era. Most high-tech weapons. But it can't stand antibiotics and antiviral drugs. This era can't produce the Song vaccine, but we can work with that aversion. He paused, then added apologetically, this is just my deduction. It might not be right. My support system is combat-oriented, not built for scientific research. All I can do is basic weapons manufacturing and development. You can build weapons too? My eyes lit up. Yes. Give me the right equipment, and I can build any weapon from this era on my own. Damn, what an incredible future soldier. No wonder he's the ultimate one-man army. Looks like we'll have to leave the flesh-eating bacteria to those two rivals. I wasn't too worried. As long as there was a way to counter it, we weren't completely helpless. Sir, I can handle the flesh-eating bacteria inside the settlement, Wang Shi said. My combat system has a bioclearance module. I can't eradicate them completely, but I can guarantee they'll never appear again within any zone you designate. Perfect. But my eyes widened. Is one person enough? Should I send a few men with you? No need. He shook his head. I work more efficiently alone. He wasn't looking down on modern soldiers, just stating a fact. Squad leader Wang, you really can do everything. I waved my hand grandly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Clear out the flesh-eating bacteria now and protect the settlement. I added one more thing. The settlement is full of ordinary people, your fellow countrymen, people who share your beliefs. You understand. Having just heard his analysis, I already knew that talented people aren't absolutely immune to betrayal. If I were too cruel, people like Lin Yu and Wang Shi might very well part ways with me. Of course, I'm not that kind of person. I'm just an ordinary Chinese homebody. I love staying in and gaming. I'm cautious and sharp, but deep down I'm a patriot with a good heart. Still, I had to emphasize this to Wang Shi. After all, a near-omnipotent S-rank future soldier is just too valuable. With him around, my sense of security shot up another huge notch. Yes, sir. Wang Shi nodded firmly, then turned and left. His back was broad, his strides steady and powerful. Every step looked like it could crush any obstacle in its path, radiating a massive sense of reassurance. This luck is just too good. I gazed at his retreating figure with a sigh, then suddenly felt a jolt. Wait, if my luck's this explosive, will there be some backlash on my lifespan? Today's been a little too lucky, so lucky it's making me nervous. I rubbed my head, got up, and walked over to the monitoring terminal. On the screen, Wang Shi headed downstairs, cut through the crowd in the lobby, stepped out past the guarded gate, and walked straight to the base of the building's exterior wall. He glanced up. The camera on the eaves silently extended a palm, pressing it against the wall. The flesh-eating fungus beneath his palm recoiled as if it had met its natural predator, swarming and scattering like living creatures, desperate to get away. The next second, a nearly transparent halo rose up around his arm, rippling outward in endless waves. It wasn't a color, more like the distortion of air scorched by flames. Ring after ring, like the shockwave of a nuclear blast, spreading tirelessly. Wherever the ripples reached, the fungus retreated in a frenzy. The building, once mostly cloaked in murky green, revealed its bare brick inch by inch. The fungus fled from the walls to the ground, then further into the distance, visibly abandoning its nesting site. It took barely a few dozen seconds. The entire building looked brand new. The second wave of apocalyptic disaster, freshly arrived, had been completely driven off by a single man. Look, that freaky stuff is gone. The walls are spotless. Hey, you're right. Where'd it all go? It's called flesh-eating fungus. The system announced it a while back. But seriously, where did it go? Did the commander pull off some kind of miracle? I always figured the commander was hiding his true strength. Bet he's one of the top guys on the rankings. Come on, if the commander were really that strong, why'd he wait till now? No disrespect, just saying. Down in the lobby, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Jiang Xiaozi had gathered everyone together to keep anyone from getting picked off alone by the fungus. The thing had already been confirmed to actively attack people. With soldiers standing guard and the building's security systems, they were far safer here. Soon, Jiang Xiaozi's gentle voice came over the broadcast. We've just received word from the commander. Our Special Forces operative, Wang Shi, has eliminated the flesh-eating fungus threat within the settlement. This doesn't mean the fungus is gone for good. It just means we're safe for now. The alert is lifted. Everyone return to your dorms. Today is a mandatory rest day. No one is permitted to leave. The settlement is temporarily under lockdown. The announcement echoed between the buildings. The crowd suddenly understood. Wang Shi? That big guy who just headed out? Man, the commander's got so many powerhouses under him. What did I tell you? The commander's gotta be #1 on the rankings. Top of the talent leaderboard. It's definitely him. The commander's the real deal. I underestimated him. Total respect, no arguments. And here I thought the second wave of the apocalypse would be terrifying. This is it. Honestly, it's not even as thrilling as the heatwave apocalypse. At least that one made me break a sweat. Dude, you're conveniently forgetting the people who just died. Good thing the fungus doesn't cause secondary infection, or those guys who got scratched would have mutated already. No secondary infection, sure, but the ones who got scratched still look pretty weak. They get a few days off work, lucky them. The crowd was overflowing with relief, everyone letting out a breath. Tone. Tough talk aside, the real confidence came from the settlement's strength. I welcomed voices like this. It meant people's faith in the settlement was climbing, bit by bit. Right then, Wang Shi pushed the door open. He swept his eyes over the crowd and saw the soldiers around him snap to attention with a salute, their eyes full of admiration. He returned the salute on reflex, then headed upstairs in silence. So he's a soldier too, a woman muttered under her breath in the crowd. He's so buff. That tall, he'd definitely break me. Behave yourself, you little minx. Miss Jiang said no harassing the soldiers. Did you already forget getting written up for your midnight raid on Dr. Chen? I'd die happy. I'm not scared. Hey sis, can I get into your jungle then? No way, today I only want Wang Shi. That man is mine. The whispers rippled back and forth, men and women alike gossiping about the guy who'd just gone upstairs. The women's eyes lit up, and they promptly ranked him as the settlement's target number 2. Even Chen Shuren got bumped down to 3rd. As for number 1, the reclusive shut-in upstairs, of course, the one who came and went like a ghost. Who wouldn't want to be the commander's wife? Break it up, break it up. Sisterly came forward with the girls to keep order. Everyone head home and rest. Miss Jiang says today counts as base work points even if you take it off. It's to encourage everyone to pull together and get through the second apocalypse. Long live Miss Jiang, a man shouted excitedly. He was immediately corrected. Wrong. Miss Jiang isn't the boss. All right. Long live the commander. The crowd broke up, laughing. Wang Shi had just become the day's hottest topic. Meanwhile, Wang Shi had already made it back to my room. Jiang Xiaozi had been sitting beside me, but when he came in, she stood and moved quietly behind me. Wang Shi only spared her a glance before saluting me with grave respect. Sir, mission accomplished. I saw the whole thing. Nicely done. I nodded with a smile. Squad leader Wang, what method did you use? I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Mind giving me the gist? A magnetic field control module. I made minor adjustments to the Earth's magnetic field across the settlement's range, specifically tuning it to a frequency that ancient organisms like the flesh-eating bacteria detest, dispersing them over a wide area. He paused. My energy source is far too advanced for this era. In theory, as long as I'm here, the field won't vanish, and the flesh-eating bacteria will never be able to get close again. It'll last that long? Excellent. I was thrilled. It couldn't wipe them out entirely, but this move was more than enough. The second apocalypse had barely begun, and the survival crisis was already resolved. Over the next month, I could develop in peace and leave every other survivor in the dust. Sir, user, do we still need to continue the flesh-eating bacteria research? Zhang Xiaozi asked in a low voice. Continue. Wang Shi only treats the symptoms. To cure it at the root, we still need those too. I nodded. By the way, where did you assign Zhao Siki? She and Chen Shuren went out on a mission. Lin Yu's leading the escort team. They're looking for usable medical equipment to prep for the flesh-eating bacteria experiments. Oh, out looking for equipment. I nodded, then suddenly froze and jerked my head up, staring at her. What did you say? You sent Zhao Siki out together with Chen Shuren? Yes, sir. Holy crap, they're gonna kill each other. Someone's gonna die. My face went pale. That seems a bit extreme, sir. Jiang Xiaozi tilted her head, her brows knitting slightly. They just met. There's no bad blood between them. Why would they come to blows, let alone kill anyone? No bad blood. That woman would kill Chen Shuren 1,000 times over if she could. It's a long story. I let out a heavy sigh, too lazy to explain, and decided to just link up to Lin Yu's viewpoint and warn her to keep a close eye on those two. With those two together, they probably wouldn't make a move out in the open. But once the intent to kill kicked in, even a slightly heavy hand could end up hurting innocent bystanders. Poison each other all you want. Just don't get my Lin Yu caught in the crossfire. She's my future general. Just as I was about to connect to the viewpoint, that mysterious voice suddenly rang out in my ears. Attention, all survivors. The second round of the Apocalypse War instance is about to begin. In 1 hour, the voting phase will commence, and information guiding each nation's military will be announced. The second round of the Apocalypse War was here. My heart jolted. There had been so much going on at the settlement lately that I'd nearly forgotten about it. I wasn't the only one caught off guard. The instant the announcement blared, every survivor across the entire city was stunned. Only those still clinging to life on death's doorstep erupted in joy, and the chat channel instantly boiled over. Damn, the second round is finally here. Vote for a higher difficulty this time. My shelter's supplies really can't hold out much longer. I'm begging you guys. You all saw the first round's battle reports, right? Our soldiers blasted alien creatures with artillery. Absolutely brutal. Crank up the difficulty for them. I want to live. My next-door neighbor got eaten by flesh-eating bacteria, and it's so damn hot out. There's no living like this. The channel, silent for an entire month, sprang back to life all at once. I watched quietly. Over this past month, people had gone from their initial excitement and curiosity to being thoroughly schooled by the apocalypse's fangs. Con artists ran rampant, and you couldn't tell friend from foe. Anyone who'd been burned had wised up and learned to keep their mouth shut. Only the second round of war could breathe a hint of life back into this dead city. I stared at the screen, catching a whiff of something different. Over half a month before, people were still simple and kind. During the hardest opening days of the apocalypse, they somehow miraculously voted out an F rank. But now, people who'd grown used to the brutal rules had a coldness in their eyes. Many were turning cold-blooded. Whether for self-preservation or just to vent, the mindset of survivors across the country was quietly crumbling. So this is how the psychological warfare begins, I muttered. I finally understood why that mysterious entity dared to lay its cards on the table, announcing the mechanics of the dual apocalypse world in the very first round. It was a strategy played out in the open. It was betting that, backed into a corner, humanity would surrender its principles inch by inch, sacrificing their own kind, until they finally turned on each other. In the first round, the second round, maybe some people would still think of the greater good. But after disaster piled upon disaster, round after round, would people still hold on to their principles? Hard to say. Humanity has never been short of gamblers. What if I'm not the one who gets erased? Then wouldn't I be raking in a massive reward for free? As for the soldiers dying under high difficulty, what's that got to do with me? People who thought this way were not few. Even in times of peace, there are traitors, let alone at the end of the world. This round, I can't change it. I took a deep breath. At least not right now. I couldn't influence the whole country. I couldn't even influence the whole city. But for me, the lower the vote, the safer I was. My life had long since been bound tight to this difficulty setting. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The voting phase begins. First, the National Apocalypse War Guidance message is announced. 10 characters slowly surfaced before everyone's eyes. Rank A. The apocalypse harms the people. Do not slack off. Concise and to the point. The subtext was practically written on their faces. How about we both take a step back? We won't force you to pick S, and you don't throw out another F. Loving your soldiers like your own children is a fine thing, but not at a moment like this. Rank S might be a little terrifying, but rank A should be manageable. Maybe some soldiers would die, but it could bring the whole country a huge wave of supplies and let countless people survive the second round. Interesting. I stroked my chin. The soldiers sighed. They can probably see the number of survivors nationwide. That's why they're so anxious. I pulled up the data that updated daily. Global surviving shelters, over 4.2 billion. National surviving shelters, over 600 million. I hadn't checked in several days. The numbers had already slowed by the late stage of the first round. Most people had adapted to the extreme heat. But compared to a month ago, before the apocalypse, the global population was over 10 billion. The first round alone took 60% of all life. On average, every second, over 2,000 people worldwide lost their shelters. And of those who lost their shelters, half died outright. The second round has only just begun. Tomorrow's numbers will only be worse. The horror of the flesh-eating bacteria, just a few days ago. Rivers of blood, guaranteed. Shelters with no defenses would vanish in droves. A great nation of hundreds of millions, down to just 600 million in a single month. If the difficulty doesn't ramp up, even if we survive, how many people will be left standing across China? That old scene, 9 out of 10 homes left empty. might play out all over again. So this time, how should I vote? Before I could settle on an answer, a new prompt burst into view. Guidance information published. Online voting begins. Round 2. National Doomsday War Difficulty. Single choice. F, E, D, C, B, A, S. Difficulty increases in order. Starting at level D, this nation's survivors receive basic supplies. Supplies double with each level thereafter. This round's theme, combat. Setting, randomized global terrain. Rules. 1. Two different human nations are randomly matched against each other. 2. Maximum of 10,000 combatants per side. No equipment permitted. 3. Large numbers of neutral creatures, non-Earth life forms, exist within the map, attacking one faction at random and allying with no humans. 4. This nation's chosen difficulty affects the enemy's power boost. The two sides' voted difficulties are compared, and the lower one gains greater advantage. If they match, neither receives a boost. Duration, 29 days. Victory, annihilate the enemy. Defeat, total loss of our forces or running out of time. Match nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation. 1 hour to vote. Timeout counts as the lowest difficulty. I read through it line by line. The moment I saw the word combat, my first reaction was, this was an open ploy to force humans to slaughter each other. A vicious scheme, no doubt about it. Then I saw the words, Cherry Blossom Nation, and my second reaction was, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Praise be to the Doomsday War. And I wasn't alone. The instant everyone saw that line, every major channel erupted. Slaughter each other? Wait, the Japs? Damn right, we're doing this. You tell me it's about survival, and I'd hesitate. You say it's the Japs? Then this isn't about whether I live or die anymore. I'll wipe out these dogs even if my whole family dies doing it. Caught a traitor. You dare drop your coordinates? I'll come make it real offline. Some things never go out of style, no matter how much time passes. A century of national humiliation, we don't forget. What a doomsday system. I'm actually starting to like it. Say no more, level F. Let's go. The whole nation was in eerie agreement. Choose level F. What resources? What survival? We just wanted our soldiers to bring bigger cannons. Hell, bring the nukes too, and blow them to kingdom come. Without a second's hesitation, I cast my vote first thing, level F. A month into the apocalypse, and it still hadn't ground away that fighting spirit. I could turn cold-blooded, could even strike against my own neighbors. But being bullied by another nation, especially the Cherry Blossom Nation, no, never. A person only gets one life. You live to hold your head high. The war's about to be lost. What's the point of living anymore? 1 hour later. Voting closed. Result, rank F. No surprise there. I pulled up the data panel. Rank F made up 92% of the vote. Current result, our side rank F versus enemy rank A. This nation's participating soldiers increased to 100,000. Weapons and equipment permitted. Enemy limited to basic defensive gear only. No weapons allowed. Not a first-time war. All nations forfeit their pre-war grant and demand privileges. Round 2 of the Doomsday War officially begins. The channel exploded again. 100,000 against 10,000, and we've got gear? That's a total curb stomp. Pop the champagne. I'm breaking out last night's piss. Today we feast. It's this late in the game, and you're still drinking piss? Hey, hear me out. What if my talent is drink non-potable water, get an equal amount of food? Huh? That's actually a talent. I couldn't help laughing too. But barely a few seconds later, a new notification popped up, still war-related. Didn't the war already start? How is there still, hold up, a new mechanic? My eyelid twitched. Round 2 has begun. All national armies that completed their war in Round 1 in less than half the allotted time gained the War Fund Box module. War Fund Box. This nation's survivors may voluntarily deposit any item, object, talent, or personnel, all categories accepted. Each deposit earns an equal amount of war points. Deposited items convert into war resources, boosting the strength of the national army. The points leaderboard is now open. At any time, the top 10,000 players on the leaderboard gain the opportunity to communicate with their national army. Higher ranking equals fewer restrictions, and receive War Legacy. War Legacy, void if this nation is defeated. If victorious, you randomly receive items, creatures, displayed as personnel units, talents, skills, war weapons, etc. from within the instance world. The higher your rank, the more valuable the legacy. War legacy. I rubbed my chin. Winning early actually came with a perk like this. This was a snowball for everyone. Not just the nations. The citizens could snowball off each other too. The more resources you had, the better off you were. Trade away what you didn't need for legacy, and you might just unlock the treasure you'd been missing. Even personnel can be donated. I shook my head. Nah, talent is precious. I'm not touching that. But the points? I had to get those. Top 10,000. That spot was mine. First, let me see what this so-called war legacy actually was. I wasn't the only one with ideas. In the city chat channel, survivors from every corner had lost their minds. War. Legacy? TSSS. That sounds like serious stuff. If I'm reading this right, even a first-round berserker can be traded in? Then I'd be untouchable. Never have to worry about defending my shelter again. Get real, dude. If you're treating a berserker like some treasure, that means you don't even have spare resources. What are you going to use to fight for one of those 10,000 spots? 600 million people fighting over 10,000 slots. TCH, that's a game for the big shots everywhere. Us regular folks should just sit back and watch the show. Wait, I just tested it. Regular items count for points too. Not much though. Holy crap, it's true. I donated a table and got 1 point. I scanned through these messages, my heart skipping a beat. That fast. Someone's already jumped in. I immediately pulled up the War Points leaderboard. The data refreshed once a minute. The name at the top constantly changing as the donation ceiling kept climbing higher. This was the only nationwide ranking among all the leaderboards. Less than 5 minutes since the mechanic was announced, and the top score had already shot up to 12,000. The numbers were still skyrocketing. What kind of monsters are these? I sucked in a sharp breath. China really was a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The competition was fierce. But this revealed something too. There were far more capable survivors in the country than I'd imagined. After a month of development, people who'd landed good talents could throw out this kind of spending without a second thought. Even someone as laid back as me had a pile of useless items stacked in my storage space. All the junk Lin Yu inherited from taking over the thug's shelter, duplicate effects, gathering dust in a corner. If even I could donate a decent amount, then those true prodigies and lucky ones would have way more on hand. Don't rush. Let's see how things play out. I mused. If I couldn't even make it into the top 10,000, donating would be a total waste. Besides, the war legacy wouldn't be handed out until this round was over. Even if our troops were lightning fast, slaughtering that pack of little Japanese bastards would still take a few hours, right? Wait and watch first. At this insane rate of growth, I wasn't even sure I could squeeze into the top 10,000. Even in the apocalypse, people are this patriotic, so eager to donate. I shook my head. Let me ask Xiaozi. I looked up and only then realized Jiang Xiaozi had already left, leaving only Wang Shi standing beside me like a stone statue. He leaned against the wall, silent as a ghost, not making a single sound. Squad leader Wang, where's Xiaozi? Sir, she saw you were thinking, so she went to take care of things, Wang Shi said in a low voice, his face permanently expressionless. Call her over. I paused. By the way, didn't Xiaozi assign you any tasks? Didn't I tell her to get you settled? Ms. Jiang said my main task is to protect you at all times, sir. He looked at me calmly. I believe she. Fair enough. You're the heart of this settlement. Keeping you safe matters most. Whatever you need, just give the order. All right, that works for me. Wang Shi quickly returned with Jiang Xiaozi. Sir, what did you need? She settled gently beside me. I laid out everything about the Second War, the war legacy mechanics, and the point rankings. Xiaozi, what do you think I should do? Move now or wait it out? I frowned. I'm leaning toward watching and waiting, but I'm worried our soldiers might pull off another speed run and cost us the rewards for nothing. Sir, there's no way this will be a speed run. Her voice was soft. You can watch the data with peace of mind and make sure we land in the top 10,000. How can you be so sure? Do you remember the war legacy mechanics? One line states, the national military has the right to communicate with the top 10,000 survivors. Correct. I remember. A flash of insight hit me. You're saying the soldiers will deliberately leave enough time for the rankings to stabilize before contacting this group. It's inevitable. She nodded with a smile. The military of this era, even stranded in another world, still burns to protect their people. They're extraordinary. But we also can't deny it. In the apocalypse, with no administrators, no state institutions, the vast majority of survivors are barely scraping by. Her voice dropped. The truth is, what we lack most in the apocalypse isn't talents or skills. It's rebuilding nationwide coordination and management, getting the nation running again. Only by uniting everyone, standing together as one, can we drive the death toll of each apocalyptic round down to the absolute minimum. It's the only way to protect everyone to the fullest, and it aligns perfectly with the soldier's objective. At this, she suddenly stopped, because she saw my eyes growing brighter and brighter. Warfare needs a goal. Nobody wants pointless sacrifice. And what was the soldier's goal in this war? It was obvious, to protect as many survivors back home as possible. Before, they couldn't communicate with home, so they just kept winning battles head down, indirectly channeling strength to their people. Now that they had a means to communicate, there was no way they'd waste it. They would definitely reach out to the top 10,000. But the slots were limited, so they couldn't contact anyone right now, because the goal was to maximize survival rates, which meant screening for 10,000 people with genuine strength and conscience, while staying wary of frauds. Finding con artists, thugs, and deadweight would be meaningless. Only the right remedy for the right ailment could stabilize the apocalypse. One strong person anchors one region. 10,000 regions combined would cover nearly the entire country. I understand now. I drew a deep breath. The soldiers won't rush this. They want to make sure the first wave of the inheritance falls into the right hands, not into the hands of thugs itching to burn everything down. And that takes time. Time to observe, to screen candidates, maybe even to let some of them kill each other off. I narrowed my eyes, following the thought deeper. Communication meant the possibility of deception, manipulation, betrayal. This wasn't necessarily some warm picture of people helping one another. The smarter you were, the more you'd doubt every piece of information, but the less you'd let the opportunity slip by. You catch on fast, sir. Jiang Shaozi smiled, satisfied. A single hint, and I'd drawn all the conclusions myself. So then, Shaozi, I asked, my voice low, what do I do next? Same words as before, but this time they carried a different weight. Fight for a spot in the top 10,000? Or aim even higher? Draw up a new plan. Donate as much as we possibly can. The words came almost before I finished. The way I see it, whether by interest, by nature, by faith, or by position, you're more qualified than anyone to earn their recognition, sir. This is your chance to be legitimately acknowledged. This is a true and righteous cause, not some hollow deception. Something stirred in me. She'd seen through it long ago. I'd never been comfortable with the old scheme, using Lin Yu and the other soldiers' identities to mislead the survivors. But this time, if we did it right, there'd be no more misunderstandings. The chance to become part of the regular army was right in front of me. In a broken world, a righteous cause weighed more than 1,000 pounds. It was as if flames were burning before my eyes. Then that's what we'll do, I murmured. Those who rise should lift up the world. And it's for my own sake too, so I can live better. If fate insisted I play the hero, I didn't mind. Truth be told, I enjoyed the feeling of being loved and admired. Understood, sir. I'll draw up the plan. Jiang Shaozi paused. But before that, there's one very important thing we need to do. What's that? Jiang Shaozi glanced out the window and lowered her voice. We strictly forbid residents from donating on their own. The people who lost their shelters have all been given new ones. But with what they've got left, they can't trade for many points. If they blindly follow the crowd, all it does is drain the settlement of resources we could otherwise deploy, and they still won't make it into the top 10,000. It's lose-lose. The whole point of a settlement is to gather everyone's meager strength and exchange it for collective safety. But people always think they'll be the lucky exception. They don't necessarily understand this. When it comes to it, we need iron rules to hold them in line. She paused. Even if it stirs up resentment, we have to achieve complete control over the settlement. I didn't hesitate for a second and gave a decisive nod. Do it. Violators will be punished severely. Jiang Shaozi gave a slight. He froze. Then his eyes filled with quiet relief. The me from a month ago might still have had some softness to spare. But the me right now had already come to understand the necessity of ruthlessness. A certain degree of harsh suppression was, in fact, the path to survival in the long run. Explain myself? A true administrator never explains too much to the people being administered. Time and history would prove everything. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiaozi's voice came through the loudspeakers across all 3 buildings, clearly and methodically reading out the new rules, along with the stakes and penalties, all laid out plainly. In that moment, the residents silently looked up at the speakers, not a word of protest among them. Everyone had their own calculations. She knew not all of them would comply, but the settlement had to do this. Collective interests and individual interests were bound to clash at times. Still, this was just a minor episode. Jiang Xiaozi worried about the residents' hidden agendas, but I figured such people were rare. The vassal talent said it all. Compared to that vague, far-off promise of the top 10,000, ordinary people cared far more about their own lives. Having signed the contract, unable to walk away from it, offending me now would be the stupidest choice they could make. Compared to all that, I was more interested in the rankings. The competition's pretty fierce. I stared at the screen. The top 10,000 were locked in a deadlock, and who knew how many big shots were throwing resources into it? Really treating reality like a game. Nobody even knows what the war legacy is yet, and they're already fighting this hard over it. Could it be the resource-to-points exchange rate is really high? I pulled a useless E-grade item out of my storage space and donated it out of pure experimental curiosity. Congratulations. Donation complete. 100 war points earned. An E-grade item, 100 points? I glanced at the fruit bowl on the table and casually donated that too. Congratulations. Donation complete. 1 war point earned. Quite a gap. What about weapons? I took out the sidearm Jiang Xiaozi had given me, something I had no use for whatsoever. Congratulations. Donation complete. 10 war points earned. A pistol's worth less than an E-grade item? I stroked my chin. That item just now was nothing more than a novelty toy. In terms of survival value, the pistol was clearly far more practical. So it seemed the points system prioritized in-game mechanical items from the Apocalypse game. The higher the grade, the more points, while ordinary supplies from Earth only earned a negligible pittance. I glanced at the top of the rankings again. It had already broken 100,000. In less than 2 hours. That was terrifying. A bunch of grind-obsessed maniacs. The nation is truly blessed to have you. I shook my head and sighed. From a big-picture standpoint, the more people donated, the more the military's strength grew. But for me, the more people donated, the greater the pressure to fight for a ranking. Chances are someone's. I found a huge supply warehouse and cleared it out in one go, donating everything. After all, nobody's willing to donate high-tier mechanical gear yet. I took inventory of the junk in my storage space. 10,000th place currently sits at 3,000 points. Squeezing in shouldn't be a problem. I closed the leaderboard, figuring I'd wait a couple of days first. Let's check the battle situation. It's been almost 2 hours since the fighting started. Have our soldiers cleared it yet? I pulled up the National War Intel and froze instantly. 2 p.m., second round of the Apocalypse War begins. National military deployed. 2:01 p.m., War Instance World confirmed. Osaka Castle, Sakura Nation. 2:20 p.m., National military launches drone encirclement plan, locking onto all enemy positions. Encirclement complete. 2:20 p.m., first wave of combat. Enemy attempts to break out, but is collectively shocked and paralyzed by drones, losing all combat capability. 2:50 p.m., final enemy captured. All 10,000 enemy troops taken prisoner. War enters a stalemate. 3 p.m., our forces guard the prisoners and rest in place. I was completely stunned. Speed cleared again. 1 hour, and the entire enemy army was captured. Not a single cannon or plane was used, just a swarm of tiny drones, and they cleaned up the whole thing spotlessly. Back home, survivors were still struggling to study the war spoils and debating whether to fight for a spot on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, in another world, our soldiers had already finished the fight. No, more accurately, it wasn't finished yet. Winning the war required annihilating all enemies, but they'd only captured them. No kills. What was the intent? I didn't need to think hard about it. Jiang Xiaozi had guessed right. They were waiting for the leaderboard to be finalized, waiting for the top 10,000 to surface. This time, they weren't in a hurry to end it. They were going to use the remaining time to set up a careful game of chess. And the board they were setting up was the entire nation. Boring. You can't see any real confrontation at all. I rubbed my head and couldn't help but sigh. The Catastrophe Legion protected humanity every single time, turning this apocalyptic war into a training exercise with a predetermined outcome. The intensity didn't even match an ordinary military drill. Since the war wasn't worth watching, I could only pull my attention back to my own settlement. Xiaozi was still drawing up a new plan. It would take effect in a few days, just in time for the final leaderboard. Let's check on Lin Yu and the others first. Flesh-eating fungi were everywhere out there. I had no idea whether the search for medical equipment was going smoothly. I took a deep breath, glanced at Wang Shi beside me, silently activated my ability, and connected to Lin Yu's point of view. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. The dense crackle of gunfire flooded into my consciousness instantly. Lin Yu was leading the team, protecting two doctors, her muzzle spitting a hail of bullets at the dark green fungi surrounding them. But the bullets couldn't harm. The flesh-eating fungi swarmed, but alternating fire was just enough to force them back. The entire street had become an ocean of green. Vines thick as tentacles writhed while fungal threads fine as spider silk choked the path ahead. The skyscrapers on either side were completely engulfed, and even the ground underfoot was layer upon layer of dark green, tentacles occasionally shooting out to strike. Each time this happened, Zhao Siki, the female doctor protected in the center, would raise her hand and scatter a handful of powder. The tentacles would shrink back and retreat. Watch your feet. Here they come again. Lin Yu's voice cut through sharply. Her keen eyes had already spotted a mass of tentacles rising near a team member's feet. Death was imminent. In an instant, a spray of clear liquid shot out. The tentacles recoiled as if scalded by boiling water, retracting rapidly into the ground. The smell of disinfectant filled the air. That works great. Dr. Zhao, you're amazing. Chen Xiuran's handsome face was plastered with a fawning smile. I wouldn't dare compare myself to you, Dr. Chen. This is just a little trick. Zhao Siki shot him a sidelong glance, faint mockery in her eyes. Whenever I think about your glorious deeds back then, my heart still races with dread. You flatter me, colleague. Chen Xiuran quickly lowered his head and waved his hands. Zhao Siki's expression darkened. I wasn't talking about your career. Then what? Chen Xiuran looked genuinely bewildered. For me, is there anything besides my career? Zhao Siki turned her head away, refusing to look at him, as if one more glance might drive her to strike him on the spot. The team members exchanged glances. These two seemed like enemies, yet walked side by side. Especially that Dr. Chen. He'd seize every chance along the way to heap praise, groveling like some pathetic wretch trying to collect a debt only to end up forcing a smile instead. Lin Yu ignored all this, her beautiful eyes sweeping the surroundings with a fierce edge. There were too many of the fungi. The bullets were nearly gone, and even getting back would be a problem. The hospital's just ahead, she said in a low voice. Chen Xiuran looked up. The municipal hospital sign was already in sight. Enormous in scale, yet stained an eerie green by the flesh-eating fungi, radiating an indescribable strangeness. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Chen Xiuran actually darted to the very front of the line. Dr. Zhao just needs the equipment inside. The fate of saving the world rests entirely on her shoulders. Are you mocking me? How could I? I'm just telling the truth. Zhao Siki only sneered and said nothing more. The team picked up speed and soon reached the hospital entrance. They hadn't encountered a single survivor along the way. No screams, no cries for help. The entire world seemed to hold nothing but the endless flesh-eating fungi and their small handful of people. Wait! Lin Ji suddenly stopped, staring at the shattered main door. Something was wrong. Look, in there, there's something. Everyone followed her pointing finger. In the center of the hospital parking lot, atop the carpet of green fungi, a mass of red flame was slowly churning. The crimson light twisted like fire, rising up from beneath the earth and coalescing into the shape of a tall door, giving off an aura both mysterious and eerie. Is it a mutant strain of the man-eating fungus? Lin Yu turned to Zhao Siki. Zhao Siki shook her head. No data on it. I can't just make a wild guess. While everyone stood there uncertain and uneasy, I too got a clear look at that fiery red door through Lin Yu's point of view. At almost the same instant, a prompt appeared before my eyes. The first round of the apocalypse has ended. The door of riddles has opened. Doors of riddles are scattered at random across every corner of the earth. Once discovered by a survivor, it can be entered. Enter the world within the door, solve the riddle, and claim a generous reward. Warning: doors of riddles are few in number and extremely precious. Do not miss them. Warning: once a challenge is failed, the participant dies instantly. No resurrection or healing mechanism can offset this penalty. The door of riddles. My heart jolted. Another new mechanism. The first day of the second round of the apocalypse. Sure enough, it came in wave after wave, refusing to stop until all of humanity was thrown into utter chaos. I fixed my gaze on that red door once more. This time, clear text surfaced across it. Class B door of riddles. A survivor may enter personally or dispatch a talent unit to enter. Choose one of 5 riddles. Solve it to claim a Class B reward. Note: within the door, there is an abundance of items for summoning talent units, materials for upgrading the shelter, and items for upgrading talent units. So this is what's been waiting for me. In an instant, I understood the value of this door. Opportunity and death, separated by the thinnest of lines. And I've never been afraid to wager my life for the win.